Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove as the bell rings and the umpires make their way down the steps in the Spen Karma Pavilion. A very good morning, I'm Adrian Harms. Welcome to a sunny Hove. There's not a big crowd here. If anyone's sitting up in the Spen Karma could give us a wave if they're listening on the headsets, that would be appreciated, because at least we know we're going out to those who do have headsets around the ground. Doesn't look as if Julian is here today, who's my normal waver, or Tim. But if anyone has got the headsets on and they could just let us know they could hear, that would be greatly appreciated. The umpires making their way out to the middle, and coming out from the Players' Pavilion are the Sussex team. It's a lovely morning now. When I came over Devil's Dyke, which is just outside of Brighton, and looked out to sea, it did look horrible. There was lots of grey cloud. It looks as if it was raining as well, but that all seems to have cleared away. And the fellas on the gate, who are very reliable here, the steward said to me, no, full day's play today, Adrian, so let's hope that the stewards are absolutely right. Your commentary team today, Richard Wilford from BBC WM and Nikki Chowdhury, who have both been here for the last 2 days. The natter around the press box this morning is about, we'll talk about the Masters, and will Rory McIlroy win? But everyone in the press box said they'd like Justin Rose to win. And if Rory doesn't, well, I'd like Justin Rose to win as well, because he's been unlucky on a couple of occasions. That's all for later on today. Concentrating on cricket today, the other debate was whether this game will finish today or whether it will go into tomorrow. My thoughts are it will go into tomorrow, but a lot will depend on how long Warwickshire bat this morning. It really is as simple as that. 154 for 5 are Warwickshire as they resume. Rob Yates on 75, Kai Smith on 15. Rob Yates, who's been the standout performer in the game. He's batted beautifully, 36 in the first innings, 75 not out in the second, and he's really held things together for the visitors. It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to open the bowling, who drew rich praise from coach Paul Farbrace last night. He was asked by a number of journalists about Finn's performances, and a lot of that comment you can find online, but needless to say, he was very impressed with the way Finn Hudson-Prentice has played so far this season. And it's Finn Hudson-Prentice who runs away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Yates, who punches into the onside, and there is no run off the first ball of the day. The breeze has certainly dropped from yesterday, which will be welcome for the Brighton marathon runners, who are trudging their way around the streets of Brighton today. There's already been a 10k, and I'm very impressed that Jack Williams, who operates the stream, and Callum, also from the club, have run the 10k this morning. They came in proudly displaying their medals. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and defended by Yates down the onside. There is no run. I think they did it in about an hour 10, which seems pretty good to me. So well done, fellas, for doing that. But perhaps topping that is Mark West, who is the CEO here at the moment. He went round in something like 56 minutes, which made me feel very inadequate, I have to say. So well done, Mark. He's done the 10k, and good luck to everybody who's running the marathon today in Brighton. And as I say, blue skies and hopefully not too windy along the front, as in comes Hudson-Prentice round the wicket, bowls, and Yates again plays to mid-wicket the third time in a row, and again there is no run. Fielded there by, is that Henry Croker in there? I think it is. At mid-wicket there is no run. So it's going to be busy in the city today. And anybody listening wants to come down and watch the cricket, it is a free day at Hove today. You just need to go online and claim your ticket and come and watch the cricket for nothing. And it could be a really exciting day as Hudson-Prentice runs away from us up the hill from the C end of the ground in and bowls to Yates, who's forward solidly, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. The field, 2 slips. It's almost a gully. It's more of a backward point, to be honest. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way back on the boundary. I think that's Tom Price down there who seems to be warming up. In terms of where we are with overs, this is the 49th over of the innings, so just break off as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and Yates picks up the first run of the day as he eases that down to fine leg, fielded way down in the distance by Tom Price, who gets in the throw to John Simpson. One more to Yates, he goes to 76. And it's all the fives on the scoreboard, 155 for 5. That brings Kai Smith onto strike and means that Hudson Prentice will bowl over the wicket as Ollie Robinson directs matters from mid-off. So no new ball available for Sussex for another 30 overs. And you get the feeling that if Warwickshire are still batting in 30 overs time, the lead could well be, around about the 300 mark, and Warwickshire would be very much favourites. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, short delivery, ducked underneath it to Smith, taken down the leg side by John Simpson. So a good opening over from Finn Hudson Prentice, who's been the most impressive of the Sussex seamers. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 36. Lots of reaction online from yesterday evening. We spoke to Paul Farbrace, asked him about the pitch. And Paul wasn't going to make any predictions about what was going to happen today. What he did say is that generally speaking here at Hove, the pitch does get easier to bat on. And certainly yesterday evening, Yates and Kai Smith looked relatively comfortable against the Sussex attack, which is going to be opened at the far end of the ground by Henry Crocombe, who bowled 9 overs, 1 for 40. He was a little expensive yesterday, Henry. Picked up a wicket with the very first ball that he bowled, but he's now coming down the hill in lovely sunshine to bowl to Rob Yates. 76 not out. He's in and bowls, and Yates is forward. If we had to say how many times he's played that forward defensive, where he gets his head right over the ball and defends down the track. It's his 130th ball he's faced, and he has been excellent for Warwickshire. If you're at this stage of the game looking to have a man of the match, he would be very high up my list, because he's been excellent. Richard Wilford from BBC WM joins us, BBC West Midlands. For those in the Sussex who wonder what BBC WM is, as in comes Crocombe round the wicket, bowls, Yates up on his toes, plays into the offside. There is no run. Good morning, Richard.
Morning to you.
Sorry, I was going to say, as you walked to the hotel, was it all full of marathon and everything down on the...
As I walked from today, it was very entertaining. I mean, down the front, you could hear it from your bedroom. You could hear what was going on. You could hear a blaring voice, and eventually you saw some bodies starting to run, some serious athletes, some in fancy dress. There were quite a few tutus.
Were there?
Oh, yes.
Crocombe around the wicket, bowls, and clipped away nicely by Yates down to deep mid-wicket. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but Jack leaning in very quickly from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Yates goes to 77, the total 156 for 5.
Because when they have events like this, there are some shorter runs that go off a bit earlier as well. So some people had already finished their shorter events and had got their little medals and were walking back with their family. What was amusing, however, was the fact that there were... Oh, that's the 50 partnership, by the way, between these two.
Good spot.
On the next road in, I mean the main road really for walking from Brighton to Hove, there were quite a few people who were just out for their normal Sunday runs. There were 2 little girls who got posters for whoever they knew, whether it was a family member or whoever was running, and they saw 2 girls on the other side. They were just shouting, keep going, you can do it.
He goes Crocombe, bowls to Smith, taken low down by Simpson on the bounce, and there is no run.
They did not get a smile on the other side of the road from that.
Well, we were just saying well done to Jack Williams and Callum from the club, who've done the 10k already this morning before
there you go. They're the early runs. Well,
yeah, so Jack's up there, well done. Yeah, did it. And the CEO, we were saying, has done it as well. And he did it in a very quick time. Makes me feel very inadequate, really.
Well, it's not a good day for running quick either.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls. Smith is solidly forward, plays down the underside of the track. There is no run, fielded by Crocombe.
Because it is a very stiff breeze down the seafront.
Is it? Yeah.
It was interesting last night. It was about 11 o'clock that I walked back from Hove to Brighton, because I'd been out with my cousin. And eventually I got down to the seafront. I was walking down towards the seafront where my hotel is. And the breeze was blowing me back up the hill.
Crocombe in and bowls. Smith forward again defensively onto the onside. Nice and tidy from Henry Crocombe. Just 2 runs scored this morning. Warwickshire are 156 for 5 with Yates on 77. Smith yet to add to his overnight score. He's on 15.
So no Ollie Robinson opening the bowling this morning?
No. Interesting. I was sort of looking at the scoreboard and thinking, Sussex are still 30 overs away from a new ball, and if Warwickshire are still batting at that stage, we'd think the lead's going to be around about the 300 mark, and that they're going to be in a very, very strong position. So, yeah, interesting that he hasn't opened the bowling. I'm sure there's a plan.
Hudson Prentice has been excellent, though, so far this week. 5 wickets in the match. He strives for another one as he bowls to Yates, who clips him off his toes but doesn't time it. So Robinson moving to his left is able to pick up. The weather forecast when I woke up this morning was not as optimistic for the first hour of play as it's turned out to be. And it has changed for the better on the BBC app, I note.
Yeah.
In that with winds this strong and this blustery, quite often a rain shower that was heading straight for you gets blown 10 miles off course, and happily that's been the case.
Well, the lads on the gate, who are generally quite reliable, the stewards, in terms of a weather forecast, they said, this doesn't look good, and they hope, nope, going to be clear today, so we shall see.
Okay. They're the ones who know. Round the wicket, Hudson Prentice. Yates covers up off stump. Defends out into the offside, there's no run. And the forecast for tomorrow has cleared up considerably.
Yeah, it's good for tomorrow.
Yeah. Nice big sunshine on the app.
Yeah.
If we get there and we don't know, there are various things that could happen today that would see this game end, but equally we could see play deep into tomorrow. It's one of those games, isn't it?
I think we'll be here tomorrow.
We will see. You've promised me a pint if we are.
Yeah.
Actually, I know it's my round. Hudson Prentice striding in. Good energy about him, but he's whipped off his pads here by Yates, and that's a chase to the short boundary, and it's going to accelerate away from Crocombe and the first boundary of the day. Rob Yates into the 80s now, 81 not out, and Warwickshire to 160 for 5.
You said you were out with your cousin last night. The fact you're walking back at 11 o'clock suggests that might have got a bit messy.
No, it was pretty well behaved. We had a lot of catching up to do. It's one of these really odd things, because I would say we're 87% strangers and 13% cousins. He's my mum's cousin technically, but he's only 5 years older than me. And we've never lived anywhere near each other. I just used to see him in school holidays for a couple of days a year.
Right.
So there's an awful lot of catching up to do. But we had a really, really good time. I can guarantee you I had only 3 beverages all night.
Right, okay.
So, Scout's honour. Never was a Scout, actually, but that's neither here nor there. Hudson Prentice draws Yates forward in defence, stabs it out into the offside, leaning in the covers, picks up.
And did you go to a nice restaurant, or...?
We did. We went to a pub first.
Yeah.
I'm willing to say we went to the Old Albion first. Then we went to a Thai restaurant near where he lives, which is good. Actually, very good. It was very, very good. The curry I had there was excellent. And opposite that was a rather trendier craft ale bar,
Right.
where we had our nightcap.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought for a minute you were going to say a trendy nightclub, but...
No. Only last time I went to a nightclub, it's because I left my key somewhere and my flatmate was there. As Hudson Prentice is in, and forward again in defence is Yates out into the offside. And that was 36 years ago, so I'm not in a hurry to go back to a nightclub.
Was it busy in town last night? Plenty of people about?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I can only judge Hove rather than Brighton last night.
Yeah.
Hove was absolutely bustling. I've never really had an evening in Hove before.
Yeah.
But really nice. Lots of people out. A lot of young people out.
Yeah.
Last night. By the time I got back into Brighton, there were a lot of staggering figures.
Yeah, I bet.
Hudson Prentice once more, very straight again as Yates defends back down the wicket end of the third over of the morning. Warwickshire intact, which is the first part. They can bat as long as they want here if they just dig deep, and Rob Yates has demonstrated that. He's with 81, 160 for 5. Equally, Sussex are well aware that wickets have tumbled in batches here.
I found myself watching the Masters tour.
Oh,
quite! It was compelling stuff last night with funny enough, as I drove home last night, and they were talking about, they said Rory starts with a 6-stroke lead, and within sort of a couple of miles of the ground, he dropped a shot on the first. I think Patrick Reed had made a birdie, so it was down to 4. Then it was down to 3. Then it was back to 4. But it was a terrific listen.
Tonight is going to be amazing, and the coverage on 5 Live will be stunning, because it always is. I love it on the radio.
Henry Crocombe down the hill bowls. Forward comes Smith, plays to mid-off. I'd love to have the opportunity to go to one of those tournaments. And someone was saying with Augusta on the telly, it looks apparently it's very hilly at Augusta.
Yeah.
But you just, I know you see a lot of the greens with the humps in the middle and everything. But
I just love the flowers and the greenery, and I just think it's beautiful. And I'm not a particular golf fan, but I do love watching the Masters.
Yeah. I think it definitely draws you in. It's a terrific event. In comes Crocombe in bright sunshine down the hill. Bowls to Kai Smith. That rather scoots down the leg side. Good take by Simpson actually. That could have easily gone for byes. And there is no run. 160 for 5. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning, it means that the lead is, your math is far, but is it
223? Yeah.
A lot of talk around the press box. People saying Sussex don't want to be chasing any more than, if it gets to 300. Warwickshire heavy favourites. We'll see. Crocombe in again. Bowles. Smith dry. He's a little loosely there, but he's got it away. He took his hand off the bat. He's run away for a couple. I think they'll come back for the third. It's out to the offside boundary. Throw comes in. 3-1's. Just the way he took his hand off the bat, I thought perhaps he wasn't quite in control of the shot. Nonetheless, he goes to 18. He's had a good match, as Kai Smith.
Yeah, he had a decent match last week as well. He's taking the opportunity because Alex Davis having a slight finger injury, which is preventing him from keeping wicket. But yeah, I would absolutely agree that I don't think he was in full control of that shot, and hence a bit of a yelp from one of the Sussex fielders.
But this is the wicket that Sussex want, because Robbie Yates has been excellent throughout. 81 not out. Crocombe comes around the wicket to the left-hander. He's in and bowls. Yates just lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no. I was saying, Richard, that he made a good century against Sussex last year at Edgbaston, and as we only played Warwickshire once in the Championship last year, there's any chance I'd get to have a look at him. So I don't know an awful lot about Robbie Yates, but he's made runs against Sussex. So where is he in sort of pecking orders? And you know where I'm going with the conversation.
Yeah, I think 3 years ago he was very much an England Lions man and viewed as a potential coming opener for England. He hasn't backed that up with consistent runs, if the truth be known.
Crocombe in bowls to Yates, plays into the offside. There is no run.
This innings is really interesting to me because Rob can be very vulnerable outside off stump, which left-handers often are. He looks to have tightened up his game a bit. He made 70 last week on, I know, a pretty flat surface against Surrey, but nonetheless, good runs. Yesterday, I just thought the way that he knuckled down and took his ego out of it, didn't worry too much about the number of balls that he'd faced next to the number of runs that he'd scored, and then as the ball got softer and the attack got more tired, he started to take a toll on them.
Crocombe round the wicket, bowls, ducks underneath the short ball from Crocombe through to John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 3 runs from the over. Good tight from Sussex, but they haven't picked up a wicket this morning. And Warwickshire 163 for 5.
One final thought on the charm of the Masters. I put it to you that if you played, let's say, 90 seconds of 5 live golf commentary, and you said, what tournament is this? You would recognise the Masters, because you can always hear the bird noise in the background. You can always hear the fact that it's this wonderful green sanctuary. That background noise is what makes it for me as a radio spectacle, along with the skill of the commentators.
Well, they were saying, funny enough, last night, they were talking about things, and they were saying apparently when you get onto the course, if you want to buy food or beers or whatever, apparently it's very, very reasonably priced. It's not expensive, apparently. And then they were saying as well about they call it Amen Corner, don't they? Right in the holes, and they said you could smell the cigar smoke drifting up in it. It was, but you're not allowed to take cameras or phones or anything onto the course. So there's no one there snapping away and distracting the players.
Hudson Prentice to begin a new over. Kai Smith on strike, and that's outside off stump at a sort of width that Smith is comfortable leaving.
So just coming back to Rob Yates, I mean, this, again, talk about England places and players who are in form will be laying down a marker for the new season. I mean, you've got an opening bat. I mean, it hasn't been easy here this week, Richard. He's made 36 in the first innings, 81 in the second. So you'd have thought this is exactly the sort of player who perhaps ought to be in the conversation. I'm not saying he's going to get in the England side, but you'd have thought someone who's making runs ought to be around the conversation.
Hudson Prentice into Smith, just defends his off stump down towards gully. It's about, for all these batters this year, it's about making runs consistently, isn't it? Whether you're Tom Haynes, whether you're Rob Yates, if you're a player that has real serious England ambitions. Now, Rob needs to be better than averaging 30 as an opener. He needs to be averaging 40.
Yeah.
If he can do that consistently, if he can go better than that in the early part of the season and give himself a foundation, then he will get talked about. That's absolutely for sure. I mean, if he got out now, he'd be averaging 60 for the first 2 games. Okay, that's a platform.
Yeah.
That's the start. Smith awaits Hudson Prentice again, looking to drive, doesn't time it, so it's up to Hughes at mid-on.
Well, and certainly if you are a county cricketer and you are making runs on wickets, if you're not getting in the conversation, there is something clearly wrong with the way that the national side has been selected. Anyway, Robbie Yates batting really nicely. It's good cricket here this morning. It's good tight cricket, isn't it? Sussex know they can't leak runs here, but they desperately need wickets.
But yeah, I would ask how many batters have made a really compelling argument in the last couple of years as Hudson Prentice approaches once more, and Smith forward, head over the ball, defends into the leg side. Haynes comes in, do the fielding.
I mean, I suppose, I always felt that in terms of openers, and England have gone the way with Crawley and Duckett, but if you were talking about traditional openers, I always think Sibley has a good season. I think Hamid had a good season. I thought those guys were traditional openers who, to be honest, I'd have liked to have seen them walking out to bat in the first Test match in the winter.
Hudson Prentice approaches Smith once more, drives more fluently this time through a straight extra cover for 4. That's his crispest strike of the ball today, 22 to Kai Smith. 167 for 6, the lead up to 230. Certainly Hamid last year, his volume of runs did knock on the door.
Yes.
And his chance with England came too young.
Yeah.
And probably did more harm than good.
Yes.
At the time. Shown real maturity in the way that he led Nottinghamshire last year. Very impressive all round. County Championship winning captain now, Nasib Hamid. So I think he ticks a lot of boxes at this point. Smith pushes forward defence, end of the over, 167 for 5. And I think Dom Sibley, his international race may be run, I don't know, and I love Dom. I really enjoyed his time with Warwickshire. He was very committed, always did his best. I've seen him play some very attractive innings, to be fair, and he deserved his England chance when he got it. A little bit unlucky to lose it when he did.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, certainly not for the next couple of years, for as long as Brendan McCullum is in charge, that he's going to go down the Sibley route. Hamid, maybe. And I don't have much quibble with Duckett carrying on. I think he's done well enough to deserve his place. Crawley is the one I think has been very fortunate.
Yes, they've been very loyal. Henry Crocombe's going to carry on. 167 for 5 as Crocombe comes in around the wicket, bowls to Yates, who drives firmly. Good stop at backward point by a tumbling Jack Carson, and there is no run. So you need to add 63 to 167, which will get you 230. Is the Warwickshire lead. And these two this morning have been, what's the word I'm looking for? In comes Crocombe. Watchful. Around the wicket, bowls, and Yates is right in behind it, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. Circumspect. They've punished the bad ball. There haven't been that many bad balls. I think Sussex have bowled well this morning. And at this stage, as we sit here, it's very difficult to tell, isn't it, with the pitch. I mean, the pitch I think it's a good cricket pitch. There's been a bit in it for the seamers, but as Richard was saying yesterday, once the ball gets a little older, batting does look a little easier. Crocombe in his 12th over, around the wicket, bowls, ducks underneath, a short delivery down the leg side taken by John Simpson, and there is no run.
Yeah, what they've done so far this morning, with perhaps one exception from Kai Smith, is that they've waited for a loose ball, and then when the loose ball has come, if it's maybe over pitched, it's not that the bowling's been bad, but just the odd ball where they're trying to get movement and they're striving too hard and over pitching it, and those balls have been punished, but they're not trying to give away a freebie here wicket wise.
Crocombe in again, bowls to Yates, who again defends solidly to mid-off, and there is no run. The Sussex Museum is open for business if you're at the ground and you want to go and have a little wander around. Talking of which, we do have a quiz. Now, there are a lot of questions here that the museum put together. Some of them are actually really quite difficult, and in terms of the answers, they are going to be available on the Sussex Museum website. So I'm going to read some more of these questions out during the day, as in comes Crocombe around the wicket. Bowls, and forward comes Yates and plays to mid-on. There is no run. He looks completely unruffled, Rob Yates.
But you see, one thing I would say is if I'm Sussex, whilst I'm frustrated that I haven't yet got a breakthrough this morning, I'm looking at the way that Rob Yates and Kai Smith are batting and the weather, the forecast good for today and for tomorrow now, and think of actually a substantial score could be chaseable here once you get through that new ball.
Crocombe in again, bowls up on his toes as Yates plays down the onside. Good maiden over from Henry Crocombe. Good tight stuff from Sussex this morning. And some very sensible batting from Warwickshire. Maiden over, Crocombe has bowled 12 overs, one maiden, one for 44. Warwickshire 167 for 5. Yates 81, Smith 22. The lead 230.
In all three innings, the new ball at some point has created havoc. Now, with the Sussex first innings, it was interesting, wasn't it? They got to 58 fairly well and then subsided quickly to,
yes, they did.
To Bamber and Barnard. Ethan Bamber was laughing about it last night from the point of view that I said the key was he took 2 wickets in an over, and he said, well, it helps if somebody holds out at mid-on. But to be fair, a bowler can take some credit for a mistimed shot as well. But the previous wicket that he got was a good one when he got rid of Haynes. The wickets have tumbled in batches throughout this week so far as the ball beats the defence of Smith. There may have been a bit of an inside edge onto the pad.
I think there was.
Any hint of an appeal was very rapidly stifled. 2 slips in place. There's a point, which is Tom Price. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A short mid-wicket, Tom Haynes. That's distance, not height. Square leg is reasonably deep, pretty 12 yards in from the boundary. And there's a long leg as well in position for Smith. That short mid-wicket's an interesting position. It's stationary, hands on knees, as the bouncer is ducked under by Smith, who was a short man. It remains 167 for 5.
It's good county cricket, isn't it? It's attritional stuff this morning. No quarter being given, none asked.
It's just been proper combative cricket from the off, and I say this so often when I come to do a championship game, that you want to see every session contested because it matters, and that's absolutely what we've got between these two teams. Hudson Prentice once more. Forward is Smith, hoping to push it in front of point. But he got it too square and he's picked up by Coles. Not by Coles, by Price. I thought he did quite well. 26 minutes for the first cough there, Adrian. Dear, dear.
But a good partnership this. And when you think, Warwickshire were, lest we forget, they were 25 for 4.
Yeah.
When Bo Webster was out.
They needed at least one good partnership. They've now got a second. Smith is forward resolutely again and defends. And what they're trying to do at the moment is blunt this attack. In that Hudson Prentice in his 4th over of the day, 17th of the innings. He bowled, was it a dozen or so in the first innings as well, just checking, about 15 was it. So he's got 32 overs in his legs at the end of this, and that second new ball is another 25 overs away. So all of these are things that Ollie Robinson has got to weigh up. He's starting to limber up himself now, having not opened the bowling this morning. As Hudson Prentice bowls another bouncer, which Kai Smith once again ducks under.
Yeah, there's no... in terms of the Sussex plan, there's no way they can hold Ollie Robinson back until the new ball, as I say, 25 overs away. If you think, if Warwickshire were to score at 3 and over, that gets the lead well over 300, and the game... I'm not saying it would have been gone, but Warwickshire would be heavy favourites, so you'd think Robinson is going to have to bowl, I'd have thought, relatively soon. Interesting that he hasn't opened the bowling.
Might well be short burst today for everybody. As this was clipped in the air towards mid-wicket and it bounces about a yard short of Haynes. That is the area in which Smith got out in the first innings. Off Crocombe, he clipped one to Jack Carson fielding in that position in the first innings. So you can see why Ollie Robinson has got the man set there. and it nearly reaped a reward, as that was not too far short at all.
It wasn't. Henry Crockham's going to carry on. We'll have an update to our listeners in Surrey, Sussex and Kent in 3 or 4 minutes' time. The flags are fluttering away. They're more of a flutter today, aren't they? Yesterday they were always getting pulled off the flagpoles on the clock tower pavilion, but they're just sort of gently swaying in the breeze this morning.
Whoever tied them on did a tremendous job of it.
They did do a good job. In comes Crocombe around the wicket. In and bowls, and Yates with that traditional shot just plays the ball down the track, and there is no run and wanders away to square leg. He's faced 148 deliveries as Rob Yates for his 81. These two coming together when Ed Barnard was out. The score then was 106 off the bowling of James Coles. Still the two slips in place. Third man point cover mid-off. Mid-on a deep square leg and a fine leg as Crocombe races in again, bowls, and Yates again is forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run.
So effectively, Rob Yates has only played 3 scoring shots in the first half hour again this morning, and that won't be bothering him because occupation is absolutely part of this cricket match in the position that Warwickshire are in. It's not like they've got to accelerate for bonus points. It's about accumulating and moving the game on.
Crocombe in bowl, short, pulled away by Yates. Now he's going to get one as Hudson Prentice is quickly round. They think about a second, but good bit of feeling by Hudson Prentice. He gets in the throw. In fact, Kai Smith needs to duck to get out the way of the ball as John Simpson takes it. That was an aggressive shot from Yates. He goes to 82, total to 168 for 5. A couple of emails have come in. Tim Drew has been attached. Hi, Tim. He says, apologies, I'm not on the top deck of the pavilion today to give you my usual wave. Yes, you were missed, Tim. So I don't know whether the headsets are working. I'm assuming that they are. Yes, someone's raising an arm up there, which is good news. But Tim says, I'm at home, listening to you loud and clear via the Sussex feed. In comes Crocombe bowls. Smith forward, plays down the track. There is no one. He said, I'm still basking in the Albion's glorious victory at Birdley yesterday. The European dream lives on for another week. Looking forward to another good day of cricket from good old Sussex by the sea. I gather it was really cold and wet and horrible up in Burnley yesterday.
I mean, can I point out the Albion drew 0-0 with Millwall on Friday. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about the lot that play at the Hawthorns.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe bowls to Smith right up in the block. Oh, good delivery and well played by Smith, who plays it to mid-on. And there is no run. Actually, last time when I came to Edgbaston last year, I couldn't get a hotel in the middle of Birmingham, so I ended staying out sort of near Smethwick.
Did you?
Yeah, a long way out I was.
Near Smethwick?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't get a hotel within guidelines, Richard. I was out by the Hawthorns.
I think you could have appealed that. To be fair, I have been known to.
In comes Crocombe bowls, played into the offside. There is no run. About to do our update, but they're just saying on the travel news that there's a queue in Dyke Road, which is the main road off of Devil's Dyke down into Brighton, and I got caught in that a bit this morning. I think Nicky did as well. There's lots of diversions in place around Brighton this morning because of the marathon. So the first half hour of the day is gone. Jack Carson is coming into the attack from the sea end of the ground, but good tight cricket. Warwickshire have just added 14 runs this morning, but crucially they haven't lost a wicket, and the lead is 231 as Jack Carson comes into the account. So here we go for the update.
Let's get the latest from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching the third day of Sussex's game against Warwickshire at Hove. Morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Mike. Lovely weather here today, lots of blue sky, so a bit of a breeze. So for those running in the marathon, that may make it a little tricky running along the seafront. But nonetheless, it's dry, and Warwickshire have made a good start this morning. They haven't lost a wicket. They've added 14 runs there, 168 for 5. It means they lead Sussex by 231. Up at the Oval, Leicestershire have moved on to 373 for 4 in their first innings. Rishi Patel still going very nicely for Leicestershire. He's 139 not out. That in reply to Surrey's 520. And down at Canterbury, Kent, the game between Kent and Northampton's delayed start. Kent 119 for 6 when they get underway. In reply to Northampton, 684 for 2.
All right, thanks very much, Adrian. We will chat again in an hour from now.
Thanks, Mike. So no play down at Canterbury.
On a day like this?
Well, I can only think perhaps they got a bit of rain. In fact, as I came over Devil's Dyke a little earlier on, I looked out to sea, and I thought it was raining here because there were a lot of clouds around, but they just seem to have blown away in the last hour. So, anyway, in comes Jack Carson running in over the wicket to bowl to Kai Smith, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Very rude of me. I should have introduced Nikki Chowdhury to you. Hello, Nikki.
Hello, Adrian. Hello, all. Good afternoon. No, good morning.
Yeah, for another 25 minutes or so.
Another half an hour.
Jack Carson is back to his mark. So thank you, Tim, for your email, and you are excused not being at the game today. As in comes Carson, bowls, Smith drives handsomely onto the onside. They'll take one, they'll look for 2 here. Daniel Hughes is round quickly, and a good bit of fielding by Daniel Hughes, because they were certainly looking to take a second run there, Kai Smith. He goes to 23, the total to 170 for 5. This lead is sort of inching up now, isn't it? 233 is the lead. Carson, the sun has just disappeared for a couple of moments as Carson makes his way in around the wicket. Bowls, hit away by Yates to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Another single, so 3 singles off the over. They're making sort of slow progress, but
steady progress.
That's a great word, steady progress, because they haven't lost a wicket, and that's the key for Warwickshire here this morning. Sussex desperately need to pick up a wicket if they can.
Yeah, this partnership now worth 65.
Carson in, bowls, Smith is forward, head right over the ball, dabs it into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 171 for 5, Yates 84, Smith is on 23. Another email from John Malone, who's a regular contributor. He says, hi Adrian, Richard and Nikki, coming through loud and clear via the stream in a windy Bexhill on Sea, which is just along the coast from Brighton. 5 quick wickets please this morning, you Sussex lads. Says John. John, thanks for getting in touch. And Neil Watson has also been in touch. A lengthy email from Neil. Thank you so much for getting in touch. We have been talking about the quiz that the Sussex Museum set. Now, the museum are quite keen that the answers to the quiz we direct you through their website, because they quite like to keep people guessing all through the game. And there are a few more questions which I will read out, Neil. So, but in terms of your answers,
There's lots of questions that we'll read out. There's 10 of them in total.
Yeah.
And a round of applause is heard around the ground as Ollie Robinson takes the ball.
Well, what I will say, Neil, is that your answer to question 2 is correct about the amount of grounds Warwickshire have played in a city in.
Here's Robinson from the Cromwell Road end, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Yates, who's on 84.
That was a real. That was a. I mean, that delivery from Ollie Robinson was about half pace, wasn't it?
It was. It was
a
very
real loosener.
Very slow motion. Guess he's warming himself up. But lots of active people around Hove and Brighton today.
Active people.
Active people. Obviously with the marathon going on, but then there's 10Kers and there's just people out and about.
It's always a busy place, Brighton and Hove. It's sort of extra busy today.
Robinson into Yates, who shuffles back and almost yorks himself with this one as he looks to guide it to deep third and ends up playing a little bit early, and that goes to point instead. But yeah, good luck to those who are running the Brighton Marathon. It's very hilly, Brighton. It wouldn't be nice, would it? Going up and down all those hills, unless you're a runner, but
well, I'm
not in this lifetime.
I'm so impressed. Jack next door operating the stream. He's run the 10K already, and now he's at work. So top work, Jack. Well done.
Robinson in now. Yates ducks under this one as it goes through to Simpson. Short ball from Robinson, but not much carry.
A bit worrying, actually, Neil, who got in touch about the quiz, because he said that there were some glitches on the stream yesterday, so he didn't hear the answers. But I say, in terms of the answers, they'd like those to go on the to the museum. I'll give you their details.
Robinson makes his way back to the top of his mark. So a slip, deep third, point mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, a normal square leg and a fine leg, as in runs Robinson now, and this one's just back of a length and it's played on its toes by Yates. Turns it to Tom Haynes, who's at mid-wicket. Looks like they have a plan here for Yates. It's not very often that you would see a field like this. Deep square leg, who's roughly 10 yards off the rope. Then we've got a backward square leg. And then not far from him is Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's that fine leg. Looks like a short ball might be on the way, as in runs Robinson now. And it is another one that's ducked under by Yates. He's watched this well. It hasn't got much carry, so it's pretty much just skimmed over the top of Yates' helmet. And just as we run through the field, we're going to have a change in the field, or a swap around. Maybe it's not going to be a change. It is going to be a change. We're going to have someone round the bat as a helmet is being run on. They've got a plan here, Sussex. They went home last night. And they're going to try and execute it. Jack Leaning has got a helmet. Pops it on. Gets himself in check with the required protective gears that one needs to wear when they're up close round the bat. In he goes at short leg as Robinson sets off again now to Yates, who's off the back foot on his toes, drops this into the offside and scampers away to the non-striker's end. That will conclude the end of the over as Ollie Robinson takes his sweater from the umpire, and Warwickshire 172 for 5. Yates with 85. He'll keep strike. Smith with 23. As the breeze blows. The breeze blows. Try saying that after a few on a Friday night. That's going to be difficult, but it's a lovely, lovely morning here down at Hove. Spectators still coming in. It's not as gusty as yesterday. Well, it doesn't seem as gusty as yesterday. I guess those who are sat at the top half of the member stand, as Carson is in now, and this is driven down towards deep point by Yates. He'll take the single. If you're sat at the top of the members' pavilion, then you might be a better judge of if it's as gusty as yesterday or not. Carson, right arm over the wicket now to Smith, who's on 23. Jack Leaning at a very silly mid-on. And down on one, he goes to sweep, and this will and should go all the way. He's hit that quite firmly, has Smith, and it does. Into the covers. Ball is retrieved, and that has gone for 4. Gets Yangling on that sweep very nicely, does Smith. Gets it around the corner. Makes it difficult for 45 to cut that one off. Carson ready to go again. He'll have to adjust his line. As he does, and this one worked off the back foot down towards deep mid-wicket. Single will be taken. Just going very steady here, Warwickshire. Rotating strike. Slip and leg slip in place now for the left-handed Yates, who's on 86. As Jack Carson comes round the wicket from the sea end, comes wide of the crease, gives it a bit of flight, and this is driven back past Carson and straight to Robinson, who's at mid-on, but slightly wide of him. They come through for a single. It's a long way down to the ground for Ollie Robinson to retrieve that delivery. Smith back onto strike here. As Carson skips through over the wicket, and he's worked this off the back foot towards 45. There's a misfield. They assess the second run and they decide against it. Just gives you an indication of the pace of the wicket, that Smith's been able to work quite a few of these deliveries off the back foot, although they might not have been as short as you would stereotypically. As Carson is in now and round the wicket, this is just nudged to mid-wicket where Tom Haynes fields, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Warwickshire 180 for 5. Yates moves on to 87, Smith on 29. And players making their way across the field. I believe it's the last day of the Easter holidays as well, as kids will be going back to school tomorrow. So it's a good day to come down to Hove, get your last day of the Easter holidays in, watch some cricket, some good cricket. We've really have seen it all over the last few days. There's Robinson. Is all set to goes. At the top of his mark, he just dropped his run-up disc. And turns and sets off now down the slope towards Smith, who's forward and defends this. Ball goes square to point. It's fielded by Jack Leaning. 2 slips in place, and Rich is back.
Yes, whilst we try and deal with some technicals for those people who are hoping to listen online at the moment. So
there's always technical issues.
There's always something, always a gremlin somewhere. But, yeah, I mean, Sussex would like to fast forward these next 21 overs and get their hands on another new ball. I think that's...
How do you fast forward some overs?
Well, you're trying to get through them as economically as possible, while still being a threat if they can be.
Robinson in to Smith, who's forward and solid in defence. The ball goes straight to extra cover. We really have seen some good cricket though over the last few days. It's ebbed and flowed, as we mentioned yesterday. Certain sessions have belonged to Sussex, some belonging to Warwickshire, and right now this partnership very, very strong.
Yeah, if you had the election swingometer on this game, it's gone mad. It's been flicking from one side to the other, sometimes quite sharply in one direction.
Absolutely. Robinson in now, and this one clipped off the legs, down towards fine leg. He'll take a single. Very nicely played by Smith.
So Kai Smith starting the season because of the hand injury to Alex Davis, which means Alex can't keep wicket. 38 against Surrey last week, 53 on Friday.
So he's got some rhythm.
30 not out today. Yeah, I just think he's seizing his opportunity a little bit.
Just adjustment of the field here. They've gone back to the plan for Yates against Robinson. I feel like there's going to be a few more short deliveries this over as Robinson's in and a short ball is bowled and Yates ducks, and this goes through to Simpson.
So what have we got? We've got a long leg, we've got a deep leg gully, we've got a deep square leg,
wow.
We've got a short leg and a short mid-wicket. We've also got a silly point. There's no slip, but there is a short gully. And then there's a mid-off who is fairly close as well. In fact, where's he going to go now, Crocombe? It's, apart from third man, it's a fairly unorthodox field.
Yeah, you don't see this often. Robinson in again, short ball, and this is played well by Yates. He's on his toes and drops the ball right in front of him, and Leaning picks it up on the bounce.
Right, so is the line showing it's connected there?
Such a mind game as well, though, because if you're Yates, you'll look at this field and you know what Robinson's trying to do, but then you have to be so cautious to think, actually, he could just play a bluff and not bowl me a short ball, and I've got to make sure I'm ready to go, ready to get forward, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble. And now he's decided to come round the wicket, Ollie Robinson. And this one's left alone. Another short delivery goes through to Simpson, and that will conclude the over. Just one run from it. Warwickshire 181 for 5. Yates with 87. Smith on 30.
You've got to try something if you're Ollie Robinson. You know, the same as using the spin at this end. They're not necessarily that convinced that they're going to necessarily take wickets with it, but it's what you have to do. You've got to put some pressure on. You never know whether somebody's going to play a silly shot. These two have played with real restraint this morning. They haven't tried to take any risks. They want to occupy as long as possible. The partnership between them now is worth 75. So, that was after the 81 added between Yates and Barnard. Quite a recovery from 25 for 4 when the game had swung in Sussex's way. Carson will continue, the tall off-spinner. As Kai Smith is driving towards a straight extra cover. And there's no run. Feels like people can hear behind the screen today, and that you can hear Adrian trying to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
That's how hard we work to make sure everybody can hear what we're doing.
Poor Adrian's really trying to fix this.
Yeah, it's a stressful moment in the day. He's floated up, turned into the leg side. There's a comfortable single there, 31 to Smith.
Does that mean we're nattering away and no one can actually hear us?
No, far from it. Anybody who is watching the pictures on the Sussex feed can hear us.
Oh, okay, that's
Hello,
good.
you lot. And there are people in the ground who are listening in their earpieces.
How do those earpieces work? As in, do they connect to some sort of frequency at the ground?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's kind of like radio, isn't it? That's what it is. There's a sweep here from Yates. He's jammed on top of the ball. He'll get a single down to long leg. He's to 88, 183 for 5. The lead 246. Yeah, effectively, it's just it's a very narrow frequency that you can get, that you can pay for, and it's basically very limited in its geography.
In its radius, okay.
Once you've walked about 100 yards to the ground, you shouldn't be able to hear it. Is the theory? It might be. I mean, depends on the weather how far you can hear it, really. But
What happens if you're maybe in one of those flats?
as the ball is swept by Smith, reverse swept for another single. He's 32. Well, I mean, you won't be able to see much through the scaffolding, would you? If it's those flats
I
you're
would
referring
be
to.
really irritated if I had a flat there and I could not see out to the ground, because what a view, incredible view, and it's been disturbed by
Yeah.
scaffolding
Yeah.
during the cricket season.
I know. Carson fires this one in a little bit, but Yates just jabs it back, stays on the cut strip. Yeah, no, it would be quite annoying. There's a bit of darker cloud that's gone overhead in the last 5 minutes, but it's moving on quite quickly, so we're missing that one. There was the slight potential of the odd shower during this session, but so far we've avoided them. Carson floats this up, driven by Yates, square on the offside. Should only be a single as Coles closes in. He is the one Sussex man wearing a white floppy hat. And that over was milked for 4 singles. 185 for 5, Warwickshire, and the lead closing in now on 258. 89, Smith 32. It's been impressive performance from these two. Did you trip there? You can have a sip or something, but I didn't want to interrupt your sip. But did you trip the light fantastic last night?
It's not going out, so it's not
Party night?
I went home and I was in bed by 9:30. It was
Excellent.
ideal.
Very good.
It was a very long day yesterday. So much action. The excitement got to me as Robinson's in, round the wicket now. And another short ball, which Yates ducks under.
9:30 with a book? Are you reading a book?
No, I was watching a bit of Netflix.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. There was a new series that has dropped, well, a new season of a series. And I thought I would maybe binge watch a few episodes and then head to bed.
You're not going to reveal what series it was.
No, because I don't want to be judged.
It'll be a Nicky recommendation.
No.
Tell me later when we're not on air.
Yeah, absolutely. Not on air.
I might like to watch it.
You might, who knows? Now the short ball and Yates ducks under, but this ball is really not carried. And that was very close to skimming his helmet, actually. Interesting bounce we've seen today, actually. We've had a few really go through to John Simpson's gloves, and then some, Simpson's having to really take it on the half volley.
Yeah, I've always felt since early on that it's slightly too paced, this wicket. He's done well to get underneath that. It's interesting how much close company he's getting, Rob Yates, for a man who's on 89. Ollie Robinson coming up with a good idea of pressure.
In he comes again, short ball. This one has carried through to Simpson. And it's also been signalled a no ball.
Yeah, that was a real effort delivery from Ollie Robinson, and as a result he overstepped coming round the wicket.
Well, if he's going to be doing this, and this is his plan to dismiss Yates, it's been, what, 2-3 overs of him coming in and non-stop banging it in short. I don't think he's going to be able to bowl a very long spell.
No, I don't think he's intending to either, but you also got to stick at it if it's going to work. Now, they're just switching things around a little bit. They've got a square leg who's in a bit closer.
Just waiting for a little lapse in concentration from Yates as well.
Trying to make him do something he doesn't want to.
Get frustrated. This is not as short and it's more back of a length, and Yates is forward. Blocks it straight to silly point.
The rate of run scoring has not been something that's bothered Rob Yates at any point in this knock.
No, which I don't really think it should, especially in this format. If you're worried about the rate of run scoring,
Yeah.
in a situation like what Warwickshire were in, they could have just put their head down. Well, they have just put their head down and got on with it, which is what's been needed as Robinson is in wide of the crease. This is played very late by Yates. He opens the blade off the front foot down towards deep point and will run across to the other end and will probably breathe a sigh of relief as he's not having to be peppered by Ollie Robinson's short balls.
I don't think it's bothered him, though. That's the thing. And, Rob Yates can play the pull shot, but he knows not to in this situation. Don't give anything away. He's only added 15 runs in 55 minutes today, but that's not a problem. Warwickshire want to defend a good position. The lead is 251 now.
Robinson over the wicket now to Smith, who's forward and turns this behind square. He'll come through for a second run. Very quick running. He's almost had skates on.
It's nice wristiness about that shot, wasn't it? Digging it towards that short square leg boundary. Good piece of fielding. And then it's quite a short throw. 190 for 5. That no ball earlier in the over, by the way, I mean, to be fair to Sussex and the discipline, this is the 62nd over. The extras count is just 5. That's pretty impressive.
It is. Sussex have bowled well, though, throughout the course of this game.
I think the second string seamers less so in the second innings. I think that was part of the story yesterday with Price and Crocombe.
Robinson into Smith, who's forward and does a nick, and it's gone straight into the gloves of Simpson. And Sussex, they get that breakthrough. It's taken almost an hour on day 3 to get there. But this partnership between Yates and Smith finally gets broken by Ollie Robinson.
And it's going back to his stock in trade for Robinson there, to the right-hander Smith. It's getting that just back of a length, bit of extra bounce with the height that Robinson has, and just that faintest of edges to Kai Smith. But Smith nonetheless has had a really good game for the Bears. Half century in the first innings, 34 in the second innings. He can hold his head high, and he's still got his wicket-keeping duties to do. But off the back of an 81 stand between Yates and Barnard, they back it up with an 84-run stand, which puts the lead at 253. But that wicket immediately, with Sussex, you start to think, OK, we've got one. Throughout this match, it's been hard for batters to get in. Can we knock Chris Woakes over? Can we knock Jordan Thompson over?
Well, Robinson was trying to make this plan work to Yates with the short ball, but I don't think he'll mind that he didn't pick up the wickets of Yates. He's picked up the wicket of Smith. And out strolls Chris Woakes to the middle. As a round of applause is heard round the ground. Woakes having scored 64 in the first innings.
I'll put it this way, if he was to score 64 in the second innings, Warwickshire are going to be in a great position. But equally, if he gets out cheaply, then you've got Jordan Thompson at 9, whose natural game is to be quite belligerent. Then you've got a genuine 10 and 11 in Booth and Bamber. And suddenly Sussex thinking, well, maybe we might only be chasing 265, 270. That would be their ambition from here. Mm-hmm. I have got a scoot to go and do a report. I will come back ASAP if Adrian's still working.
No worries, I'll see you in a bit, Rich. I believe we're going to have a change in bowling from the C end as well.
Yes, we've connected to Tunbridge Wells.
We are, and it's going to be Tom Price taking over from Jack Carson as he just rolls his arm over to Daniel Hughes. Sussex going to be very happy that they've managed to break that partnership. It was getting rather frustrating for them. It's going to be Price to Yates, who's on 90.
I'm not being rude. I don't quite know what you want me to do. We've dialed the number. The people
A slip in place
know what they want to do. We're commentating on the game.
as Price is in round the wicket, wide of the crease, and this is played off the hip straight to mid-wicket by Yates. Looking at the field, slip, backward point, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg in place.
It's not a problem on the ground. It isn't a problem on the ground. We've just done a live radio update into BBC Radio.
And there's a mid-wicket completely
The ICN is connected. It isn't a problem
missed.
here.
Whom I completely missed.
People wouldn't be able to hear.
As Price is in now, and this is back of a length, and Yates tries to push this on the rise to Dan Hughes, who's at mid-off. Just getting a little bit overcast, some darker looking clouds coming over the ground, but nothing too threatening. It's blowing over pretty quickly actually with the breeze as Price runs in, and this is a fuller delivery, just is driven straight to Hughes off the toe end of the bat of Yates.
People contacting us, so I'm really not sure what I'm meant to be doing here. Is there a number you can broadcast support? How are you ringing to try and sort this out?
Poor Adrian's still trying to sort out the technical difficulties.
I think we're doing everything we can here. I'm not really sure what else we're meant to be doing.
Clock has just struck 12. First hour of plays done and dusted. As Tom Price sets off with his orange soles flicking away, and he's gone 10 steps into his run-up and decided, actually, right, lost my rhythm, let's turn it back and go again. He's ready to go. In he comes now to Yates. And what a brilliant catch at mid-wicket. Yates off the back foot, looking to flicks it uppishly to short mid-wicket. And what a brilliant catch that is. Sussex now having taken 2 wickets in the morning session. And Yates will have to go. A hard-fought 90 for him. Showed so much patience, calm temperament. But James Coles with the catch. Good innings from Rob Yates comes to an end. 10 fours in that innings, 90 from 177 deliveries. But gets dismissed by Tom Price off a brilliant catch by James Coles here at Hove. And now Warwickshire 7 down. Looking at the replay, the reactions from that catch. Some of the Sussex players couldn't quite believe it was taken. It was quite the grab by James Coles. And with that grab, brings Jordan Thompson out into the middle. Likes to keep the temperament up, I'd say, Jordan Thompson. The tempo up with his style of batting. Be interesting to see how he approaches this. As he takes his guard and takes a stroll towards the square leg umpire. A quiet first hour for Sussex, and then boom, Within 5 minutes, 2 wickets. As Price is ready to set off. No change in the field here for Jordan Thompson. Price is in and Thompson forward in defence. Ball goes to Tom Haynes, who fields at cover. And there's suddenly a buzz around the ground. It seemed like Sussex were just getting a little bit flat, a little bit hum after a bit of static play, as Warwickshire were building that partnership between Smith and Yates. Now have a bit more of a spring in their step. In runs Price now, and this one is defended. Nudged to mid-wicket, and that will conclude the over. A wicket maiden for Tom Price. A brilliant over from him. Warwickshire 190 for 7 with 2 new batters at the crease, Chris Wokes and Jordan Thompson. Both yet to get off the mark. Lots of cricket going up and down the country today as well. Yesterday was the opening weekend for the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup in Tier 1. And today we will be seeing the women's Tier 2 sides get out and get their first fixtures of the season under their belt as well. Derbyshire taking on Middlesex. Derbyshire currently 76 for 2. Glamorgan versus Gloucestershire, match delayed due to poor weather. Leicestershire taking on Sussex. Sussex currently 87 for 4. Up at Grace Road. And then Northamptonshire taking on Kent, currently 139 for 2. It's Ollie Robinson, sets off from the Cromwell Road end, 2 slips in place to Chris Wokes, who's forward, and this one just jugging off the surface back into Wokes. He takes his bottom hand off the shot as the ball just drops in front of him.
Is Matt having problems dialing in as well?
Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex versus Somerset. Essex trails Somerset by 18 runs with 4 wickets in hand. Surrey versus Leicestershire at the Oval. Surrey, who posted 520 all out. Leicester currently 409 for 4. As Robinson's in now and Wokes solid in defence. Ball goes to extra cover. Yorkshire versus Hampshire, currently no play at the moment because of rain.
When you listen on the website, it says there's a technical difficulty.
And then Nottinghamshire versus Glamorgan. Glamorgan require 458 runs to win. As Notts posted 279 in their first innings.
Yeah, I agree.
Glamorgan were bowled out for 113. As Robinson's in, and this is a short delivery that Wokes defends to mid-off. Then Notts in their second innings posting 311, and now it's Glamorgan's turn to bat. They require 458 runs to win. As Robinson makes his way back to the top of his mark, and the ball's gone round the field. I think nearly everyone on the offside has played touch with that, as it gets flicked back to Ollie Robinson, who collects the ball and sets off again down the slope to Chris Wokes, who's forward, looks to drive, not quite cleanly. Toe end of the bat goes to mid-on. Rich is back. Hi, Rich.
The undulating nature of this game continues, doesn't it?
It does.
Both set players out. Very interesting. Like the same that Sussex would believe that if they could make a breakthrough, then maybe they'd only be chasing 265, 270 at the end. They may well be feeling that way at the moment.
Absolutely. Got a silly mid-wicket in now. As Robinson sets off. Wokes is forward and defends. The ball goes to Leaning, who's fielding at cover.
Great bit of work from James Coles to take that catch, wasn't it?
That was a fabulous catch, and it almost happened in the reactions from the Sussex fielders was almost in slow motion because they couldn't quite believe that he'd taken it. It was fabulous, brilliant reactions from him.
I think it was almost a little bit of credit as well to Rob Yates in that they were starting to run out of ideas because he'd batted so well for his 90.
He's back on the website.
This one clipped away and uppishly. Is that a chance put down at mid-wicket? Was there a hand to it? I think there was, but the ball has deflected and run away to the boundary. And that will also conclude the end of the over from Ollie Robinson. 4 runs from it. And Warwickshire 194 for 7.
It may well be that we are back with you online via the BBC Cricket homepage, and if so,
can you message us?
I'm told that from hearing in the background, Adrian has been working with various people feverishly for 25 minutes to get back to this position. Credit to him. He's found it quite stressful, which it is when things happen that are out of our control. But it has afflicted more than one game today. But we are doing our level best. It'll be Tom Price to continue. It's the ball right arm round the wicket to Jordan Thompson. 12 half centuries in his first class career, high score of 98. Pushes it out into the offside and there's no run. He likes to play his shots. It's a question of whether this is the moment or whether it isn't the moment to play that way. I mean, another 50 runs would make a huge difference here. But equally, if the 3 wickets tumble for 10, it's gripping, isn't it? That's why we like coming to this, isn't it?
Absolutely. Take your eyes off it, you missed something.
Price round the wicket, driven by Thompson. He over-pitched there, but he won't be punished. It's only a single towards the mid-wicket boundary. 195 for 7, the lead. 258. So Wokes has had a semi-life with the ball deflecting off the hand. And it's going to be sort of a very, very difficult chance they offered there.
Okay, well, how do I speak to the ops team? How do we do this? Because we're not going out, so we're not really getting anywhere, are we?
I'm not sure if we are actually going out now.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
Right, when are you going to call them now? Right, what number are they?
Once more, in comes Price. Short, pulled round the corner by Wokes. He'll get another single. He's 5, 196 for 7.
What's the on the mobile phone?
Technology, eh?
Sorry?
Doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, I'd like to blame AI, but it's not in this case. For most things in future years, we'll be able to blame AI.
I don't think we can be worried about AI taking your or my spot here.
I don't know, it could happen.
Do you really think that a robot would be able to commentate on Tom Price running up from the C end?
Price into bowl to Thompson, defends, no run. There you go. That's about as colourful as it would be. That was a relatively accurate description, actually, but yeah.
See,
bit of pace off from Price now. He's got John Simpson standing up to the stumps with the helmet on now. He's got terrific hands, John Simpson, so more than capable of standing up to a seamer. Just the one slip in place. I'm not going to do a robotic commentary for another ball. That was enough.
I think that's just proved to us that AI should not be taking over the job of commentators.
It would take some of the richness and colour out of it, that's for sure. This one around off stump, defended into the offside, no run.
Do you really think AI would be able to talk about the towels that were hanging on the balcony? I don't think so.
But today there are no towels.
There's no towels.
No towels. No towel Sunday.
So I don't think AI has those capabilities.
It has cut my ability to describe the area around the playing surface at Hove in half. Now that there are no towels to describe, I need something else to occur over on the balconies away to our right. Disappointing.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, true. Price round the wicket, digs it in a bit more. Onto his back foot goes Thompson, defends out to Haynes in the cover area. End of the over. And Warwickshire 196 for 7, lead by 259. Took it to Ethan Bamber last night, saying it was impossible to say what a good score is for the fourth innings, what a chaseable score is. But he said, well, let's go by the old theory that you want to set them to score the highest score of the match. So if Warwickshire get beyond 204 here, then Sussex will have to get the highest score of the match. So that's probably the next little thing to tick off, as Ollie Robinson is going to continue. And he'll want to make the breakthrough sooner rather than later, as much as anything for his own legs, because he's put in another good stint. Having not opened the bowling, he entered the attack after a few overs at the far end from Crocombe. 1 for 34 from 15. Classic Ollie Robinson dismissal, the one to get rid of Kai Smith. Beautiful ball all around off stump, little bit of extra bounce, nicked through to Simpson. Now we'll see if he can repeat it against Wokes. He faces now, just pushes the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. But a cloud hovering over the far end of the ground, away from the sea, but I say hovering, it's not hovering, it's motoring. It's going quicker than Nikki did for the last 15 minutes of her journey in. That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, I got a little bit busy as I approached Hove.
But you knew it was going to be.
I didn't know that road was going to be shut, actually. So then I had to go on the other road, where everyone decided to drive on that today.
And he's got him. Robinson through the defensive of Wokes, off stump, cartwheeling. Crucial change of direction in the last 20 minutes in this match. Robinson with his second wicket. Wokes has gone for 5. The tail is now exposed. This match is going to enter its final chapter in very interesting phase. Warwickshire, 2 wickets remaining, lead by 259.
Wow, things have really changed course in the last 30 minutes of play. 3 wickets to fall for Warwickshire. That was a lovely delivery there from Ollie Robinson. Cleaned up Chris Wokes. And well, this might just completely change the course of action for the rest of the day.
But what it does demonstrate once again is that it's hard to get in, and wickets do go in a flurry, and it's happened yet again. You have an hour of relative calm, and then all of a sudden action starts. Ollie Robinson makes the breakthrough, and a great catch from James Coles to hand Tom Price the wicket of Robbie Yates, the most precious wicket, as he'd made 90.
Yeah,
And now down to the genuine tail with Michael Booth coming in at 10.
he lost the wicket of Smith, Yates and Wokes now in the last half an hour.
So we're at a point where every run is worth its weight in gold. What a fascinating game of cricket. It's not been easy for the batters this week at Hove, and sometimes that can make for a really interesting game of cricket, and this is certainly bearing it out. We've got 2 fine seam attacks.
Yeah, so this lead currently 259. I didn't try to do some quick maths, I just thought I'd use the calculator.
So did you genuinely use a calculator to do 196 plus 63?
Yeah, because I wanted to...
Generational, it's generational.
No, I would...
It's generational.
I do normally do maths in my head, but given the fact I wanted to say it quickly rather than and ah about it, and then it's even more embarrassing to get it wrong. As Robinson's in, down the hill, and this one down the leg side. Sussex think that Booth has got some bit of willow on it, but I do not think so.
I'm not sure they do think that he has, but they're offering the umpire the chance to decide that he might have done. I don't think there was a great deal of conviction.
The way
about
the
that
ball
appeal.
just kept going down the leg side and drifting away from him, he would have done it would have been very impressive for Booth to actually get some wood on that.
Yeah, I think he might have needed to be a better batter to have got some wood on that. The truth be known.
Here's Robinson over the wicket. Booth forward in defence, ball squirts to point.
It's a really wriggly game of cricket, this, isn't it? It's
Wrigley game, I like that, definitely.
you just don't quite know where it's going. And I just think that with the amount of positive batters that Sussex have got, if one or two of them come off, the target between 250 and 300 is going to be very much doable. Warwickshire have got to show that they could use the new ball as effectively as it's been used in the first 3 innings.
This time defended to mid-on by Booth. Yeah, Sussex will now be itching to get these final 2 wickets.
Could find themselves batting before lunch, of course, if the innings ends before 10 to 1.
Still struggling to sort out all the technical difficulties, aren't we?
We will press on for those who can hear us, because they're finding a way.
Robinson in. And this time Booth nudges this to short mid-wicket. We'll conclude the end of the over as well. Warwickshire 196 for 8.
Good round of applause, well earned by Ollie Robinson, leading by example. 2 wickets in the first innings, 2 wickets in the second innings. To go with 5 that he got last week, so that's 9 wickets so far this season for him. At about 16 runs apiece. In fact, you look at this Sussex attack, Crocombe as well and Hudson Prentice, the 3 of them have got very, very presentable averages at this point in the season. Tom Price, who didn't have any success last week, has also got 4 wickets in this match. Now it'd be interesting to see what attitude Jordan Thompson takes here, whether he feels that with 2 tail enders to bat with, he now has to try and bludgeon some runs. First ball of the new over from Price, he plays very straight in defence, and there's no run. It's a difficult equation. He might decide he plays normally with Booth, and then has to be more positive with Bamber. But the best laid plans don't always work that way. Bright sun at the moment over Hove, as this ball is driven up towards mid-on. Ollie Robinson does the fielding. Well, there's no run. 196 for 8. The new ball, 13 overs and 4 balls away, that I think may not be relevant now. If it is relevant, it's good news for Warwickshire, let's put it that way, if they reach that point. Thompson 1 off 9 so far, facing Price. That's very full. He's looking to drive but doesn't time it. It scoops over the umpire and fielded by Ollie Robinson.
It was a proper hack, wasn't it?
It was not a shot of elegance. Thompson made 21 in the first innings, and his maiden knock for Warwickshire last week against Surrey, he scored 25. Well, trust me, if he gets anywhere near 20 here, that's precious runs. Wicketkeeper's going to stand up again now. Simpson punches his gloves together as he squats down behind the stumps, behind the left-handed Jordan Thompson, who just pushes forward in defence. And it goes out towards mid-wicket, where it's scooped up by Coles, still the only sun hat wearer. Both umpires in gloves today, by the way. Just the one yesterday, but Graham Lloyd is joining the trend.
See, I think they probably heard you and thought, right, Rich doesn't really approve, so let's wind him up a bit. And let's both wear gloves. Or maybe they're wearing mittens.
There's more than one element to what you've just said. But anyway, let's contemplate Price coming in once more. And that beats the bat of Thompson, thunders into the gloves of John Simpson. There's 2 things. One is that they really shouldn't be listening when they're out there. So I think we can disregard that.
Maybe they went back on the stream.
Or somebody who knows them has told them.
Yeah.
You know, they could be being watched. Can you imagine if the umpires have a loved one who watches all their umpiring?
Wouldn't that be so cute?
It'd be kind of sweet, wouldn't it?
It'd be so cute.
It would
That's what real love is.
That'd be some commitment, wouldn't it? Thompson again beat on the outside. I think he half pulled his bat away from that. That's a good maiden over from Tom Price. The score remains 196 for 8, a lead of 259. And the second thing is, I don't think they're going to be bothered to do something to spite me. You know what I mean? I mean, they might want to spite Adrian or you, but they're not going to want to spite me.
But that would be really cute now. That's all I can think is the
loved one of an umpire.
Yeah, watching
the games they stand in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe they prefer certain dismissals. Maybe they have a little debrief at the end of the day.
Even my mum doesn't listen to a day of cricket commentary, let me tell you. She'll listen to me doing the football, but...
Right. Before I go completely off track, I shall make way for Adrian Harms.
I'm hoping that means there's some better news, but I'm not entirely convinced whether there is. No, at the moment, the issue continues. Short ball here by Ollie Robinson, and Michael Booth says, OK, I'll latch on to that. Stands up and whacks it to the square leg boundary for 4. Robinson testing whether Booth fancies the ball up towards his helmet. He dispatches it quite well, and that brings Warwickshire up to 200 for 8. A lead of 263, but Adrian, this game's fluctuations continue.
Yeah, I've been rather distracted trying to sort out issues between various head offices, which don't seem to be working. But we know we're going out from here, which is the good news. I've got an update to do in a few minutes. So
Robinson left alone outside off stump. So yes, I think there is probably another solution we might be able to try later in the day that would affect other things now. But but. Right now, what we've got is this extraordinarily compelling game of Championship cricket, which, deep into its 7th session, has offered so much. Still could end today, still could go well into tomorrow. It's extraordinary, but the fight back led by Ollie Robinson from about 55 minutes in today has been excellent. As he bowls now to Booth, forward in defence, back down the track.
Well, it's what you want, isn't it? You want your strike bowler, your leader, to lead from the front, and you just had the feeling the game was starting to drift away from Sussex. But as we said right through this game that 1 wicket has led to 2, has led to 3, and it's
carried on very much that way.
Yeah, I mean it's still Warwickshire got the runs on the board, haven't they? I guess is that the key? We shall see.
I think it's going to be tight. I really do. Robinson striding in once more to Booth, who's driving, doesn't time it, but they will come through for a single. Thompson was late setting off.
If he hits, he's out.
Yeah, if he hits it, certainly close. It was a good throw from Haynes, but he was slow getting going there. I think he agreed to the run fairly early in the piece.
Yes.
Booth goes to 5, 201 for 8. For those like Adrian who may have been distracted for the last half hour, stand of 84 for the 6th wicket was ending. Now, Ollie Robinson was bowling a lot of short balls to Rob Yates and had very leg side field. But he was bowling conventionally to Kai Smith, and a classic Ollie Robinson ball just back of a length, got up a bit, nicks through to Simpson, and Smith, who's batted very well in this match, was gone. The next over, Rob Yates trying to flick Tom Price off his pads. Brilliant tumbling catch at mid-wicket by James Coles. It was a proper snare, that. Yates out for an outstanding 90. It's the innings of the match so far, that's for sure. And then Robinson with that, again, very Ollie Robinson dismissal, the cartwheeling off stump as he got past the outside edge of Chris Woke's bat. He was playing inside the line of it, and he was gone for 5. Those 3 wickets coming for the cost of 6 runs. And now Warwickshire have added 5 more, and they'll add another one to it because it's clipped off his toes by Jordan Thompson. It's a square leg for a single. He's to 2, and the score 202 for 8.
I see we're perhaps being lucky with the weather because they're off at both the Oval and Lords for rain.
And a delayed start at Canterbury as well.
So we have been lucky.
I think the
hope our luck holds.
The suggestion is on the radar that we've probably missed the worst of what we could get. There's quite a lot of guff a bit higher up, but it seems to be largely going past us. We could clip something. As Robinson comes in to bowl to Booth, who almost drags it onto his stumps. It bounces up and over them. And to tell you how straight it was, John Simpson just stands there and lets the ball roll against his right foot. 202 for 8 at the end of the over, 265 the lead. And we've got just over half an hour till lunch.
We have. And I guess from Ollie Robinson's point of view, he's probably thinking here, Sussex don't have a game next week, so let's just keep on bowling. You know, he can put his feet up for a week before they head up to Headingley to play Yorkshire. So Sussex can afford to give everything here. But ultimately, it's going to be all about how well they bat and how well Warwickshire bowl.
If they're going to win it, Sussex, they probably need to bowl Warwickshire out before lunch, I think.
Yes, I would agree with that.
But, you know, I say the 10-11 are genuine 10-11 here in Booth and Bamber.
Tom Price is running in from the C end of the ground, around the wicket, in and bowls to Jordan Thompson, who plays down the track. There is no... I just wonder whether... I mean, Jordan Thompson does hit a long ball. I wonder whether he's thinking to himself, whether a quick 20 or 30 here might be better than picking up ones and twos.
But he might wait for the ninth wicket to go down to do that. But equally, he could go himself before that. I mean, I think it's a bit of a quandary. His natural instincts are to strike a clean ball, but we'll see.
Price in bowls to Thompson, who drives a good shot. Yeah, beautiful shot between cover and extra cover, and that's run away for 4 runs. Just over pitching there was Tom Price, and he can score very quickly. Jordan Thompson, lovely shot. He goes to 6, the total to 206 for 8, which makes the lead now 269.
And best thing about that shot from a Warwickshire point of view, that's a very low risk shot.
Yeah.
It's over pitched, and he smites it wide of Hughes. He was fairly deep at mid-off, but that was always going past.
Yeah, proper cricket shot, wasn't it? They're now playing again at the Oval, so there's obviously a lot of showers around today. As Price makes his way in again, Simpson standing up to the stumps. He's in and bowls, defended by Thompson to backward point, fielded there by Carson, and there is no run.
Some impressive seagullage going on at the moment. It's the loudest they've been since Friday. Maybe they've been watching the marathon.
I'll do my update, and then I will resume my phone calls to various parts to see if we can get this sorted out. There's Price in again around the wicket, bowls played into the offside by Jordan Thompson. They take a quick single throw, comes in from Charlie Tier, who's on the field for somebody, 12th man running across from cover, so someone's off the field. I'm going to quick look around to see who that is. It's not Robinson. It could be is it Hudson Prentice who's off? I think that's Henry Crocombe at backward point.
I think that was a well-judged single on that occasion. I have to say, Adrian, it may be, in terms of the technicals, waiting until lunch might be the...
Yeah.
I don't know, is Tom Alsop still coming up?
No, he's not now.
Ah, okay.
In comes Price, bowls and defended down the road. There we go. So we're working on the radio, which is the good news.
And then going towards East Sussex, the A21, the Kent-Sussex border, closed in both directions.
Price wanders back towards his mark.
London Road and John's Cross Road. And then over to Sheppey to Minster on Sea.
Comes in to bowl to the right-handed Booth, who's 5 not out, is in and bowls, and Booth defends into the offside, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. So, Price, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. I think he might have trouble getting the ball out of Ollie Robinson's hands, and it's down to him these days, because he's the skipper, so he can decide when he bowls and when he doesn't bowl, but I think Sussex will be very keen for him to keep going, having picked up those couple of wickets.
I think he has to keep going for now, because, you know, 271 would be the target currently. That's going to feel quite doable. Don't really want to get it beyond 300 if they can avoid it, so, you know, this is one of those moments where, even prior to captaincy, he'd try and put the team on his shoulders.
Shall I do this just while they come for the update? Robinson in and bowls, and Thompson lets that one sail over his shoulder into the gloves of John Simpson behind the stumps, and there is no run. That leg side field, 5 men patrolling the leg side.
Cricket update.
Now let's get the latest from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching the 3rd day of Sussex's game against Warwickshire at Hove. Good afternoon, how's it looking there?
Hello, Mike. Well, this game has dramatically turned in the last half hour or so because Sussex have picked up 3 wickets. Warwickshire now 207 for 8, and that comeback really inspired by the skipper Ollie Robinson, who's bowling magnificently. He's picked up 2 of the wickets. Tom Price the other one, and the main wicket that to get out was Rob Yates, who batted beautifully for Warwickshire. He's now gone for 90. Warwickshire 207 for 8. It means they lead Sussex by 270. Up at the Oval, they've had a few interruptions for showers, but they're playing again now. Leicestershire 421 for 5. They trail Surrey by 99 runs. And down at Canterbury, a delayed start, I'm afraid, because of rain. Kent 119 for 6 when they get going. Northamptonshire yesterday making 684 for 2.
It's a tale of 2 cities. Thank you very much, Adrian. Adrian Harms there, watching the cricket at Hove.
So, see, what you can't hear at home is that Adrian and I have just both heard a Dickensian reference that we have no idea why it was used. That's all I'm going to say. I'm tantalising.
Tale of 2 cities.
But I've no idea why you said that. But there we go.
As he was comparing Canterbury and Brighton for
Yeah,
something.
but you gave 3 scores out.
Yes, I did.
In 3 different cities.
Yes, I did. You're quite right. Robinson down the hill comes in and bowls to Thompson short again. Thompson lets that one go. Taken by Simpson, no run.
It's interesting this for Robinson. There are 2 reasons to persist. Partly he thinks Jordan Thompson, as he did in the first innings, might pull the ball. So he's got probably 5 people out on the catch on the leg side here. Thompson doesn't want to play that shot. It does restrict the scoring when you've got a tail ender at the other end. But it also means that Ollie Robinson is expending an inordinate amount of energy trying to get the ball up over head height again when the ball is nearly 70 overs old. It's a bit of a difficult balance here for him.
Robinson in bowls to Jordan Thompson, who's up on his toes, plays into the offside. There is no run.
But Thompson can't play the pull here.
No,
He just can't.
No.
He's got long leg. He's got this deep leg gully, as I've been referring to. He's got deep backward square leg who has to be just in front of square, otherwise they'll be revisited in the bodyline series. There's quite a deep square mid wicket. There's a short leg, and there's a very, very wide and deep mid on. I mean, it's a really puzzling field. Now the short leg is now going to silly point. There's 1 ball left in the over. Now they're going to send for a helmet. Adrian Harms' rule would say that you can't do that till the end of the over. I know, it's got to be even. But yeah, so on comes the substitute fielder or 12th man or whatever. Basically, it's a bloke in a gilet. And he hands a second helmet. So there'll be a second close-in fielder at short leg. There's 1 ball left in this over, which presumably he's going to dig in.
Yeah, short leg and a silly bit off in place as in comes Robinson. The lunch vouchers arrive. Robinson in bowls to Jordan Thompson, who turns it onto the leg side. In fact, he's turned it all the way past that leg side field. He's picked up 4 runs. Well, it's got... well, he said he couldn't take on that leg side. He's placed it directly between James Coles and Finn Hudson-Prentice for a boundary.
Well, there's 2 things here. I mean, that ball wasn't quite as short, which is why he was tempted to play the shot, because he thought he might play it with more control. James Coles has not read it at all at this sort of deep leg gully. How on earth he's found a gap to get that through for 4? Only Jordan Thompson or somebody who studies maths will know. The lead is 274. I'm not sure that was the best choice of shot we've seen today, but Tom Price is now going to continue. He's bowled pretty well this morning, Tom Price. 1 for 21 from 9 overs in this innings. Thompson on 11, Booth on 5. They've added 15 very useful runs because we are at that point in the game now. Those margins are tight. And it's Booth to face. He's wrapped on the pad, but that was going down the leg side. And it trickles out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Keep on using the word absorbing for this game. It certainly fits what we've seen again this morning. Elsewhere, Essex on the brink of defeat against Somerset. 203 for 8 in their second innings. They lead by 4, which isn't going to get them far, I don't think. As this one just back of a length is guided into the offside by Booth, and there's no run. At Trent Bridge, Glamorgan needing 478 to beat Nottinghamshire, a 54 for 1. Leicestershire have done very well at the Oval, 421 for 5. They're 99 behind Surrey. But Rishi Patel is finally out for 164. But that's a great innings from him. Wicket there for Jordan Clark. Pricing once more to Booth. Pushes it out into the covers. No run again. Raining at Headingley, where Hampshire 119 for 3. Lead Yorkshire by 193. At Bristol, Gloucestershire, who were the little matter of 430 runs behind on first innings against Durham, is 71 without loss. As Adrian was saying, delay for rain at Kent, so no play there. So once more, Price approaches, and forward again in defensive Booth, picked up in his follow-through by the bowler. At Old Trafford, Derbyshire 262 for 4, trailed Lancashire by 89. Harry Kane made 83, Brooke Guest is 70 not out. Martin Anderson, who made big runs last week, has just gone for 54. 2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson, who gets a bus pass later in the year. No, he's oldie but a goldie. And Middlesex have been set 262 to beat Worcestershire at Lords. They're 13 without loss. Once more, Price end is driven by Booth. Behind square on the leg side. Should just be 1. Takes Booth to 6. 212 for 8. And Sussex women playing Leicestershire. That game at Grace Road. And they're in a bit of bother. Sussex 129 for 6 in the 33rd over. Being held together by Bella Johnson, who's 57 not out. Price it onto the pads of Thompson. Guides the ball towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 212 for 8. Breeze is as quiet as it's been in 48 hours here, which is good. Very pleasant afternoon. Free entry here today. I think you kind of meant to book it in advance, but I'm sure there's the opportunity to come in. Henry Crocombe's going to come back on for another spell here.
As am I.
Oh, Nikki is back. So I'm trying to get over a little coughing fit again.
It's done pretty well, actually, Rich. It's been over an hour since the last one.
It's so bad this week that you do have to count the minutes, don't you? But you've saved me with my bottle of water, thank you.
No worries. Crocombe in, down the hill. And this one's pushed towards mid-off, and that will race away down towards the boundary. That's actually been timed better than it looked by Booth, and that's gone all the way.
I know what you mean about better than it looked. It was quite a punchy shot, wasn't it? But he has caught it really sweetly. But it wasn't an elegant drive. You're quite right. Did we give the Sussex women score there? They're losing too many wickets today. 129 for 6 against Leicestershire. It's raining, mind you, at the moment there.
It's raining a bit everywhere, isn't it? Apart from here. Was Crocombe's in, and this one's back of a length, just dabbed down towards deep third, Hudson Prentice Fields. A single is taken. Poor Adrian's really trying to get this to work, and I wish I could be of more help, but I have no idea what's gone on, how to fix these things, who to call, what to say.
I know what's going on, and I know who he's calling, and I know what he's trying to achieve, and I understand his frustration, because we're sitting here and our kit is working, and he's able to do his reports for local stations. They're hearing them just fine. So
this is like a HQ problem, is it?
Yeah, I think that would be one way of putting it. But hopefully we can
Get it
solve it during the lunch interval.
Right, Crocombe coming round the wicket now to the left-hander as Thompson ducks under and lets this short delivery go through to John Simpson.
This stand worth 21. very, very useful runs. The lead 280. They'd love to get it beyond 300.
We're not. But we know the equipment we've got here is working. So I don't know if you want to speak to the people.
More people in than yesterday, aren't there? 'Cause,
There is. It's a nicer day than yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
It's not as gusty as Crocombe turns and sets off another short ball, which is ducked under. And with the way this field looks, it's exactly the same field as what Ollie Robinson had to Yates when they were giving him the short ball after short ball. They're doing exactly the same field here for Jordan Thompson.
Coles and Hudson Prentice are so close together. Hudson Prentice stretching as if he's going to have another little burst himself from the C end.
Well, I'd be surprised if I didn't see him come on, really. I think it's probably the right time for him to come and see if he can finish off the tail of this Warwickshire batting line-up. As Crocombe is ready to go. Short ball, and Thompson on his toes defends into the offside. He looked a bit uncomfortable with that one, actually, did Jordan Thompson. And I do think we'll be seeing Finn Hudson Prentice. He's going through all the stretches. It looks like it's a bit of a yoga class going on down in front of us.
Yeah, it's not extravagant stretching, is it?
No, it's a lot of the hip movements now. He's got both his hands on his head and he's moving left to right.
This is my mobile, which is 07752.
Crocombe to Thompson. Short ball. This is flicked off the legs uppishly on the back foot. 2-2-2 is the call, and 2-2-2 they shall take. As that will also conclude the end of the over. It does. And Warwickshire 219 for 8.
Yeah, not Hudson Prentice time yet.
But he's really now he's like going with the full arm swing stretch.
Yeah.
Now they're going cross body up and down, and hands up to his head and down, then across himself.
Sounds like you're at one of your Pilates classes now.
How did you know?
Do you do Pilates?
I do.
Oh, there we go.
I've got into the whole.
Zumba?
No, I did Zumba when I was younger. My school used to do Zumba.
Is it right in Zumba you're meant to always start to the left?
I don't know. Got 2 left feet. Don't ask me.
In a couple of minutes I've got to go and do a report into half-time of a football game. So I don't want you to feel abandoned.
No, don't worry. I know you'd never really abandon me, Rich.
It's Tom Price to continue. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Booth, who forces it out into the offside. So again, we've got 2 batters in double figures. Once you get 2 batters in double figures, things sometimes look a little bit calmer. Sussex are about 4 minutes away from knowing they don't have to bat before lunch as well. So they'll be quite pleased with that. We could get a delayed lunch, of course.
We could.
If Warwickshire are 9 down at 1 o'clock.
Oh. Do you like a delayed lunch, though? I've not had breakfast this morning.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Price in, pushed down towards backward point. No run, good tumbling stop there. I did manage to pick up breakfast on the way today.
What was for breakfast?
I went to a Turkish coffee shop, and with my coffee I got a spinach pastry.
Oh, okay. How was that?
It was really tasty.
Nice.
Really nice and soft in the middle.
You know, I love
Crisp
it
on the
when
outside.
I love it when you pop into a cafe or a coffee shop and you get something and it unexpectedly turns out to be really good.
Yes.
It's such a good start to your day.
Price to Booth. It just leans out the way of that short ball. There's a display of pastries. They've got a little counter on top of the main counter, a little sort of display cabinet, and they are very proud of what's in it. These are all they're homemade. So they're homemade. All of these
Did you
are
get into
homemade.
a proper conversation as well? Sounds like you did.
They were quite shy actually. It was quite a young couple running it, but the coffee was decent. But the pastry was very, very good.
I thought you were going to say you ordered Turkish eggs, but you didn't.
There's a no ball from Price, oversteps as he bowls to Booth. 2 more added to the total. That's still 219, 221, 221 for 8. Well, no, that would have because whatever I was having, I was carrying it here because I wasn't early up this morning.
You were. Well, you had an eventful night last night, didn't you? By the sounds of it.
Yeah.
catching up with your cousin?
Still in bed
Out
by
in
20
Brighton
past
and
11. Out in Hove last night. Definitively Hove.
Brighton tonight then.
As next ball is driven by Booth into the offside, shouldn't get anything. Oh, there's a misfield. They then have a bit of a stop-start and they decide in the end to stop. I'm going to nip through and just do an update. I will come back if necessary.
No worries, Rich.
We'll see what Adrian's up to in a minute.
Tom Price making his way back to the top of his mark towards the CN. The breeze gently making appearance again here at Hove. It's a lovely cricket watching afternoon though. As Price is in now, and this is short and pulled away, and this will find the boundary as well towards deep square leg. No protection out there, and it's been hit firmly by Booth. That boundary will take Warwickshire to 225.
Well, it's a useful stand, this, isn't it? Just as Sussex thought they may have broken the back of the Warwickshire innings, what Sussex won't want here is suddenly a 30 or 40 run partnership here. Good news for Warwickshire, though.
Price up the slope, and Booth advances down the wicket and defends the ball to mid-off. And that will also conclude the end of the over as Tom Price collects his sweater from the umpire, and Warwickshire 225 for 8. Thompson on 13, Booth with 15.
Yeah, it's just, what did that last wicket go down at, Nicky? In fact, Henry Crocombe was coming on here. We were... So I've been slightly out the loop here as I've been trying to sort out all these issues. 196 for 8. So this partnership is already worth 29, is that right? And they're just useful runs, aren't they? Every run is every run counts in every game of cricket.
Do we have any clarity on the situation? The technical...
I can't do any more.
Okay.
We're connected here. We're doing everything we can do. The problem is between our studios in Kent and Salford, and I think the people in Kent are doing everything they can do. So well, people online can't hear us, but obviously people can listen to us on the YouTube channel and through the Sussex website, which is at least good news. Henry Crocombe is running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to John Thompson, who has a bit of a heave at that. Henry Crocombe thought he'd glove that through to John Simpson, but there is no run. There's a fine leg down in front of us. James Cole's at backward square leg. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Then Daniel Hughes in there at short leg, mid-off, cover, and a third man. They're just the one slip in place as Crocombe is in bright sunshine bowls to Jordan Thompson, who ducks underneath that one through to John Simpson. No run. I mean, the important thing here is what the lead is. And it's edging now towards 300, 288. I don't know, everyone sort of has 300 in their mind. Nick Evans saying, if it gets to 300, it's going to be tricky. I don't know why that's any different to sort of 294 or something, but I don't know, perhaps it's just a landmark figure, isn't it, as Crocombe is in again, bowls, Thompson's beaten outside the off-stump, good delivery by Henry Crocombe.
I feel like it just sounds like a bit more of a solid number, doesn't it?
I don't know, in my own mind, I just sort of feel that if you said, would you rather now be Ed Barnard or would you rather be Ollie Robinson in their position? I think with runs on the board, I think I'd probably rather be Barnard at this stage. Mm-hmm. I just think I think having the runs on the board in this situation, but that could change pretty quickly. Let's see. Crocombe in around the wicket, bowls. Thompson eases this one down to third man, picks up a single. He goes to 14, to 26 for 8. What I think will give Sussex a degree of hope here is that the wicket's playing well. Sussex bat really deep. So it's not as if it's a target which is completely out of range, is it? If we were saying again it was, the lead was 450, you might think, well, that's just, but below 300 with a good batting lineup, Sussex are still in with a decent shout here. Crocombe in over the wicket, bowls, and Booth, I think that hit his foot, didn't it? And the ball goes down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So the lead at the start of the day was 217. And the lead now, as we were saying, is 289. So if Sussex could pick up these 2 wickets now, I think they'd have thought, well, that's fair enough. Crocombe in. Bowls. Oh, he's going to get more runs here. Is Booth down towards third man. Is it going to race Finn Hudson-Prentice? Oh, well fielded, Finn. That's really very good. He's only saved a single, but that just shows some of the commitment there from Finn Hudson-Prentice. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. He went herring around the boundary, pulled the ball up just inside the rope, got up, got the throw in. I hope he's all right. Is he puffed out, do you think, or has he hurt his shoulder or his knee?
He's touching his left knee. Might be a combination of a bit of both.
Well, he had to bowl a lot this morning, and he had to run the wrong way around the boundary edge there. He's just in a bit of discomfort here, is Finn Hudson-Prentice, just down below us. Maybe he's just sort of jarred his knee, or I think he's okay. He's suddenly staying on, and we've got a change of bowling, and we're going to see a bit of spin. James Coles is going to come on from the C end of the ground. 5 overs for 25. Sussex can't afford. I mean, this is quite a gamble, isn't it? Because certainly Jordan Thompson does hit a long ball, and Sussex can't afford to concede, another 20 or 30 runs here. That being said, James Coles could pick up a wicket, so we shall see, Nikki. Over to you.
Here he is. In now, short ball, and this is pulled away, and this will head towards the boundary. It's a very, very long chase there in the deep for... Can't make out.
Jack Carson.
Jack Carson. He's run over from deep backward square leg towards deep mid wicket, but unfortunately, ball won that one, and that's headed off to the boundary.
That wasn't a great ball, unfortunately, was it?
It really wasn't.
Help yourself, really. Booth goes to 22.
Can't bowl there and not have any protection out in the deep. Another short ball pulled away, and this looks like it's going to be a repeat of the ball before, and it is. Back-to-back boundaries here for Warwickshire.
Well, you make a change of bowling, but you've bowled 2 long hops, and you've gone for 8 runs, and Sussex can ill afford that, having kept it so tight this morning. Well, they're going to have to give... the horse is rather bolted here. They're going to move Tom Clark back to defend that leg side boundary, but it is a gamble with a spinner, is it? Michael Booth has just stepped back and just cracked those both for 4 runs.
This one flatter and slightly fuller, which is defended straight back towards Carson.
What that does do is to take the lead to exactly 300. By my maths, is that right? Yes.
Carson in again, and Booth tries to work this off the back foot, and it's gone straight to cover, where it's fielded by Robinson. And he comes again.
Oh, that nearly got through.
It nearly did, but well watched by Booth. Plays it late off the back foot down to deep cover for a single.
Still showing a delayed start down at Canterbury, We've been very lucky here, Nikki.
Yeah, Cole's now coming left arm over the wicket to Thompson. And he skips. And this is defended respectfully to Leaning, who's at mid-wicket, and that will also conclude the end of the over. Warwickshire 238 with a lead of 301, as it's written in large font on the scoreboard here at Hove.
Yeah, that was an experiment that didn't really work, wasn't it? Ollie Robinson has changed things around generally really well in this game, but James Coles will be disappointed with that over. We are going to get one more before lunch, though, Nikki.
We are.
Which is entrusted to Henry Crocombe. There's Big Cunnick coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A new ball will be available in 5 overs time, which comes Crocombe, bowls short, pulled away by Booth. That's gone a long way. That's gone for 6. He's heaved that away into the pavilion as Michael Booth. That's a big blow. He goes to 33. Well, we say in county cricket that there are no down the order people can bat, and this is now a really productive. This partnership is now worth 48 between these two. Just as Sussex thought they were through the Warwickshire innings, Booth 33 in 33 balls. Crocombe in again, bowls. He's in again, pulled it away, and that's gone for 4 more. Or has that gone for 6? No, it's gone for 4. Booth goes to 37. And this is getting away. That's the 50 partnership up, you know, between these two. Extraordinary stuff, because 196 for 8 when Chris Wokes was bowled by Ollie Robinson, and all of a sudden Booth has come in 37 off 34 balls. Crocombe is back to his mark. It's gone 6-4 in this over. Comes in, bowls again, turned it down the leg side. It comes off the pad. It's just going to be a single. There's 11 off the first 3 balls. There was 9 off the last over. So it's 20 off the last 2 overs. There we are. And the 50 partnership, 53s in 62 balls in 44 minutes. And a very important partnership as far as Warwickshire are concerned. Crocombe coming into Jordan Thompson, who's been rather eclipsed in this partnership. He's on 14. In comes Crocombe bowl short, and Thompson just ducks underneath it through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. So Sussex, I just feel a bit 'cause I know it is ridiculous, but when the lead's sort of 280 odd, but now it's over 300, you think, oh, that's a lot of runs.
It's your mind playing tricks.
No, it is playing it totally. It is totally mind playing tricks. In comes Crocombe round the wicket, bowls. Thompson is forward, plays to the offside, and there is no run. So 1 ball to go until lunch. Been a good morning's cricket though. Warwickshire on top initially, Sussex fighting back, but this partnership worth 50 for the 10th wicket. For the 9th wicket, we saw a partnership of 66 for the 9th Sussex wicket between Ollie Robinson and Jack Carson yesterday. Crocombe, last ball before the break, comes in and bowls short. Jordan Thompson ducks underneath it, and that is going to be lunch. 249 for 8. As we go off with Jordan Thompson on 14 and Michael Booth on 37 off just 35 balls, has really given some impetus to this Warwickshire innings. A half-century partnership. Sussex look a little bit deflated walking off, Nicky, and not surprised because they'd really fought their way back into the game.
Yeah, they definitely did, especially after that first hour, and then those 3 wickets that fell in quick succession of Smith, Yates and Wokes, and now just seeming a little bit flat, because I'm assuming they would have liked to have gone off now, having bowled Warwickshire out, but that is not the case at the moment. Warwickshire really held their nerve out there, and they will have to be coming back out after lunch here, Sussex.
They will. There'll be a new ball available in 4 overs, but Sussex will hope to wrap things up by then. But whatever happens, Sussex are going to need to score over 300 here if they are going to win this game. So thank you, Nicky. Apologies for our technical issues we've had this morning, and we'll be back with you after lunch. Lansbury a delay, but Kent in trouble. They're 141 for 9 in reply to the mammoth Northamptonshire total of 684 for 2.
All right, thanks very much, Adrian.
Thanks, Mike.
Glorious afternoon. If you're watching cricket, do enjoy the
Please welcome back to the Sussex, led by captain Rothesay. And to resume the second innings, please welcome back to Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to Hove in the sunshine. We're about to get underway after lunch with Warwickshire 249 for 8, which is now a substantial lead of 312. We're about to get underway after lunch. It looks like it's going to be Jack Leaning who's going to be bowling for Sussex. The first time that Jack Leaning has bowled in a Sussex shirt. A new ball is only 4 overs away, so that might well be in a bit of the thinking to rattle through these overs, but a really good partnership here between Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth has put Warwickshire in a very strong position. In comes Leaning, around the wicket, coming to bowl first ball after the break, bowls to Michael Booth, who just plays it onto the onside and picks up another single. He goes to 38. Richard Wilford next to me. I just wondered, Richard, whether that partnership before lunch, the way Michael Booth batted, could have been the decisive partnership of the match, because suddenly over 300 seems a lot of runs for Sussex to chase.
It does, and another 30 or 40 would make it even harder, wouldn't it? Which I think is what Warwick should be looking for if they can.
Leading in, bowls, Thompson drives into the offside, no run.
It's been interesting because Booth is not, and it doesn't start easily, and he's relatively inexperienced cricketer, but as you see, he can strike a clean ball.
Well, I think he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? Leading in, bowls, forward comes Thompson, who's showing admirable restraint here. I mean, actually, when these two came together, I was thinking, I was on commentary with you, and I think I said, well, Jordan Thompson will be the one who might just take a few chances here. But Michael Booth has batted really nicely, leaning in, bowls. That's a full toss driven by Thompson out to the offside. They'll pick up a couple of runs. Jack Carsten's quickly round, but not before another couple of runs are taken. And the total goes to 252 for 8.
I think ultimately it was the right way round for it to be Booth playing the shots.
Leaning. 3 or 4 paces in and bowls. Thompson is forward. Basically, they're going to take a quick single here. James Coles needs to move to his left, gets in the throw. Taken by Simpson, but not before they've gone through for another run.
For the first time in the match, the body language is a little bit flatter from
No, I would agree.
Sussex.
I would agree. I think that half hour before lunch, leaning in, bowls, forward comes Booth, turns onto the onside. They've taken one, they're going to think about coming back for a second. Well, they won't come back for a second, but really in that over, Warwickshire have picked up almost 5 completely risk-free runs. 254 for 8, which means the lead is extended to 317.
Really interesting to see that Ollie Robinson is going to bring himself straight on here.
Yeah.
In that they can't afford just to bowl 4 overs of spin or a bit of dibbly-dobbly medium pace and give them 25 runs. They've got to knock it over. The new ball 3 overs away, and look, crash bang wallop. It all ends very quickly. 320, 325. There's reason to believe that could be doable.
Yeah.
But
although Sussex will have to bat really well.
They will, but also Warwickshire have got to bowl as well with the new ball as both teams have done up until now. As Robinson comes in to bowl to Booth, who defends the ball out into the leg side, and there's no run.
I see Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up as well. just down in front of us. So we're going to have, you got this over takes us to 78. I guess maybe Leaning bowls another, then Robinson, and then Hudson Prentice with the new ball. Or
Well, they could go with him straight away.
yeah, they could. I think I'd be inclined to be honest, because
But bowler tight over, and then you've got the new ball in the next one. So
well, they've milked Leaning for 5 runs in that over, without really taking any risks.
whereas Booth will have to be a lot more watchful against Robinson. He tries to drive him through mid-wicket, but he doesn't time it at all. It's picked up by Crocombe, who rings his right hand. He wasn't going very quickly towards him. I don't know whether he's actually making the suggestion that will have wrung the hand of Michael Booth, because so modestly was it timed. Decent atmosphere inside the ground today. Some people
There's more people
taking
than
up
I
the
thought.
option of a free ticket today.
Yeah, I agree.
Robinson, such a tall man, into Booth, on and around off stump, just back of a length, and dabs down and knocks it to point, where once he's picked it up, Finn Hudson-Prentice takes the opportunity to have a bit of a practice delivery.
I think he's batted really well, Michael Booth. I mean, certainly before lunch, I mean, a big 6 into the pavilion off Henry Crocombe, and the runs were coming apace.
Robinson in his 19th over of the second innings. Approaches once more. Booth driving straight for. He unlocked himself with a straight drive for 4 in the session before lunch. That's what got him going. He's up to 43 now, and a score of 258 for 8. The lead 321.
And Robert Jackson's been in touch on Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. Talks about Ethan Bamber, who's coming in at number 11. He got a 100 last season. Richard was talking about that. It was he came in as night watchman. I think,
It was a smashing innings. He really played beautifully against the Essex attack, with Porter, Cook and Snater all playing. Robinson is in once more, pushed up towards mid-on. There's no prospect of a run there. No Simon Harmer, because I think he was becoming a father that week. But yeah, it was a really good 100. In the end, he got unravelled in the final session the day after coming in. As much as anything but the fact that he was exhausted. He'd never batted that long in school cricket, club cricket, nothing. He'd never made a 50 in any form of cricket, even as a kid. Robinson in to Booth once more. Can he squeeze it past mid-wicket? He can't. Good diving stop there by Crocombe. End of the over. Another productive one for Warwickshire. Booth 43, Thompson 17, 258 for 8.
Well, when Sussex do come to bat, they just need to tell themselves that it's still a good pitch, isn't it? I mean, there's been a little bit in it for the seamers. Sussex do bat very deep, as do Warwickshire. It just feels like a lot of runs. Jack Leaney's going to bowl again from this C end of the ground, so 2 overs until a new ball would be available. But I tend to agree with Richard that Sussex need the wickets. Leaning in, bowls to Jordan Thompson, who full toss, and he clips that to mid-wicket and picks up a single.
Even now, what I've liked about Warwickshire largely in the second innings, but for a moment Ed Barnard would love me not to remind people of when he played a bit of a daft shot. They've taken what they've been given.
Yes, they have. Leaning in, bowls. Booth swings onto the leg side, and it's gone for 4. I just don't think this has worked, this little experiment, to be honest. I mean, Jack Leaney's been milked for 5 runs in his first over. He's now gone for 5 in the first 2 balls of this over. A bit like the experiment with James Coles before lunch, when he went for 11. And Sussex just cannot afford to leak runs here.
I mean, look, they'll feel that Booth is a candidate to hole out. They didn't feel he was necessarily in control of that. There's an orthodox square leg going in there to cover that gap.
Leaning in again, bowls. Booth is back and hammers the ball away through the offside, picks up a single. But he showed he can bat, Michael Booth, and he's on 48.
Yeah, he's 2 away from what would be his second first-class half-century. But he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket. He was playing as an overseas player prior to this season. Now he's qualified.
Leaning in, bowls to Jordan Thompson, who is playing a very watchful innings at the far end. He's been rather eclipsed by Michael Booth. 18 off 43 for Jordan Thompson, 48 off 45 for Michael Booth. In comes leading again bowls, right up in the block hole. Jordan Thompson defends. Down the track, John Simpson has to trot from behind to field. Thank you for your email, James Trollope. Thank you all for getting in touch. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. Leading last ball of the over, in and bowls to Thompson, who just watches that one go by outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. End of the over, 264 for 8. Warwickshire.
We welcome listeners to Sport Extra as well. It's been a fascinating game, this one at Hove. We've seen so many twists and turns. Both teams have had periods where it looks like they're on top, but there feels to have been a bit of a sort of decisive breakaway, a bit like a 5,000 metre race. The sudden acceleration by Warwickshire's number 10, Michael Booth, where he hit 4 boundaries in a couple of overs, won a big 6 into the upper tier of the pavilion, even admittedly it's a short boundary on that side this week, but he's 48 off 45, and this stand of 68 for the 9th wicket with Jordan Thompson has been significant in building a substantial lead. Ollie Robinson, the last over potentially with the old ball. Ball short, and he's launched high in the air. He's going to be caught surely at mid-on. It was in the air a long time, but Booth trying to reach 50 with another big hit gives Ollie Robinson his 3rd wicket and a crucial breakthrough. 327 the lead for Warwickshire, 1 wicket remaining, but Michael Booth has played a very useful hand for his team, eventually out for 48, caught by Daniel Hughes off the bowling of Ollie Robinson.
Well, it was a super knock, Richard, wasn't it? And these 68 runs that these two have put on could be absolutely crucial runs, because Sussex had just really fought their way back into the game. A couple of wickets for Ollie Robinson, 1 for Tom Price. But Michael Booth gets a really good hand from what's turning into a decent crowd here at Hove this afternoon. He's put back to ball, and that just could be the innings which swings the match in Warwickshire's direction, because this is now a really useful lead for Warwickshire as the last man, Ethan Mamba, wanders out. Free to get in here at Hove today. You had to apply for tickets online, and I wonder whether a few people have been watching the marathon down on the seafront and have decided to take in the cricket this afternoon, because it's actually quite pleasant out of the wind, and a decent crowd has built up during the day.
It's still breezy, but breezy is a considerable improvement on the blustery that we've had for the
and cold
first couple of days. Yeah, it has been. I think it's still fairly cold, but a bit warmer than yesterday. Ethan Bamber comes in, and now if Bamber can survive the next 5 balls or turn the strike back over to Jordan Thompson, the character probably switches, and that Thompson now may go into a more aggressive mode. Robinson full value for his 3 wickets in the second innings, 5 in the match, 5 for 92 in the match. 327 the lead, 1 wicket remaining. Robinson into Bamber, who leaves the ball back of a length outside off stump. It goes through to John Simpson.
Well, a new ball would be available in 4 balls time. I can see Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up down in front. It's probably been the pick of the Sussex bowling. I think probably Hudson and Prentice and Robinson between them have been the 2 best bowlers for Sussex. They picked up the majority of the wickets.
Yeah, they got 5 each between them in the match, or 5 each in the match, not between them, 10 between them. They've led the attack really well. As Bamber awaits Robinson and plays and misses outside off stump. He's got his head down over where the ball might be, but I'm not sure he's looking at it. Ethan Bamber. Yeah, we were saying earlier that century at Chelmsford last year, something of an outlier for Ethan, but he is the sort of cricketer that will always be looking to improve. The post-match interview that day was the post-play interview. There was an element of disbelief and exhaustion. It's on a rather more competitive surface, I'd have to say as well. So Robinson is in, and Bamber plays and misses outside off stump. There are 2 balls left in the over, and if Jordan Thompson's mind wasn't entirely made up about what he might do if he gets on strike again, then the events of this over so far might just have consolidated them. A little hop and bounce from Hudson-Prentice as he continues his warm-up, and now he's been sent deeper from backward point down to 3rd to potentially allow a single off one of the last 2 balls. They'd rather have Bamber on strike. as he waits, springs his knees a little bit and then tucks the ball into the leg side, though not very far. Didn't get much bat on that. And it's Crocombe who comes into field from mid-wicket.
Well, it's a lot of runs for Sussex to chase. Paul Farber's was saying last night, and I think it is true here at Hove over the last couple of seasons, that the pitches have tended to flatten out as the match has gone on, and Sussex will be hoping that's going to be the case with this one. With the sun out and a decent breeze as well, probably hoping to dry it out.
And so once more to Bamber. That's a good lead from Ethan Bamber. And the end of the over. 327 remains the lead. I think the other thing is that the new ball has been very effective in that it's claimed really 5 or 6 victims in each innings before it's got soft. You know, the first 30, 35 overs have generally done all the damage here. Warwickshire will want to ensure, if they can, that the target is a 2 new ball target, that they might have the opportunity to take the second new ball. That's still a reasonable number of runs. Now Sussex, if they are going to get close to it, they're probably going to get close to it at a fairly good run rate because of the nature of the way that they bat. So you know, it might equally be in their mind that if they want to win this, it needs to be at 4 and over.
That's a good point. The new ball has been taken. And you probably heard the announcement there that Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to take the new ball. Hudson-Prentice, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 44. Ollie Robinson, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 48. Will tell you just how well these two have bowled. And I want to talk about Ollie Robinson and his fitness. Well, he's bowled 20 overs in this innings, he bowled 15 in the first, so 35 in the match. Shows that he looks in pretty good nick, Ollie Robinson. The field is fairly widely flung here for Jordan Thompson. In comes Hudson-Prentice, around the wicket, bowls to Jordan Thompson, who plays the ball down the ground. He could have taken a single, but elected not to, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who comes into field.
It's also worth noting, Adrian, that this morning when he bowled quite a few overs, some of them he was bowling leg theory. He had the field out in the deep, lots of catches in the deep, hoping to trigger Rob Yates and Jordan Thompson to play an injudicious shot to a short ball, and he was expending an awful lot of energy. He was digging the ball in really, really hard, which is something I know Brendan McCullum has asked bowlers to do in recent years when England are chasing wickets.
Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Jordan Thompson, hammers the ball down the ground straight to Ollie Robinson, who's fielding about 10 yards inside the boundary. Again, Jordan Thompson could have taken the single but elected not to. There are 2 slips in place. 2 men out on the fence on the leg side, at deep square leg and at cow corner. Robinson about 10 yards inside the fence at mid-on. Daniel Hughes a similar distance at mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a 3rd man. So plenty of options for Jordan Thompson to pick up one if he decides to do so. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Jordan Thompson hammers this one down the ground. He's going to get caught by Ollie Robinson, who's underneath it, who makes no mistake at all. Ollie Robinson takes the catch. Jordan Thompson departs for 18. And well bowled Finn Hudson-Prentice, who picks up his 4th wicket of the innings. 4 for 44. 3 for Ollie Robinson. And what we now know is that Warwickshire are all out for 264. It means their lead is 327, and Sussex will need 328 to win, which well, it's a lot of runs, we know that. But if the pitch is flattening out, the sun is out. What are your thoughts, Richard?
Well, I'm not sure the pitch is flattening out, but we'll find out when the new ball comes on. And when again, we had that flurry of 3 wickets in quick succession, didn't we? When batters get in, when batters get beyond 20, they give themselves a chance. I think that's what we've learned over the first 7 sessions of the game. The way that Jordan Thompson was playing his shots there makes me think that Warwickshire feel that's a stiff target.
Yes, I think it is.
But I also see a Sussex batting order full of the potential to chase down this sort of score. So the battle ahead is going to be a really interesting one, I think. But the key here, and it's the small roller that comes out that's being used on it at the moment. It's going to be a question of whether Warwickshire can be as effective with the new ball as both they and Sussex have been in the first 3 innings of this match, because that's where all the damage has been done. And it's interesting last year, wasn't it, the way that Somerset were having some issues at the top of their order, and decided to do some slightly quirky things with their batting order, and it was quite effective for a period. And I wonder here whether, if you're Sussex, you think, well, can we hold back a couple of our top order players and maybe sacrifice one or two lower order players to get through the first 30 or 40 overs here?
It's an interesting thought.
Well, I sometimes wonder whether teams are as creative as they could be in a situation like this, because once the ball, I mean, today the ball was 48 overs old when Warwickshire resumed, and they've added just over 100 runs for their last 5 wickets. So it's an option I'm putting on the table, Adrian.
Well, so we're going to have ourselves a cup of tea. I'll just give you the bowling figures for Sussex. Hudson Prentice, 17.3 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 44. Ollie Robinson, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 48. The other bowlers, a little expensive. Henry Crocombe, 16 overs, 1 for 66. Tom Price, 11 overs, 1 for 28. Jack Carson, 8 overs for 31 without a wicket. James Cole, 6 overs for 34 with just the 1 wicket. And Jack Leading, 2 overs for 11. So just the 16 overs of spin. It's primarily been the seamers who have done all the work in the match so far. So the ground staff are out in the middle. They've got their brooms and buckets and roller out there as well. So we'll just have a break for 5 minutes here and back with you to see whether Sussex can chase down this target for their second win of the season, or whether Warwickshire will take these wickets and win their first game of the season. Back with you shortly.
To start the Sussex second innings, please welcome onto the field wearing number 89, their Hughes, and wearing number 20, Tom Haynes.
So the two teams emerge for the final chapter of what has been a fascinating story so far. 328 is the target for Sussex to record a second successive win to start the season. 10 wickets before they get there is the target for Warwickshire if they're to register their first win after drawing last week against Surrey. Bowling attack with Wokes, Bamber, Booth, Barnard, Thompson and Webster. They used no fewer than 6 seamers in the first innings, and they all took at least 1 wicket. So it's going to be Chris Wokes who's going to bowl the first over, and it looks like it's going to be Tom Haynes to face the first ball, so reverse the top 2 on the scorecard. Nicky Chowdhury alongside me. Game on.
Game on indeed. These two are going to really have to dig deep here. They'll need a good, strong opening partnership.
61 overs left today. So if Sussex had a win, that you'd expect would have to go into tomorrow. Although you never quite know, do you? You never quite know with the attacking players and the intent of this side. Things could move quite quickly. Wokes, who took solitary wicket in the first innings out of Tom Price, trapped LBW. Coming in to bowl to Haynes, it's down the leg side, it's fumbled by Kai Smith, and they'll take a bye. He had to throw himself a long way there, looks a little bit rueful as he picks himself up. But the first run on the board for Sussex. These two put on 58 for the first wicket, then there was a tumble. 5 wickets going down for 25 first time round for Sussex, triggered by Ethan Bamber. He took 2 wickets in that burst. Ed Barnard took a couple. So, similarly sound foundation might be one they can build on this time if they can get going, as Wokes approaches round the wicket to Hughes, and it, well, strikes something and goes through Kai Smith and down to the boundary for 4 byes. It's hit nothing. It's just gone over the top of the stumps. Well, 5 byes from the first 2 balls. Kai Smith can't quite believe what's going on out there. Alex Davis has to climb over the advertising to get to the ball. But the ball looks like it's doing a bit to start off with here. So Chris Wokes will take some encouragement.
All sorts going on.
Two slips in the gully, or is it slips at first, second and fourth? It's kind of a bit like that. Bo Webster's quite wide. And Wokes approaches again, and that's left by Hughes, and Kai Smith gets a clean pair of gloves on that one to his own relief. 5 without loss. I think this week has demonstrated that you'd be a fool to predict anything, Nick.
Absolutely. Just go with the flow.
Watch it play out. Hughes standing tall, waits for Wokes, forces him off the back foot out to the point fielder who's on that short boundary. And a single. It's Dan Mosley out there. 6 without loss. Who's yelling? A shout of yes whiz. Aimed at Chris Wokes. And Whiz comes striding in. This time to Haynes, who plays and misses outside off stump, taken in front of first slip there by Smith. Not a dull moment in this first over of the Sussex second innings.
Not at all.
Square leg in front of square, and mid on quite wide for a misplaced drive from Haynes. Made 32 before chopping on off Ethan Bamber in the first innings. As now he plays and misses outside off stump again, and Chris Woakes can't quite believe he hasn't got his man from those last 2 balls. End of the opening over. Sussex 6 without loss, chasing 328.
We're getting a little bit of movement, aren't we?
It's interesting because there's been that little bit there for the seam bowlers throughout this game, and that makes for some pretty entertaining cricket. Ethan Bamber will again take the new ball from the C end, which is up the hill but wind behind largely this week. The side winds for those marathon runners must have been quite something when they were running along the front earlier.
Oh yeah. Not envious at all. 2 slips and a gully in place for Hughes, who's on strike. He's ready to go. He's going to be coming right arm round the wicket. Hughes is forward and defends. He looks to set off as the ball goes to backward point, then decides against it.
You could set yourself a challenge of a Pilates marathon. You do Pilates, you could do 24 hours Pilates for charity with your group.
I don't think so.
No?
I think
5-minute break every hour to refresh.
yeah, I think 24 hours is a bit far-fetched. As this one's played off the hips, and a single is taken, ball goes towards square leg. Brings Tom Haynes onto strike. Actually, talking about 24-hour charity challenges, my school did a 24-hour cricket net.
Okay.
Yeah, it happened as soon as I left school, but some of my teammates were still there, and yeah, they did a 24-hour cricket net.
Chowdhury's gone now. Let's do a net. She'd have loved this. Harsh.
They did actually call back the ex-students just to say if they wanted to partake in it, because it was all being done for charity in memory of one of our teachers. But it was really nice team effort, actually. In runs Bamber, and Haynes is forward. A solid defence from him as Bamber fields off his own bowling.
So you accepted the invitation?
Yeah, we popped down for a bit. Didn't go for the whole 24 hours, but we went down for a few hours, and people were taking rotation. So basically the main concept was there had to be a net running for 24 hours. So there were a few participants who maybe have went to take a quick nap on the crash mats as Bamber's in, and this one comes off, I think, the thigh pad of Tom Haynes. It goes down to fine leg. He looks to work it, just waiting for the umpire to signal, and he does.
That's 7 extras, isn't it, at the 8 runs on the board so far? 2 leg byes in this over. So the phrase "for a bit" is doing a lot, either heavy lifting or it's disguising a truth within the truth.
No, so they had like rotational naps as well.
Yes.
It was all scheduled out as Bamber's in now, and this one pushed into the offside. Hughes looks to set off for a single.
So how long did you do? How long was your "for a bit"?
The naps. Oh, I didn't nap because I went.
What, the naps? How long were you there for? Joining in, being part of the net, being a participant?
Oh, so I was there initially for a couple hours, and I went home, then came back.
That's
and then
good then. That's good. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. You did brilliantly.
Bamber in, and Hughes flicks this to mid-wicket. Brilliant diving stop. That will also conclude the end of the over as well. Sussex 8 for no loss after 2. And then I came back at night. I came back for the hard shift.
What you did is you put a serious shift in. You could have said that. You were hiding your light under a bushel.
I didn't know how you were going to react.
No, that's positive.
Okay.
You put in the hours. You put in the legwork. Did you get a bat?
Did I get a bat? I think so. It was such a long time ago.
See, that's good, that is. Collective effort for 24 hours. Brilliant.
But the students at the time, they had to kind of stay there the entire duration of the 24 hours. And yeah, they looked like they could do with some rest at the end of it.
Tired but satisfied. It's all right when you're young. Chris Woakes begins a new over, bowling to Haynes on middle and leg, steers it in towards mid-wicket. Picked up there and there'll be no run. Trying to read a number through a jumper is always fun, but I think that's Michael Booth. So Booth in white floppy hat is useful information. Hayne is the other fielder in white floppy hat. That is the preferred headgear of Sam Hayne, and curiously of Adrian Harms on a night out. They go down very well in the jazz clubs of the south, as this is driven nicely through the covers, beats the fielder that's close in, and that'll go very rapidly to the boundary. Decent hit, that one from Haynes. He's off the mark with a boundary, 12 without loss, but encouragement from the slip corner for Chris Wokes based on the line and length of the delivery. Haynes will be glad to be off and away, having played and missed a couple in that previous Chris Wokes over. In position again, raises back quite high, pushes it up towards mid-on. There'll be no run. Is that Bamber who's up there? It is, I think. And looks like Barnard at mid-off. Thompson, I think, in the covers. Mosley on the point boundary. Webster in what is more orthodox gully now. And the two slips, Hayne and Yates. Wokes in. Oh, what a big swing and a miss there from Haynes. He should have put him in the flats. He tried to hit the scaffolding with that.
You see that occasionally from Tom Haynes, though. He suddenly goes and really goes all ham at the odd one, and you're like, oh, this is just something a little bit out of nature.
But this is the he's playing his natural game argument. But Chris Wokes did hang around a little bit at the end of his follow through for what would have been, I'm sure, some very polite sledging.
Very kind words exchanged.
Yes. My word, that wasn't one of your better strokes, sir. As Wokes is in once more, and that is a far better shot off the back foot, forces it through the covers for 4. Waited on that, got his hands through it quickly, and he'll feel a lot better about that. He's up to 8, 16 without loss. If Tom Haynes learns anything from what's happened in this over so far, is that you need to do what the likes of Rob Yates did earlier in the day and last night, which is wait for that delivery. You don't have to force the pace right now. Batting time is as important as batting runs in this match, even with the target on the board, because there's plenty of time in the game. Wokes to Haynes, swipes and misses.
Don't think he heard you there.
Well, it's just a case at times of having some clear thinking. Chris Wokes is a very experienced bowler. He's going to keep on testing you. And even if you catch a couple of them, even if you hit 2 boundaries and over, he's going to keep on coming back for more. And there are 1 or 2 shots that you could afford to just put away, 1 or 2 clubs that you could pop back into your golf bag at this point and say to the caddy, don't let me use that one. That's sort of a prelude for us to mention the US Masters later tonight on 5 Live. Can Rory McIlroy go back to back?
Here is Ethan Bamber from the sea end. Oh, catches the core as that one's gone down the leg side towards the boundary for 4. And I believe that's come off the gloves of Daniel Hughes.
Kai Smith flung himself full length. Just couldn't get a clean glove on it. I mean, they're cheap wickets, but you want to take them, you know, when you snare somebody down the leg side.
Bamber into Hughes on the off stump line, and he pushes this to mid-off.
I mean, this, you suspect that the Sussex have decided their intent is going to be the way that they do bat. They are noted to be a very positive batting yet lineup. It's been very effective for them. It's this really important new ball.
Bamber in, and Hughes Lasers late, on his toes, ball goes to point. By the way he reacted to it afterwards, just looked like there was a little bit of movement, late movement there from Ethan Bamber. There's a really nice buzz around the ground today. They took a stroll around lunch. Bamber makes his way around the wicket into Hughes, who drives. And the ball bumps into the ground and bumps into the end of Ethan Bamber's fingers and then ricochets towards mid-off.
Well, it'd be nice to think that free entry has led to some people being here who wouldn't normally come down to day 3 of a championship game. There might be some youngsters who are getting one of their first exposures to the game. I think Adrian took some emails earlier in the match from at least one chap who's going to bring a youngster down for the first time today.
This is driven beautifully by Daniel Hughes through the offside, beats cover and goes all the way towards the hospitality boxes. A very nicely timed shot on an over-pitch delivery from Ethan Bamber.
Well, off they go at 6 and over. It's bright, it's positive. That was risk-free, that was an over-pitch delivery and it was struck beautifully. The thwack, almost an explosion off the bat there from Hughes, who's met that perfectly. Bamber still wringing his finger from fielding the previous ball. I've seen quite a lot of that in this match.
Batman now, this is a tighter line, slightly more back of the length. Hughes defends and the ball dribbles into the offside, and that will be the end of the over as well. 8 runs from it, Sussex 24 for naught.
So some belief growing here for Sussex. Making a bright start, helped by those extras in the first couple of overs as well. Good battle underway between Haynes and Wokes. Haynes launching 4 big shots in the previous over, 2 of which went to the boundary and 2 of which he got nothing on whatsoever. Wokes, I think he's going to remain round the wicket. Maintained for the opening bowlers. Starting against 2 good left-handers is not easy. Wokes into Haynes, driving it without any timing this time. So it picked up by Thompson at cover point. Former skipper Alex Davis casting a slightly lonely figure down at long leg as he protects a damaged finger. Don't think he'd be too keen for a top edge pull to be heading in his direction. Might be a challenge, as this one is beautifully worn high on the bat by Haynes, who just got up high onto his toes, rode the bounce and punched it wide of Thompson for 4 more. Lovely shot. Takes him to 12, 28 without loss. 300 needed.
Lovely looking shot there from Tom Haynes, very Tom Haynes-esque. So not something different. It's one of his statement shots, I'd say.
Didn't need any second bidding there. Wokes is now over the wicket to bowl to Haynes, who drives him into the offside, and it's fielded by the shins of Thompson, who ends up sprawled on the floor. He misjudged the flight of that. Now he's rubbing his right leg, and I think it's reasonable to say that his teammates have seen the funny side of that.
I think you and I have as well.
It looks like it might be quite sore.
He'll have a warrior mark there later for sure.
I don't think he's the most agile fielder I've ever seen at cover, Thompson. But the belligerence of Haynes has already seen Wokes change his line of attack here, as he approaches once more across the left-hander, full, jabbed out into the offside, and Thompson chooses the rather more conventional option of picking it up with his hands this time. No run again. I think Adrian's point when the final wicket fell for Warwickshire that maybe this surface is calmer might well be borne out by the fact there are only 2 slips. Adrian's experience, we might win the day on that point, that's for sure. So, Warwickshire have not got as attacking a field. So this next ball is steered back to Chris Wokes. A full delivery. Twitch of the shoulders from Haynes. Very broad in the shoulder. That's where he derives a lot of his power. Well, 56 overs left today. The rate they've started out at, could see a result anyway before the close of play. Haynes jabs the ball up towards mid-off this time. Calmer end to the over. 5 gone, 28 without loss. Sussex, Haynes 12, Hughes 9. They require a further 300 runs to win. Big danger's been avoided though. No early wicket.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the first road you have to cross.
Bamba. Ready to go, tosses the ball in the air and sets off from the sea end. Oh, edged and taken! Warwickshire going up here. They believe that Daniel Hughes has got something on it.
It's not going to be given.
They're right in his face now.
Yeah, it's again, I'm going to hold Warwickshire to the same account as Sussex. They've just got to accept the decision and get on with it now. And moving away from it, I think there is some puzzlement. Jordan Thompson marching back to extra cover, but at least he's keeping it to himself. He's shaking his head now. But they do feel that Hughes has got an inside edge on that. Good take by Kai Smith. But umpire Lloyd was firm. I mean, the decision's made, you get on with it.
Hughes forward and solid in defence, straight to Jordan Thompson, who missed fields, and it ends up being backed up at mid-off.
He's an equal opportunity fielder, Jordan Thompson. He stopped that one with his left shin. Having used his right shin in the previous over.
Making sure it balances out,
There is a result in Division 1. Somerset have defeated Essex by 10 wickets at Chelmsford. An impressive win.
It's a nice comprehensive win, isn't it? As Bamba is in and Hughes drives straight to mid-off. That came off the toe end of the bat and it didn't sound very nice at all.
You've got to say sorry in Leicestershire you fancy is going to be a draw. Leicestershire 488 for 5, just 32 behind Surrey. Unless they bat well beyond Surrey and put some pressure on them on the final day, that would be a tremendous rebound from their opening week defeat against Sussex. Impressive.
Bamba to Hughes, drives, looking to play it into the offside. That hits the inner half of the bat and squirts out towards the deep mid-wicket region. He'll pick up a couple of runs. Looked to hit it in one direction, ball went in the other. Takes Sussex on to 30, though, with both openers out there. Bamba to Hughes, drives this time towards mid-on, who uses his feet to stop the ball going past. I'll take a single.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of football every now and then. Birmingham City victorious today. A lot of Warwickshire fans will be pleased to see that. 2-0 win over Wrexham.
On strike to Bamba, who's forward, edged and taken, gone at second slip, and this one edged and pretty loudly for everyone to hear around the ground, as Tom Haynes will have to depart and Warwickshire get their first breakthrough. Sussex are 31 for 1. And Tom Haynes will have to go for 12.
You know, you said Haynes' innings was a touch flighty. Wanted to be positive. There is a little bit of movement that has been throughout the course of the week. Sharp catch to Rob Yates. Second slip. He's a very, very good slip fielder. And that's a danger man gone. If you're any county playing against Sussex in this situation, you fear Tom Haynes. You fear a few players, but you know that Haynes can move the game in a different direction very, very quickly. So, very, very valuable wicket to get. And I think I am due to make way at this point. So, Adrian Harms, he's filling in his notebook at the moment diligently. He's very good at school. He was very good at school.
Comes across one of those top students, the top 10 students, Adrian Harms. How neatly he goes through that notepad of his with precision. Neat handwriting, clear notes. It's like you're revising, Adrian.
Actually, you couldn't be further from the truth in terms of being good at school, but anyway, that's another story.
I think you're being too hard on yourself.
Big blow, that is, for Sussex. He does play some cracking shots, Tom Haynes, does he? But he just always looks like he might get out as well. Chris Wokes coming down the hill, comes into bowl to Daniel Hughes. Hughes defends in front of him. And there is no run. I think the key to this for Sussex, I understand exactly what Richard was saying, but the key to Sussex here is going to be the middle order, because the middle order, there's one or two are just a little bit shorter runs and they could be due a score. So I'm thinking James Coles, Jack Leaning, John Simpson. That's going to be absolutely crucial for Sussex. I mean, they do bat very deep. We saw yesterday with Ollie Robinson top scoring with 39, or joint top scoring with Jack Carson. Wokes around the wicket bowls to Hughes. Hughes defends to backward point. And also this fella here, Daniel Hughes, he's your overseas, and he'll know he's got a big part to play here as well. Time isn't an issue. There's oodles of time. We've got another, 54 overs today, all of tomorrow, so time doesn't come into it. We've seen continually during this match that, Rob Yates, if Sussex can get a Rob Yates to someone can score, 90, it gets Sussex well on their way. In comes Wokes and bowls. Hughes is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Daniel Hughes, who survived a big appeal for a caught behind off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. Warwickshire were convinced they'd got their man. It wasn't given. It's been a good game though, Nicky, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has.
It's been a really good game of Championship cricket, which has swung one way than the other. Warwickshire will feel they've got their noses in front, and I think probably fairly so, as in comes Wokes, bowls, and Hughes up on his toes and plays onto the leg side. There is no run. Plenty of chatter from the Warwickshire fielders.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter, isn't there? Getting that wicket of Tom Haynes, they know that's a big wicket as well.
Yeah.
And in the first innings, they were quick to dismiss Haynes and then Clark not long after, and they'll be hoping for a repeat of that.
Gorgeous afternoon, sun shining brightly, decent crowd as in comes Wokes and bowls, and Hughes drives firmly to mid-off. There's a slight misfield, but it doesn't cost Warwickshire a run. Two slips, a gully, sweep on the cover point boundary. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, and two men set back on the leg side. If you'd like to email us, you're very welcome to. Sussex Cricket, sorry, no, it's not, that's wrong. Sussex Sport, get it right, Adrian, at bbc.co.uk. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. Wokes around the wicket bowls to Hughes, who defends, pushes out into the offside and takes a well-taken single, does Daniel Hughes, that moves him on to 13, and at the end of the over, Sussex are 32 for 1. Tom Haynes, the man out for 12. Sussex needing the small matter of another 296 to win. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms and Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team. And there was a nice sort of chatter around the ground. There's a good crowd in today.
Yeah,
I know
really
people
is.
who have come in for nothing today, but well done Sussex for Yeah, it's great to see lots of people in the ground enjoying the cricket.
Lots of young kids as well.
Yeah, brilliant.
Here's Ethan Bamber. Into Hughes, who's forward and pushes this into the gap between point and cover. Will come through for a single.
Which is quite right, you know, about that Surrey Leicestershire game. Leicestershire 495 for 5. Rishi Patel made 164. Steve Eskenazi on 49. Ben Cox on 47. If they can get a decent lead, you never know. We get Rehan Ahmed there bowling his leg spinners on the final day. That could be, who knows, that could be an interesting game tomorrow.
Good. Here's Bamber into Clark, who's forward and gets squared up a little bit. The ball gets played to point.
Yes, he's on a pair, isn't he, Tom Clark? He'll be wanting to sort of ensure that doesn't happen. Batted really nicely at Leicester last week, made a very good 100. But it's competition for places in this Sussex top order. And he'll be keen to make some runs here.
Fuller delivery driven through the offside, and this is a beautiful shot to get himself off the mark here from Tom Clark. Finds the gap between point and cover, over pitch delivery. Very good looking drive.
Yeah, he's a beautiful player to watch, isn't he? When Tom Clark gets going, as indeed he did last week at Leicestershire, like many left-handers, those shots through the covers just look so graceful.
Very graceful. What a lovely way to get off the mark. He'll be relieved. Well, Tom Clark. Got some runs next to his name. This one back of a length pops up a little bit and he rides that down towards third. Comes back for a single. Comes back for a couple, sorry.
It was good running, actually. He's very quick between the wickets, is Tom Clark. And I think that was for the ripple of applause because they realised there was a second run there and they took it.
Bamber sets off with his shadow in front of him from the sea end. 3 slips in place. Oh, beautiful delivery there. Beats the bat of Tom Clark and goes through to Kai Smith with the gloves.
Well, I think he's always impressive, Ethan Bamber. I think I was saying I watched him for the first time really with any for any period of time last year at Edgbaston when Sussex drew the first game of the season, and on a really flat pitch he bowled really, really well, and he's a wholehearted cricketer who just does a bit with the ball as well.
And he runs again, and this time defended off the middle of the bat of Tom Clark, and that will conclude the end of the over. 39 for 1 Sussex, Clark on 6, Hughes with 14.
As I say, you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC WM. Adrian Holmes, Nikki Chowdhury, your commentary team. Well done to the boys working the stream today. Jack has been up there having completed the 10k run this morning, which was around the time. There's more people coming in. Look at all these people coming into the ground. Really good to see. Well done to Isaac as well, keeping things running smoothly, as Chris Wokes is going to start a new over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling to the Australian Daniel Hughes, who's 14 not out. Wokes in, bowls to Hughes, who pulls onto the leg side, too short from Chris Wokes, and Daniel Hughes smashes that one away over the leg side for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Hughes goes to 18 and Sussex to 43 for 1. Too short, wasn't it? And Hughes very quick onto that. Kai Smith claps his gloves together. If you're just joining us, Sussex needing another 285 to win. Hughes on 18, Clark on 6 as in comes Wokes. Bowls, and Hughes up on his toes, steers that one to the fielder fielding on the cover point boundary. One more to Hughes. He goes to 19 Sussex to 44 for 1.
Yeah, that's set up nicely, that poor shot. Just was there to be hit. And Daniel Hughes did not miss out.
Earlier on, an excellent partnership for the 9th wicket between Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth. Worth 68, caused real problems for Sussex, just as Sussex, in the shape of Ollie Robinson, looked like they'd prized the door open for Sussex, and at that stage Sussex would have probably thought they'd be looking at a total of less than 300. Wokes in again, bowls. Tom Clark lets that go, throws through to Kai Smith, and there is no run. Michael Booth eventually finishing on 48. Jordan Thompson making 18, but the tail really did wag. And I just wonder whether ultimately those... Well, we've had... Yesterday we had a 9th wicket partnership of 66 between Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson, and crucial partnership 68 between Jordan Thompson and Michael Booth. The one player who's looked comfortable so far in the match batting has been Rob Yates. He made 90 for Warwickshire. Wokes in, bowls to Clark down the leg side. Clark's maybe a little frustrated that he didn't just nick that one down to fine leg. But he misses out, taken by Smith, and there is no run. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ollie Robinson, the main wicket takers. Finn Hudson-Prentice 4 for 44. Bowled excellently throughout to add to his 2 for 26 in the first innings, so 6 wickets in the match for him, as in comes Wokes again, bowls to Clark, who does let that one go through to Smith, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 48. 5 wickets in the match for Ollie Robinson, 10 in the season for him. Certainly made a good start and picked up those 2 really important wickets. Kai Smith, we had caught behind, and then he bowled Chris Wokes, opened the door a little for Sussex. Wokes in, bowls to Clark, who drives firmly through the offside 4 runs. Over pitch by Chris Wokes, and Tom Clark was waiting for that, says thanks very much. His second boundary, nice looking shot by Clark. He goes to 10, and Sussex have raced to 48 for 1. And we have had, Nikki, 9 overs. And Sussex needing another 280 to win. And I'm glad that figure's on the scoreboard, actually. It saves us having to work out the maths.
Yeah, it's handy, isn't it?
328 is what Sussex need.
Here is Ethan Bamber. This one straying down the leg side, and a little bit of bat from Daniel Hughes allows it to go down to fine leg. Just turns it round, and we'll take the single.
Where's your money, Nikki? If you had 50p, and you had to pick one of the sides.
I think it depends how quickly the next wicket falls.
No, you can't say that. You've got to say now.
I think at the moment... Hang on, I'll tell you after this delivery. As Bamber's in now. And this is edged and taken to Gully. And on that note, Adrian Harms, I think you know where my 50p is going to go. And Tom Clark will have to head back towards the dressing room. Very wide delivery that was played at. I'm assuming he just misjudged the angle there, has Tom Clark. With the ball just with that angle. Gone to drive through extra cover. That's gone and carried through to Gully, and he'll have to go for 10.
Good catch, was it, by Bo Webster, but it'd go straight to him, and Tom Clark will be desperately disappointed about that. Ethan Bamber picks up his second wicket. And this is a lot of runs for Sussex, and we were just saying that, you know, in terms of the middle order for Sussex, I think this is the crucial stage now. You know, Coles, Leaning, Simpson, together with Daniel Hughes, 1 or 2 of those have got to play a really major innings here. Now, Sussex off to a decent start, but 2 big wickets. James Coles, who hasn't quite hit his strap so far this season, but it's very early in the season, of course. It's a big round of applause. Always a big expectation around James Coles now, Nicky, because of the fact that he's gone for this massive price in the 100. If people didn't know much about James Coles, they do now, and he's got starts. He got started at Leicestershire last week. He made 28 in the first innings at Leicester. 28 in the first innings, 26 in the second. And in this game again, he made a start. He made 11, but didn't go on. So I feel he's due a score, or James Coles. And Sussex will hope he is, because they're going to need someone to play a big innings here. Daniel Hughes, crucially, is still there. But here comes Bamber.
Bamber over the wicket in to Coles, who's on his toes and blocks this to point. Yeah. Good start here from Warwickshire.
Yeah, very good start. Pick up 2 wickets in the opening 10 overs. They'll certainly feel they're on top at the moment. Well, and they are on top.
Short, wide, cut away, and that will be 4.
I'm sure he was completely in control of that shot. It flew past backward point. I mean, he certainly took it on. To James Coles, brings up the 50 for Sussex. It was wide from wherever it was there to be. I just thought it was in the air. But James Coles is on his way.
Bamber into Coles, 2 slips in place as he's forward and defends with a long lunge towards mid-off.
That was a very stylish defensive stroke, wasn't it, by James Coles. Yeah, comprehensive winners, Richard was saying, for Somerset by 10 wickets at Chelmsford today. Elsewhere, Glamorgan now 83 for 1. It's raining at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan needing another 396 to win.
This one defended again off the front foot, this time to extra cover. End of the over, 5 runs on the wicket from it. Sussex 53 for 2.
At the Oval, Leicestershire now 500 for 5 against Surrey, so trailing by just 20 runs. Bit of a run fest at headquarters, but glad to see Leicestershire putting up a really good show. More people coming into the ground. It's a really decent crowd. At Headingley, Hampshire 187 for 4, now leading Hampshire by 261, and Michael Booth is going to replace Chris Wokes from the Cromwell Road end. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 130 for 2, still trailing Durham by 300 runs. They're following on in that game. Kent also following on at Canterbury, bowled out for 178, still 506 runs behind Northamptonshire. As in comes Booth down the hill to bowl to the Australian Daniel Hughes. He's in and bowls, and Hughes defends into the offside. They think about a single, but it isn't there. And there is no run. Derbyshire 334 for 6 in reply to Lancashire's 351. Guest making 83 for Derbyshire. And at Lords, Middlesex 76 for 2, need another 186 to beat Worcestershire. So it could be a good finish there as well. Booth runs in over the wicket, bowls to Hughes. Hughes plays into the offside. Again, there is no run. So Sussex needing 328 to win are 53 for 2. With Tom Haynes for 12 and Tom Clark for 10 already back in the pavilion. 2 wickets for Ethan Bamber. That makes it 5 in the match for him. As Booth turns again, runs in hard down the hill, bowls to Hughes, who plays this through point to the fielder on the cover point boundary. And picks up a single, does Hughes. He goes to 21, Sussex to 54 for 2. And brings James Coles onto strike. The field, 2 slips, a third man, cover point, cover, mid-off. I'm sure there's a mid-on, or there will be in a moment. Then 2 men set back on the leg side. No mid-wicket, which is interesting. James Coles likes to play that clip off the legs, particularly off the front pad through mid-wicket, but nobody in there as in comes Booth, bowls, and Coles whips that one away on the leg side. That's a lovely shot by James Coles, lovely timing. It was too short from Michael Booth, and James Coles just tucked inside the line and clipped it firmly to that shortish leg side boundary. For his second 4 of the innings, he goes to 8, and Sussex to 58 for 2. Nice shot, beautifully timed.
Very nice shot. Plays it late.
Coles waits, and Booth is on his way again. Bowls, Coles is back defensively and plays into the covers. There is no run. Another change in the field. The cover point fielder has gone out towards the cover point boundary. But Barnard just sort of juggling his field placings. As Booth is in, bowls, Coles defends. Booth nearly falls over actually as he follows through. End of the over. An over that cost 5 runs at the end of the over. Sussex are 58 for 2. Coles on 8. Hughes on 21. The little matter of 270 more runs for Sussex to win this game. Warwickshire needing 8 wickets. A lovely buzz around it. Look at that southwest stand, Nikki. All sorts of people making their way in and out.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Of all age groups as well.
Yeah. I just wonder whether people... Might have been a bit of clever bit of marketing by Sussex today on Marathon Day. People looking for something to do this afternoon.
That one just defended to cover by Hughes. Just distracted by a very interesting outfit out in the shark stand. Very bright coloured shirt as Bamber is in, and this one
Sure.
is played down towards deep third, and that will race away for 4. Opens the blade very late, does Daniel Hughes. Uses the pace and adds 4 to his total, taking him on to 25, and Sussex 62 for 2.
I think the feeling was he was a little unlucky with the LBW decision he got in the first innings. It was very difficult for us to comment, and we don't have the facility here to see the replay, but the general feeling talking in the press box was it was perhaps a little unfortunate to be given out in the first innings, and perhaps, you know, he's looking in good nick so far. Fingers crossed for Sussex.
This one defended again to cover off the front foot by Hughes. Doesn't seem to be any rush.
Well, there is no rush, is there?
No,
you know, there's
a lot of time.
Loads and loads of time, and Sussex just need to sort of get past these little milestones. I mean, 266 seems an awful lot of runs. But you know, if you can whittle that down, if you can get it to sort of less than 200 and, you know, little stages, loads of time.
Bamber in, and Hughes drives to mid-off, no run.
The problem is in the debit column for Sussex, there's 2 wickets already down. The 2 left-handers, the 2 Toms, Haynes and Clark, already back in the pavilion for 12 and 10 respectively.
Plenty of time for Sussex as Bamber charges up the slope. This one defended and just tucked away towards wider mid-on.
I'm sure the players, you know, Nikki, when I mean, Edgbaston's a lovely cricket ground, but with 2,000 or 3,000 people in it, it probably feels empty, really. I wonder if the Warwickshire lads are quite enjoying playing down there in front of a decent-sized crowd at a smaller venue, because it just feels like a good atmosphere in the ground today.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's also the last day of the Easter holidays as Bamber is in, and this one is dropped into the offside. A quick single is taken. The shy at the striker's end. It was close by the reactions that we're seeing on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think James Coles was best pleased with
the call and the run.
No, I don't think he was. I think whether he was slightly caught on his heels. Daniel Hughes is coming down to have a word with James Coles, but it was the way James Coles looked back at Daniel Hughes to say, steady on, that was a sharp single, and the last thing Sussex need is a run out. Is a run out. That would have been disastrous.
12 overs gone, Sussex 63 for 2.
I mean, it's clearly Hughes' call. He's played the ball in front of square and he's set off. No harm done, but just a slight warning there for Sussex, and just the feeling was if that had hit, that James Coles might have been struggling. End of the over, 63 for 2. As in comes Booth, bowls to Hughes. Hughes is forward, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Booth of his own bowling, and there is no run. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury, your commentary team as the clock ticks round to 5 to 3. We've got another 48 overs left. Does that say, Nikki, on the scoreboard?
48.5, yes.
Yeah, so we're only halfway through the day's play. As in comes Booth, bowls Hughes. Ooh, I thought for a minute he'd played on there, Daniel Hughes. I think the ball might have hit him on the arm. It bounced down and very nearly rolled onto the stump. So let's hope Daniel Hughes is okay. He looks in a bit. I think he's hit him on the hand, and he looks in a bit of discomfort, does Daniel Hughes, which is not what Sussex need. And we're going to have a break in play here, and that could be really bad news. Hughes is down on his haunches. He's taken his glove off. He's hit on the hand. Oh no, no, it was on the arm. I thought it was on the arm initially. He looks like he's sort of holding around his wrist area. And that looks painful. The Sussex physio, John Morelli, is coming running on. But he's taken his glove off, Dan Hughes. We'll just have to see exactly what John Morelli does. He's sort of swinging his arm around. It looked like a nasty blow, and it certainly didn't hit any of the protective equipment. Drinks being bought out as well for Coles and Hughes. Now, Morelli is... I think Dan Hughes is saying he got me on the wrist. Let's just wait and see. Daniel Hughes has got his back to us, so we can't quite see his reaction as John Morelli, the physio, does his sort of pushing and prodding just to make sure that Daniel Hughes is okay. But that looked like a nasty blow. I think he's okay, is my feeling, because the physio's picking up his sort of bag of tricks. It looks like he's going to be all right, the Australian, which is good news as far as Sussex are concerned. Of course, we are allowed substitutions now in 4-day cricket. I think it's a bit of a rigmarole to get it all sorted out. But
it's new to this season.
Yes, it is new for this season. Yeah. A genuine injury, but I think it has to have the approval of both coaches, and it is quite a lengthy process for everybody to agree, because clearly that is open to abuse if.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think I read they have to list out like-for-like replacements.
Yes. In comes Booth, bowls to Hughes, who shoulders arms, lets that one go through to Kai Smith, and there is no run. But Hughes is okay, or he looks okay, might have a nasty bruise in the morning.
He's getting on with it, isn't he? So.
Yeah, he is. He looks fine. It's got a bit gloomy now, but actually in the distance I can see lots and lots of blue sky. So fingers crossed the weather stays fine, as in comes Booth again. Bowls to Hughes, who drives into the offside. There is no run. Good tight accurate stuff here from Michael Booth, who excelled with the bat earlier on today. Made 48 in very quick time, batting at number 10, a partnership with Jordan Thompson worth 68. Crucial runs because it carried Warwickshire up towards their final total of 264 and a lead of 328. Without those runs, Sussex could have been chasing 260, 270. Booth in again, bowls. Hughes places beautifully away on the leg side. He's going to get one. They'll come back for the second. There was a comfortable two there. In fact, there was a slight misfield. And it's two more to Hughes, who goes to 28, and Sussex is 65 for two, needing another 263 to win. And as we were saying, 48 overs left after this one. And Booth is in, bowls. Hughes defends, but manages to play the ball down to third man, fielded by the tall figure of Webster. Daniel Hughes is going to pitch the strike. He goes to 29. End of the over, 66 for two at the end of that over. And I wondered if there's lots of warming up going on from the Warwickshire players, and indeed I thought there might be a bowling change. Ethan Manbury's coming out of the attack, and it's the Warwickshire skipper Ed Barnard who's going to take over to bowl the next over from this, the C end of the ground.
Ed Barnard to replace Ethan Webster. As he rolls his arm over. Just loosens up before his first delivery. Two slips and a gully. And in runs Barnard now. Round the wicket, and this one's driven by Hughes. And has that come off Barnard's foot? It looks like he stuck his foot out to stop the ball going past him.
I think he might have done. It was also, I think he played slightly across the line there, Dan Hughes. He was looking to play that away through extra cover. Got rather straightened up by Ed Barnard.
In runs Barnard again. Hughes defends, ball goes to cover. Good bit of energy in the field from Warwickshire.
No, there is certainly, yeah, lots of chitter chatter, isn't there?
Hughes on 29. In runs Barnard, and
someone was moving behind the bowler's arm. Actually, that's when there is a steward there. I don't know quite whether something moved, because there are some spectators trying to get into the ground. Some of them are eating an ice cream as well. So whether someone moved, difficult to say. But certainly Daniel Hughes was distracted by something.
Barnard to Hughes, flicks this off his legs. Down towards deep mid-wicket, will come through for a relaxed single. Brings Coles on to strike. Hughes has just wandered up the wicket to go natter a few words to James Cole, so he's going to be facing his first delivery against Barnard.
Yeah, who accounted for him in the first innings, actually.
Two slips in place, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, through to Smith's gloves.
He'll be mindful, James Coles. He played a poor shot by, I'm sure he'd admit to that in the first innings, driving outside the off stump, caught in the slips, off of the bowling of Ed Barnard.
Barnard in again, and Cole solid in defence as this ball goes to mid-off. Just one run off the over so far.
He's, I said to Richard earlier on, he's one of my favourite county cricketers, Ed Barnard. I thought when he was at Worcester, he was just a terrific player. He always seemed to make runs. I imagine he's a very low-maintenance cricketer, skipper of the county now. He's a really fine cricketer.
Blocked out late, and he opens the face of the bat, runs it down to deep point and takes a single, keeps strike, and concludes the end of the 14th over. Sussex 68 for 2, Hughes on 30, Coles on 9, and that is cue for me to make way for Rich, Adrian.
Thank you, Nikki. As more people come into the ground, it's been the ground has certainly filled up today, and we've said a couple of times it was free admittance for people today if they had to claim their ticket online. I just wonder whether people were just waiting to see what the weather was like, and maybe a few people who've been to watch the marathon have made it, see the marathon, come watch the cricket. But it's a decent crowd, and there's a nice buzz around the ground, and the cricket is terrific to watch. Warwickshire ahead in my book, having picked up those 2 wickets. Let's see what happens as Michael Booth comes in for his 3rd over, running in down the hill, bowls to James Coles, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. Richard back with us. How do you sum it up, Richard? I've got Warwickshire ahead here.
Not much in it, is it? I mean, they're scoring at such a lick here, Sussex, nearly 5 and over, that they're giving themselves some real encouragement. If they carry on putting pressure on Warwickshire like that, it will change the fields. Only 2 slips in place.
Coles waits. Booth is in bowls. Coles is 40. He's given out. And James Coles has gone. He's LBW. He doesn't like the decision, James Coles. He gives umpire Warren a long, hard stare as he makes his way off. And that certainly tips the scales in favour of Warwickshire. LBW, Booth fell over as he delivered the ball. Coles looked like he was looking to whip that one away. It looked like he was a little way down the track, but I don't know whether he thought he got a little nick on it, but either way, he's very unhappy, James Coles, as he makes his way off. Hasn't really got going with the bat in the championship this season. 3 scores, 2 scores in the 20, 11 in the first innings, 9 in the second. And I was saying that the Sussex middle order really needs to fire if they're going to get anywhere near this total. One of Coles, Leading or Simpson really needs to make a big score. But at the minute, it isn't happening. And Jack Leading is coming out to bat, who hasn't been in great form in his first 3 outings, and he'll be very keen to show that he warrants his place in the side. But I think that really does tip the scales in Warwickshire's favour, Richard.
It does for now. I think he's almost yorked himself in that he's probably outside his crease, but he hasn't put a front foot forward. His pads are together, and he's overbalanced as the ball has pitched just in front of his toes and wrapped low down into his pads. Now, whether he thinks he's got a touch on it, we've not got the benefit of a replay. That might be his concern. But Booth, who played such a vital hand with the bat earlier today, has his 2nd wicket of the match. And they've both been good ones. He got Hughes, LBW in the first innings. And again, the new ball is claiming wickets. That's been the story of this game.
It has. And we've still got 46 overs to be bowled tonight, There's still a lot of cricket to be played here.
It could well be there's a positive result either way tonight with the run rate. Scoring at such a tidy lick.
But it's no good when you're losing wickets. 3 down and only 68 on the board as Booth is in. Bowls to Leading defends to backward point, no run. A very experienced cricketer is Jack Leading, and he'll be very keen as a new arrival to Hove to make his mark and score some runs. And 2 experienced campaigners out there now, Hughes and Leading. Daniel Hughes, who is 37, Daniel, I think. Looking at my notes. Yeah, he's 38 in July. Jack Leading 32, as in comes Booth again. Bowls to Leading, who's to tuck that one down to fine leg. He's wrapped on the thigh pad. Michael Booth is having a good game here, for Warwickshire. Brought in for this game. I don't think he played last week, did he?
No, I didn't know. Nathan Gilchrist rested this week.
Picked up a wicket in the first innings. The wicket of Daniel Hughes. He had LBW for 30, but those runs that he made were absolutely vital. 48 runs towards the end of the innings. He's running in hard now. Over the wicket bowls. Leading plays a lovely shot. Well, that's a confidence building shot from Jack Leading. It was short and wide, and Leading would have been waiting for that and cracked the ball away through the covers. Nice shot by Leading. Sussex go to 72 for 3 runs required, down to 256.
haven't got my laptop in here, but a correspondent, Mr. Hyatt, I think it was, pointed out that Michael Booth is probably still serving his qualification period to become English, so he does count as an overseas still at the moment.
Booth in bowls, leaning at it again, cracks it away through the offside. More runs here. I don't know if that's going to be 4 more. It might be cut off. No, it isn't cut off. 2 good shots from Jack Leaning, who has been a little out of sorts in the opening 3 innings that he played, but 2 good shots. There'll be confidence-building shots as well for Jack Leaning. He's swiftly on to 8, and Sussex on to 76 for 3. Runs required down to 252.
Whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen quickly, it would seem. You know, the run rate just above 5, 3 wickets gone in the first 15 overs. Jordan Thompson swinging his arms around like he feels he'd like to have a bowl soon. Ed Barnard's going to continue. It remains this very competitive, very fast-moving game of Championship cricket. Very rarely is it sat still for any period of time.
It's a decent crowd, isn't it? Now, I mean, this almost looks like it's sort of getting towards Friday's attendance, which is good to see.
Yeah, very respectable. Ed Barnard's going to come round the wicket to Hughes, who is very much the prize wicket at the moment. Off the thick inside edge, you'll get a single through to square leg on the boundary. Booth does the fielding. 77 for 3.
No, absolutely agree with that. I mean, Daniel Hughes, as Robbie Yates was, absolutely key here for Sussex. Robbie Yates, 90 in the second innings, 36 in the first. By far the biggest aggregate run score in the match. But he didn't take any chances, did he? He played every ball on its merits. He played very straight.
Yeah.
He was only undone, actually, by a brilliant catch by James Coles as he looked on course for a century, which, in all fairness, he deserved because he played really well.
Leading to face Barnard for the first time in their second innings. Pushes forward with a solid face of the bat, goes through the hands of Barnard, who then looks at them quizzically. It's picked up behind him anyway by Booth, who was a victim of Jordan Thompson in the first innings, caught at slip by Sam Hain.
He's played a lot of cricket, Jack Leaning, for Yorkshire and for Kent, but I'm sure he'll have a few nerves and wanting to sort of show his teammates that, you know, what he can do.
For sure, as he pushes out into the offside. He'll see it as an opportunity. He's an experienced player. You know, 13, 6 and 14 his first 3 innings. But he looks at this like 251 needed, 7 wickets standing. Right, first job is bat through till tea. 13 and a half overs till tea. Let's see if the 2 of us are still there then. If it's a bad ball, punish it. I don't think you need to be forcing the pace if you're Sussex here, because the runs are coming pretty freely as he pushes forward again up to Booth at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, you're right, and time isn't even an issue here. I mean, there's oodles of time. The forecast is good for tomorrow.
Yeah, they don't even need 2 and over from here, so you want to get the ball soft. It's only in its 16th over at the moment. When it gets softer, it gets easier. Barnard in, again a good stride forward by Leaning. Picked up by Mosley coming in from the covers.
Could be interesting, as you were saying, Richard, at the Oval. Leicestershire now 5.27 for 5. They lead by 7, but if they could get a lead of 150 or so there, you know, final day, be nice to see Rehan Ahmed. I'm sure might come into play. And
yeah, I mean, it feels like it's probably a very good surface, and we know that the Oval is rarely prepared for spin. So Barnard has gone past the edge of Leaning's back. He's kind of walking through that. That was loose, but the end of the over from Barnard, 77 for 3, just a single off it. For the 251 needed by Sussex, 7 wickets required by Warwickshire. But yeah, I mean, Dan Lawrence is the only spinner in the Surrey team this week, and he's been used sparingly, even in a score above 500.
Just to say, we were talking about Zach Crawley earlier on today. Looks like a good track down at Canterbury, but he's missed out again. Out for 5, Zach Crawley today. Kent 15 for 1, following on against Northamptonshire. Still 491 runs behind, but Zach Crawley hasn't started off the season well.
People will be flicking through the record books for the last time, if it's ever happened, that a team has won by an innings losing only 2 wickets.
Yes, they will. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Hasn't kind of happened too often, if at all. In comes Michael Booth to bowl to Daniel Hughes. He's in and bowls short, and Hughes ducks underneath it through to Kai Smith. And there is no run. So just to pick up there on what Richard was saying, Northamptonshire made 684 for 2. They then bowled Kent out for 178, following on Kent 16 for 1. That would be an extraordinary result. Andrew Radd, who's the Northamptonshire commentator, I'm sure he's all over that in terms of stats. But Kent haven't started the season. Well, they drew up at Durham last week. Here comes Booth, bowls. Hughes nudges that. What if that goes a little low and Hughes manages to work the ball down to fine leg?
They lost at least a day's play up there, didn't they, last week to wind damage?
Yeah, to Storm Dave, 32 to Hughes. Yes, they did, absolutely. All sorts of damage, and I think that probably helped Kent actually, because they were struggling in that game. So it brings Jack Leaning on strike. 2 slips, a third man. There's a fielder on, Alex Davis, on the cover point boundary. Extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as Booth races in down the hill in the sunshine. Bowls to Leaning. Leaning is forward, squirts that one away into the offside. They're going to take one. They're going to think about 2. It isn't there because Alex Davis is in like a hare from the cover point boundary and prevents a second run being taken. Leaning goes to 9. Sussex go to 79 for 3. Needing 328 to win. As Richard was saying, we've got another
12 and a half overs.
Until tea. So plenty of cricket for the crowd to enjoy. The sun is out again. If you're out the breeze, it really is very pleasant here at Hove this afternoon as Booth is in again. Bowls to Hughes. Hughes is forward. Plays down the offside of the track. Again, there is no run. Just feels as if Daniel Hughes is absolutely key here for Sussex. Experienced player. Taps away at his crease and looks up as Booth is on his way in again. Down the hill, bowls short, and Hughes ducks underneath. Another short one taken very competently by Kai Smith. He's had a good game, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper. Half century in the first innings, a very useful 34 in the second innings. Sharing a partnership with Rob Yates, which was worth 84.
Important runs, those ones again.
They were. Booth in again, bowls to Hughes, who clips this one nicely away onto the leg side. Picks up a comfortable single, does Daniel Hughes. He goes to 33. Another over drifts by. Michael Booth has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 19. He got the wicket of James Coles, who was LBW for 9. Sussex 80 for 3. Here in the sunshine at Hove. Haynes for 12, Clark for 10, Coles for 9, the men out for Sussex. Earlier on today, Warwickshire making 264. Robbie Yates making 90. Excellent contributions from Kai Smith. He made 34. And then Michael Booth at the end, a very rapid 48, which ensured that Warwickshire was setting Sussex in excess of 300 as opposed to the 260, 270, which it did look like.
Hughes awaits Ed Barnard round the wicket, advances down the track to drive him, but then doesn't time that as crisply as he would have liked, and Booth is able to pick it up. Bo Webster is doing some exercises now, like he might be coming soon, and he throws himself into his bowling action so vigorously that his sunglasses fly off the top of his cap and end up in front of him. Does well not to tread on them, because they're not going to win that battle. And Barnard approaches once more. Back of a length, guided wide of second slip. They'll get a comfortable single. 34 to Hughes, 81 for 3. Webster's kind of the wild card in this seam attack with that extra height. He's not super rapid, but he is awkward. Took the final wicket of the Sussex innings when Ollie Robinson holed out. Back over the wicket, Barnard to bowl to the right-hander. Leaning, 9 not out. Bat almost vertical as he awaits Barnard, and he drives very nicely here, and that's going to be 4. There was a little bit of hesitation at mid-on, and once he'd hesitated, all was lost.
Yeah, it's once the ball beats the infield here at Hove, it's a relatively short boundary and the ball races away down the hill. It's been well, we had a very wet winter here in Sussex. I'm sure it was the same in the West Midlands. We haven't had any appreciable rain, thank goodness, for a little while, and so the outfield has dried out nicely and suddenly sped across the outfield for 4.
Barnard once more to Leaning, well forward, pushes it back to the bowler. Now Jack Leaning has felt the ball come off the middle of the bat a few times there.
Yeah. Well, that will do his confidence a world of good, having not really made a score so far. 1 or probably 2 Sussex players have got to make big scores here if Sussex are going to get anywhere near this total.
Past umpire Lloyd, it's off the inner half of the bat, but enough bat on it, steers it towards Webster at mid-wicket. This partnership now worth 17. Stands of 31, 18, 19 and they're 17. They need a couple of good ones if they're going to track down this target. Very deep batting lineup. At the moment it's Leaning, facing Barnard, pushes out into the offside again and no run. And at the end of that over, Bo Webster is very quick to remove cap and sweater because it's his turn next.
It certainly is. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford, Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team on a lovely afternoon here on the south coast. Sussex needing another 243 if they're going to win this game. Warwickshire needing those 7 wickets. There we are. The announcement from Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer. The field for Bo Webster, 2 slips, a third man. There's a fielder on the cover point boundary. There's an orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men sat back on the leg side. Both of them probably 10 or 15 yards inside the boundary rope at fine leg, a wideish fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket for Daniel Hughes, who's just waiting for Webster, who's a tall man, 6'7", races in down the hill, bowls to Daniel Hughes, and Hughes flirts with the ball outside the off stump. Bit of extra lift and bounce there from the tall man Webster, and I thought just for a moment Daniel Hughes had nicked that through to Kai Smith. The slips were up, hands on heads. Bit of extra bounce for Webster.
It's immediately what you want from him. He didn't come on until sort of 4th change in the first innings. It was quite late in the innings that he bowled a few overs. He's got a harder, newer ball to go with this time.
He's in and bowls, and Hughes turns this onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 35. Sussex to 80. Is that 86 or 88, Richard?
86.
86, thank you, for 3. I had this trouble yesterday about this time with the scoreboard. For the right-handed Leaning, it's a similar field, although there's going to be a gully in place, so 2 slips and a gully. Alex Davis is on the cover point boundary, and there's an orthodox cover mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and just 1 man back on the leg side at fine leg, protecting that shortish boundary as in comes Webster, bowls to Leaning, and Leaning is forward defensively, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Kai Smith behind the stumps, claps his gloves together.
Webster a genuine all-rounder in first-class cricket, in as much as his batting average is 38 and his bowling average is 33, so he got those the right way round.
Good cricketer. I was talking about Fergus O'Neill at Nottinghamshire. He's had a good game for Notts. Both all-rounders. In comes Webster, bowls. Leaning is forward and punches this to mid-on. There is no run. Daniel Hughes is signalling towards the dressing room for something or other. He got wrapped on the arm a little earlier on, did Daniel Hughes. I mean, he looks okay, doesn't look in any discomfort. He's sort of leaning on his bat at the far end of the ground. His leaning weights. A tall figure of Webster runs down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Bowles leaning his forward, punches it through the offside. Lovely shot by Jack Leaning. That's going to race one. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for four. The fielder is in hot pursuit and pulls it up just inside the boundary edge. That's a good bit of fielding all the way out there. It's a long chase. Prevents the four, but Leaning picks up 3 runs and he goes to 16. 89 for 3. Ooh, that was a good chase from mid-off. Nicely timed though by Leaning, who's struggled for runs in his first 3 innings, but he's played some far more confident shots in this innings. Webster round the wicket, bowls. Hughes up on his toes and just steers that one through cover point, the vacant cover point area. Picks up a single. He will pinch the strike. Webster's over cost 5 runs. At the end of the over, Sussex are 90 for 3. Hughes on 36, Leaning on 16. Sussex needing another 238 if they are going to win this game. 42 overs remaining today. I'll do a couple more, then I'll leave Richard and Nicky to see us through till tea. Which we're going to be late again tonight because we
10 more overs till tea as things stand.
That's going to take a good 35 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at about 4:05.
Yep.
Ed Barnard to continue to Hughes on 36. Full, driven, 4.
Shot.
Just over pitched. That's hanging there from Barnard. And Hughes just times it wide of Thompson in the covers. Goes to 40. 94 for 3. For those of us who, of course, have the twin fascination of cricket and football, I note that Spurs are losing.
Are they?
At Sunderland. Which could have them still in the bottom 3 with only half a dozen games to go.
And they play Brighton next week, where the Tottenham manager is now the former Brighton manager, Roberto De Zerbi. So it's going to be interesting next week.
For the Warwickshire fans, Aston Villa drawing 1-1 at Nottingham Forest at the moment with about a quarter of the game to go. Barnard into Hughes. That one keeps a bit low, bounces again before it's parried by Kai Smith.
Good stop that, actually. That wasn't easy. Tom Haynes will not be happy. He's a big Tottenham supporter and a regular attender at I'm sure he'll have half an eye on the cricket, but half an eye on the football as well.
Well, if they go down, it's 4 extra home league games next season. Well, that's one way of looking at it. This one's back of a length, pushed into the offside for a quick single. Thompson can't pick it up cleanly. Hughes to 41, 95 for 3. And Warwickshire have not been able to staunch the run flow at all in this second innings. They've been merrily going along at 5 and over.
Yes.
Sussex. There's been quite a few boundary balls, including a floaty half volley in this over. Barnard needs to be creative here.
Yeah, actually, Sussex carried on scoring, got 5 and over. Break off.
Barnard defended by Leaning, a ball around middle and off. It'll roll up to mid on. Yeah, at this rate,
They almost get that.
well, I mean, there would be the case for calling for an extra half hour. They would get that close, which could be a factor either way yet today. Although with the forecast good for tomorrow, there's not necessarily a need to push it too hard. Hayne and Yates join wicketkeeper Smith as he slips. And Leaning walks through a defensive shot up to mid-off. It's picked up by Michael Booth. 1 ball left in Ed Barnard's 4th over. It's just brought Webster on at the far end of the ground. Just wonder if we might see Jordan Thompson soon from the C end. As Barnard runs up the hill and bowls, and that one again has kept a bit low, and it's fended out by Leaning. So a couple of deliveries in that over that have given Warwickshire some encouragement. And we've always fancied that there's an element of too paceness about this wicket, and it may just be growing more exaggerated.
Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms, Richard Wolford, Dickie Chowdhury, your commentary team. I noticed that Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, is in the runs for Hampshire today. Came up at Yorkshire, Hampshire 245 for 4 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 319. Hampshire, who were well beaten last week by Essex, but Essex have gone on loss this week to Somerset. Hampshire in a strong position if the weather holds. Hampshire have got a good chance of winning that game up at Headingley, where Sussex head in a couple of weeks' time. In comes Webster around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays into the offside. They think about a single. Jack Leading was a good way down the track, but was sent back by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. Some thought around the fact that Joe Root may play in that game for Yorkshire. I don't know about Harry Brook, but does Brook play in the IPL? I'm not sure.
Normally I think he probably does, although he decided not to. I can't remember.
No, I can't remember either.
So much of it about.
Webster round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Last season around that time of year there was a great deal of excitement when Warwickshire went up to Headingley and Root and Brook were playing and Warwickshire weren't in the best form, and the Bears went up there and won. Right. So you never quite know. No,
well, Sussex will be glad for a week off next week, whatever happens, a chance to rejuvenate, but then they're in for 4 weeks on a spin, and three of those weeks are away from home. As in comes Webster, bowls, Hughes dabs onto the onside, picks up a single through square leg. Hughes goes to 42, 26 for 3.
Well, the Bears are starting with a run of 4 games successively, but they're 2 at home, 2 away.
Right.
So home to Essex next week, then away to Nottinghamshire, then there's a weekend off, which they'll be needing by then.
Yeah, that's a really tough schedule, isn't it? You know, 4 weeks on the spin. Webster, 2 slips in a gully in place, runs down the hill, bowls to Jack Leading, and Leading is solidly forward to bowl of good length and just plays it back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 96 for 3. Sussex lost their last wicket. James Coles, who was out when the score was 68. So a nice partnership starting to develop between these two. Haynes for 12, Clark for 10, Coles for 9, the men out. As Webster, tall man down the hill, bowls, Leading again solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Leading remarks his guard.
If the grey clouds that we've seen today have tended to whistle past the north of the ground, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, we're looking up towards the Downs, outside of Brighton. Lots of blue sky, cloud in the distance, but Richard said they've kept in that direction, thankfully. Webster in again. We look at bowls to Leading, who plays firmly through the offside. Excellent piece of fielding there. Is that Jordan Thompson in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good bit of fielding, because that could well have been 4 runs. Nicely played by Jack Leading. He probably thought he deserved a boundary, but he was denied. Webster's bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 6. Sussex 96 for 3. Hughes 42, Leading on 16. At the end of the over.
Interesting if there comes a point where Sussex play for tea here. I don't think they will just yet. But there was a case for making sure there's plenty intact here, and you know, for me it's all about getting some overs seen through. Improve your chance of chasing down this score. Barnard is going to continue and is clipped towards the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single. Dan Mosley does the fielding, 97 for 3.
There's a bit of rain around the country, I think, Richard. They're certainly off for rain at Trent Bridge. They've got, it looks like, an early tea at Old Trafford as well.
Let me see if I can find any in this area. I don't think I'm going to.
You've been fortunate.
I can't see there being an interruption in what remains of today, but those are famous last words. Barnard back over the wicket for the right-handed Leading, stubbornly in behind it, steadfastly. Defends it back down the crease. And there's no run. I'm not getting anything terribly up to date on the radar because I will not pay for it.
always a good sign here at home if the ground staff stay at the far end of the ground where their groundsman hut is and can't see them, so that's good news.
Barnard short, left alone by Leaning, had no interest in it at all. Looking at the more up-to-date thing, there is a lot of rain through the centre of the country.
Right, yeah.
Right now, and it's all just in a channel above us. And actually, northern France has quite a lot of rain as well.
So we're quite
So
we're in between, aren't we?
Yeah, there is a little bit that could potentially clip us towards the end of the scheduled play. Just looking at the angle of attack, which is Barnard's now, and again, well forward. Is Leaning, defends it back to the bowler. There's no run. Plenty of encouragement for Ed Barnard. Barney, as he's known. BBC weather forecast says it's going to continue being glorious, so we'll take that.
Good. Trust the BBC.
Yeah. This is full driven, and there'll be nothing here because Chris Wokes was across quickly to his left. And whilst he didn't quite pick it up cleanly, he did at least manage to capture it the second attempt. He's probably got a little iPod in one ear or equivalent, listening to the Villa game, Chris Wokes.
He's a big Villa fan, is he?
Yeah. Can't be helped. Barnard once more. Oh, and that one angle's not too far outside off stump. Well judged in the end by Leaning, but enough to draw some oohs and ahs. As whoever was on as 12th man is going to go off because Michael Booth is returning.
I'll do one more, and then I will leave you with Nicky and Richard to see through till tea, which will come with 32 overs to go. So, yeah.
7 more overs.
To be fair to Warwickshire, they do run. I like to see it when fielding sides run between the overs, and they're ready then. Webster's at the end of his run and starting to get on with things. That being said, Ed Barnard is just wandering up and having a word to Bo Webster, who's going to start his next over, his third over. Figures of 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 6 as he runs towards us down the hill to bowl to Daniel Hughes. He's in a bowls and Hughes is solidly forward. Hughes' innings is they're both left-handers, but it's just reminding me a little bit of the Rob Yates innings. Richard, just the way that he's being very selective in terms of the shots that he's playing. He's punishing the bad ball, but an innings full of concentration, playing very straight. There was a big appeal against Daniel Hughes early on in his innings off Ethan Bamber, which was given not out for a caught behind. Webster in again, bowls, Hughes shoulders arms, lets that one go through to Smith, and there is no run.
Yeah, so that may have kept a bit low as well. Rare visit to this end in the field from Dan Mosley, who's largely in the outfield today. Well, I don't know whether I want to describe what he's just done. In fact, he's having a second go at it now.
What's he trying to catch?
The first attempt, I'll come back to it. I'm slightly appalled.
Webster in bowls. Hughes is beaten. Oh, that's a good delivery. And Dan Hughes has a quizzical look at what happened to that delivery. He was comprehensively beaten.
Yeah, lovely shape to it, doesn't it? It's pitched around off stump and offered just outside. And past a very straight bat. It's probably the fact that he has such a straight bat that saved him there. It's a beautiful ball from Webster.
It was.
Sort of line with which Ollie Robinson got Kai Smith earlier, just the tall seam bowler's line with that bit of extra bounce.
Webster again, bowls. Hughes is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, which the umpire declined. What was Dan Mosley up to?
What he did is he spat out his chewing gum with his right boot, volleyed it back up and then caught it, put it back in his mouth, spat it again, kicked it, tried to catch it in his mouth, missed, and now he's thrown it away.
Right.
That is the full description of what Dan Mosley was up to, and I'm sure he'll be delighted that I've
You saw him?
watched that with such attention to detail.
Right in front of the press box.
Right in front of the press. Yeah, it wasn't the most discreet place to do it.
Webster in, bowls to Leaning cuts firmly away onto the offside. Good shot by Jack Leaning. Alex Davis is in hot pursuit towards the boundary edge. Fields just inside the boundary. But 2 more to Jack Leaning, and the applause around the ground because that's the 100 up for Sussex. So they're a third of the way.
Nearly.
Nearly. And a nice round of applause. Yeah, but still need another 2:28 to win, so that's a long old way to go. But these two at the minute, quite nicely. Webster in, bowls to Leaning, who's solidly forward. That's a no ball from Bo Webster, so Sussex will benefit by another 2 runs. Jordan Thompson is warming up in the covers, so we could be getting a change of bowling. And umpire Warren at the far end just has a little look at where Bo Webster is landing that front foot, just to make sure he's not running down the line of the stumps. 2 slips and a gully weight, 102 for 3 as Webster is in. Bowls, Leaning, drives again, and Webster puts a big foot down and stops the ball. It is the end of the over. I'm going to take a break up until tea and leave you in the very capable hands of Richard Wilford and with Dickie Chowdhury.
Good first touch there from Bo Webster, right-footed. Has to save that. So that's 102 for 3, 6 overs left till tea. Elsewhere, Somerset beat Essex by 10 wickets. Glamorgan needing 478 to beat Nottinghamshire, 83 for 1 when rain stopped play. Leicestershire on 553 for 5, leads Surrey by 33. Eskenazi on 76 and Cox 82. That's a mighty and meaty effort. Hampshire 260 for 4, lead Yorkshire by 334. Brown 68. Lehman 59, second half century of the match for Jake Lehman. Gloucestershire's demise is nearly complete in Division 2, 160 for 7, 270 runs shy of making Durham bat again. Cameron Bancroft did make 56, 3 wickets there for Parkinson. So, back in the seat.
Back in the seat.
Dickie Chowdhury.
Jordan Thompson from the sea end is in to Hughes. He's off the back foot, cuts this down towards deep point and comes through for a single. He moves on to 44. Nice little partnership between these two going on here, just building. The sun's disappeared though. Why does it always disappear when I come on air? Maybe it's a me thing. Do I scare the sun away?
It's not a possibility you can rule out. It's tricky that. Kent, by the way, 26 for 1, still 480 runs short of making Northants bat again. Ouch.
Thompson into Leaning. This one just cutting back in to him, and he plays this to extra cover.
Derbyshire all out for 374, a first innings lead of 23 against Lancashire. Coughlan 4 for 79 at the third county of his career. And another match that could well finish today. Middlesex need 262 to beat Worcestershire. They're 114 for 3. So that has the potential to be a tight finish.
Thompson in now. This is short and Leaning's on his toes and defends this off the back foot to extra cover.
Bears head coach is about to cross in front of us. Ian Westwood. I think the theory is you walk anti-clockwise round the boundary when you want runs, and you walk clockwise round the boundary when you want wickets.
Right for runs.
Mark Robinson was certainly a believer in that. A man who served both these counties well.
Thompson in now, and this one punched off the back foot between point and cover, and that should go towards. Oh, it's been clawed back. Hasn't gone over the rope. He'll come back for a couple. I thought he hit that firmer.
Yeah, I don't think he got much timing on that Leaning, but it's been a positive start from him. He's up to 20. Trying to gauge Ian Westwood's thoughts here. This game is in the balance. It feels a really important match early in the season, this. For Sussex, it could mean a real flying start. But, looking down at something now, Ian Westwood.
Leaning in forward and defends to extra cover.
He's got his warm beanie hat on and a coat. That would suggest it's still pretty cold out there. Contemplates his phone. And now the meaning of life. That could be the...
That got rather deep pretty quickly.
Well, you know, deep sort of character. He's in the Birmingham City camp, so he'll be happy with today's earlier football result.
Thompson in leaning forward in defence this time. Ball goes to mid-wicket, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 105 for 3, Sussex.
Bo Webster's going to continue. So he's had 3 overs. He might bowl 3 more. I wonder whether we'll see a first over of spin from Warwickshire before tea. Rob Yates, not used yet in the match. The other spinner in the side is Bo Webster, due to his slightly broader idea of being an all-rounder. He's already taken a sharp catch at gully. That was for the dismissal of Tom Clark for 10. Rob Yates pouched Tom Haynes off the bowling of Ethan Bamber for 12. Those 2 wickets taking Bamber's tally for the match to 5. And then Michael Booth trapping James Cole's LBW for 9. But since then, steady partnership of 37 has built between Leaning on 20 and Hughes is on 44. As Bo Webster comes in round the wicket, he's driven and it almost wipes out Leaning. He just gets out of the way of it, and it's just as well that he does, because that then rolls very quickly up towards the sight screen at the far end for 4. 48 to Hughes, 109 for 3.
Lovely looking shot, and there was a big gap and he eyed it up nicely.
Feeling, I'm sure, in the Sussex camp is this is going to be doable, but there's not a lot of margin for error. Now, some of the greyer clouds come rather closer to us this time on this breeze. This is covered up by Hughes outside off stump, and it trickles through to the vacant point area for a single. So he's 1 away from a half century. He's on 49, looking to become Sussex's first 50 scorer of the match. 110 for 3. Pondering of the field at the moment. Ethan Bamber sets off in one direction, then retreats because Alex Davis is going to go and fill the place that he was heading to. I think he misinterpreted that it was him that was meant to be moving. Michael Booth now is dragged in. They're going to have a very short mid-on, 15 yards from the bat. Whether Webster's seen there's a failing there with Leaning, or whether he's trying to convince Leaning himself that he's got that failing, I don't know, but he defends the ball straight at the feet of that man. It's the power of suggestion, I think. I'll put a man here, you'll hit it there. Feels like a really significant little spell of 27 balls before the interval here. Sussex again will be right back in it if they don't lose another wicket in this period. Webster to Leaning, nicely through mid-wicket for 4, just leans on it, dispatched. 24 to Leaning, 114 for 3, becoming a very useful partnership.
Lovely, lovely looking shot there from Leaning. Well balanced from him.
He was in a really nice position to strike the ball, wasn't he? He didn't have to swing the bat particularly vigorously. Able to steer and guide. And he awaits Webster again, and that one almost got through, but he jabs down really well at the last second. Hurried him up, that one, but he jabs down on the ball. See, that's the one when you 3, 4, 5 not out, that's the ball that gets you into real trouble. But Leaning's 39 balls in there. Already 2 boundaries in this over. Webster in again, flicked towards the square leg boundary, and that's going to go for 4 more, is it? It is. Just tucked away again, no big swing of the bat once more. Leaning to 28, 118 for 3 Sussex, 210 required, and that's the 50 partnership between this pair. It comes up in just shy of 11 overs and in 42 minutes, and the run rate has been really positive throughout here from Sussex, which, you know, as long as you don't take too many risks, and I think maybe, you know, Haynes was going at it a little bit ablaze, then that little bit level of positivity is serving them pretty well.
Yeah, they've really worked hard for this partnership, and they've complemented each other nicely, taken on the moments, waited for the bad deliveries and capitalised when they've received them.
And then negating the threat of a second new ball being a part of this game as well.
This one just played to backward point off the bowling of Thompson by Hughes. He's on 49.
It amazes me the matter-of-fact way that professional cricketers field the ball at times. You know, it's going reasonably quickly. You and I would feel that was reasonably quickly if we were fielding in the gully. Or backward point, yeah, where he is now. He's a bit too deep for a gully, isn't he, Bo Webster? But he just waits, he just plucks it out of the air, throws it to the next fielder, puts his hands on his hips. I'd have wanted a round of applause and quite possibly a nurse.
Thompson into Hughes, who dabs this into the offside and will come through for a single as cover comes round to field, and that will be Daniel Hughes' half century, 50 from 73 balls with 6 fours in his innings so far, and what a lovely innings he has played so far as well. Sussex are now 119 for 3.
Yeah, Sussex in a position where they can only have one overseas player for the majority of the season, and in Hughes they've invested in somebody who can be a match winner for them, and this has been a very smart innings so far.
Thompson in and leaning lunges forward in the defence. Thompson will field off his own bowling.
Ethan Bamber bouncing around like he might like a quick over before the interval.
Not long to go. 35.3 overs remain, and we'll go to tea when there's 32 left to be bowled.
Hughes has found the perfect foil in Leaning, who is struck on the hip, and then for a moment there's a bit of concern that it might go down and hit his stumps. There are oohs from the Bears fielders. I'm not sure it was ever really going that close. Not from the angle we're looking at.
Definitely not from our angle.
No. Sometimes you have to persuade yourself a bit, gives you a bit of encouragement.
Thompson making his way back towards mark. He's really working hard to keep this ball shiny. As he sets off to Leaning, who goes to leave one, and this one's jagged back and hit him on the forearm. Ouch, going to leave a mark there, that's for sure.
And I think it demonstrates that as much as these two have got themselves in, there's always the odd ball that's going to do something that you don't expect. And that's been the case in all 8 sessions. And good energy ball that from Thompson. He'll want to earn himself a decent spell either side of this interval. Took 2 wickets in the first innings, 2 for 23.
Thompson in now, it's back of a length and Leaning high on his toes, defends to cover, and that will conclude the end of the over. 119 for 3. Daniel Hughes has just reached his half century, and Leaning has got 28 runs to his name.
The next 3 overs, just it's in a conversation at the moment between Hughes and Leaning, and actually, I mean, it might as well be just saying as we are, just carry on as we are. We're not playing anything extravagant, we're not taking any risks. But let's be conscious, 3 overs left until tea. Let's make sure we get there. Bears have bringing Ethan Bamber back with a change of ends. He took the first 2 wickets to fall. There's 5 in the match. He is at the moment the trump card for Ed Barnard. He looks the man most likely. 9 championship wickets so far this season. And he's going to bowl round the wicket to Hughes. Just 1 slip in place there. Sam Hain is just checking where he's meant to be. He's effectively a gully. And in comes Bamber, and he's driven, and he's fielded in his follow through. And there'll be no run. substitute fielders running around the edge of the field at the moment. A big bottle of water. See, unlike so many of your generation, you haven't turned up with one of those great big flagons of water the size of a fire hydrant this week.
So I'll tell you after this delivery.
It's driven into the covers. It's half stopped by Booth. Will only be a single. He chases back 10 yards to pick up 121 for 3.
Yeah, those massive water bottles that you see many of my generation lugging around, unfortunately doesn't actually fit into my drinks holder in the car.
No, it wouldn't. No, that's a fair point.
And the way my little setup is in the car is that it just doesn't fit, so I can't carry it around with me. And then I don't want to have to go buy another water bottle, because how many water bottles does one need? Because there is currently a cupboard in my kitchen that has around 20 water bottles in there. So there's no point in getting another one. And I have literally just forgotten to carry one. I'm not very good with water bottles.
Bamber short, cut into the offside by Leaning. Davis sprinting after it, should keep them down to 2. I was a run ahead a moment ago, so that's now 122 for 3, leading to 30. You always say something that sets you up for a follow-up question.
Do I?
And sometimes it's the simplest, most innocuous thing.
What is it?
The way my car is set up. It makes it sound like you've had an interior designer at it. Bamber driving in again, flicked off his pads by Leaning, and that's fine for 4. Again, they're just taking what they're given here, leading to 34, 126 for 3. And the run rate is not far short of 5 and over, and without taking a huge amount of risks. So the way it's set up, you're in the passenger seat, your chauffeur is in the driver's seat.
I wish.
Yeah?
I'm my own chauffeur.
Yeah, your cocktail maker is in the middle, so you haven't got room for the water bottle. And your cocktail maker is a kit, it's not a person. You haven't got another person in the car for that. You're sitting there on your heated seat. In comes Bamber, forward in defence, is leaning out into the offside. Picked up in the covers and there's no run. Or do you insist on sitting in the back?
You're really trying to wind me up here, and I am not going to react.
It's just in the sentence the way my car is set up.
As in, the design of this car,
Okay.
it has the water bottle holders for a very specific style of water bottles. If they're slightly thicker.
Driven by Leaning, but he won't puncture the field this time. Picked up at mid-off. No, run 2 overs left till 126 for 3, 328 the target.
If they're slightly wider, then they don't fit because it hits something else and it gets stuck, and it's just a bit of a.
They are,
faff.
they are ridiculously big, these new ones, though.
Yeah.
We are going to see an over of spin. Here comes Rob Yates, bowler number 7 in this innings. So 7 bowlers in how many overs? A relatively small number. And it wasn't particularly. It hasn't been a successful match for spin bowlers, to be fair. There's been 1 wicket for Coles, but it was a shot that Ed Barnard is still trying to forget. There's a helmet coming onto the field. There has to be, because Kai Smith is of course going to be standing up to the stumps. So we're looking at about a 6:30ish finish again today. If you want to come down after tea. I mean, it's always free after tea. I mean, it's been free all day today, but it's very free. It's doubly free.
Doubly free.
Doubly free. In fact, it's buy one, get one free after tea.
Free to the power infinity.
And indeed beyond. So, yeah. Cheap at half the price. Second helmet on the pitch for a short leg.
Here is Yates from the CN. He's replacing Jordan Thompson. He's coming right arm round the wicket to Hughes, who's forward and pushes this to mid-on.
Purely by way of a hat count, it must be Sam Hain at short leg. He has spent a considerable amount of time there in his career. But as there's only 1 white floppy visible, and that's Michael Booth at deep square leg. It must be Hayne.
This one worked off the back foot, just pushed towards cover, and they'll come through for a single, bringing Jack Leaning on to strike.
It's almost very neatly going to be exactly 200 by the time you get to this end. It was going to be one way, close one way or the other. 201 runs required to win. 7 wickets required by Warwickshire. Very interestingly poised game of cricket. And this new ball is in its 28th over, bear in mind.
Yates in, and Leaning tries to work a rather full delivery off the back foot down towards deep mid wicket. Will come through for a single.
He's played that very late, hence the fact that there's sort of hands on heads and all that sort of thing. But he's also played it very confidently. He was in control of that shot, Leaning.
This one short and pulled away, as it should be. Yates knows he's given that one away. He drops his head in disgust with himself as a member from the pavilion has just flicked the ball back into the field of play.
Yeah, as it should be indeed. He was proper drag down, wasn't it?
And now this is respectfully defended by Hughes off the front foot. He's got to be careful. He's bowling to the left-handed Hughes with such a short leg side boundary. There's not much scope for dragging it down here for Yates. He'll have that playing in the back of his mind. Another drag down, and Hughes this time makes space off the back foot, trying to work it into the offside, but doesn't get it past cover, and that will conclude the end of the over. 132 for 3 with 1 over left till tea.
This game doesn't want to give us too many clues as to which way it's going, does it? It's been a puzzle from the morning session on Friday. Who's on top? It's probably very 50-50 now. You've got 2 established batters together. They've added 64 for the 4th wicket. The ball is getting that little bit older. The Bears are getting that little bit more frustrated. 328 feels like it's a biddable target. But you should take care about your work, really, if you're Sussex now. Again, just one slip in place as Leaning drives the ball up to mid-on and there's no run. I think it's the visitors who'll be wanting to regroup in the tea interval. Okay, they're the ones who are going to have the most to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of shouting going out there, which is an encouraging sign. As in comes Bamber. Oh, and he's lifted over short mid-wicket here by Leaning. They're going to get 2 because he hasn't timed that. That was a slightly false shot. I mean, he always got the impression it was going to clear Dan Mosley, but it wasn't the shot that Leaning was playing. He now goes to 37, 134 for 3. Football fans in the West Midlands, Villa have drawn 1-1 at Forest. Another point towards trying to qualify for the Champions League. Spurs still 1 down deep in added time at Sunderland. It's forwarded defence is Leaning. And for those of you who have a Brighton disposition, I don't want to tell you the Crystal Palace results. It's one of the great rivalries, Crystal Palace and Brighton. Three balls left till tea. Another enthralling session. Almost in the rearview mirror. So Leaning is forward watchfully to this next delivery by Bamber. Little flick up of the hand from umpire Warren to just double check, as they do every over, with his colleague Graham Lloyd, that there are 2 balls left. So that's something we need to institute in the commentary box, do you think?
What do you mean?
Every time there's 2 balls left in over, which is and you come back and say, yeah, 2.
I think our listeners would get absolutely furious with us.
We don't have to say it. So this one angled in towards the off stump, well defended by Leaning. So we will go into 4 sessions remaining in the game. We're not going to need all 4, whatever's going to happen in terms of result. With all results pretty much possible. I mean, you're not going to do a draw, but a tie would be possible. As Bamber is in, that's a good leave by Leaning. And that will be tea on day 3. 328 the target that Sussex have been set. And they are 134 for 3 after 29 overs. They've lost Haynes for 12, Clark for 10 and Coles for 9. But then a very, very good partnership indeed between Daniel Hughes, who's on 56. Bit of a scary early on when Warwickshire thought they'd got him out to a little inside edge, but the umpire said no. And then Jack Leaning, who's come in and looked very positive, determined to get his first significant score for his new county. He's on 37. So 196 needed for Sussex, 7 wickets needed for Warwickshire. Where are you putting your coins, Nicky Chowdhury?
This is a this is a cash-free ground. Did you know that? Sorry, I've got no coins on me.
Okay, I mean I can change the analogy if you like.
I am. Oh, I'm sitting on the fence here. I am sitting on the fence here, but I actually think I'm going to go with Warwickshire.
Okay, I think it's interesting. I think it is too close to call.
I think it's too close to
the
call.
fence is a good place to be right now. It really is. Adrian, Nicky and myself will be back after the tea interval in around 20 minutes time with, at that interval, Sussex in an interesting position, 134 for 3, needing a further, actually 194 runs for victory.
Mr. McCarthy, Mr. Food the whole restaurant service is possible alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages.
to Hove for the evening session, or the third, doesn't really feel like evening, so we'll call it the third session of this compelling and intriguing county championship fixture between Sussex and Warwickshire. I'm Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford from BBC WM sitting alongside me as the umpires wander out. The state of play, if you're just joining us for the first time today, is that Sussex are 134 for 3. They need another 194 to win, but they have got 7 wickets in hand, and indebted to a very good partnership between Jack Leaning and Dan Hughes. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, is on 56. Jack Leaning is on 37. Sussex needing another 194 to win. These two came together when the score was just 68 for 3. So it's been a good partnership between these two, Jack, which is... I still got Warwickshire down as favourites to win the game, but I thought that these two scored runs at a good lick as well. And I think probably Warwickshire will have been quite pleased to get to tea and just a chance to regroup and have a rethink.
Yeah, I must admit, I think it's gone to being cigarette paper tight again, and that's been the extraordinary thing about this match. The Warwickshire attack looks quite blunt just for now. Chris Wokes hasn't had a great game. I wonder whether he's been bowling from the wrong end. I know that it's downhill and he's your premium bowler, but it's meant that he tends to keep the ball outside off stump. He's been bowling with a short boundary on the leg side. He's been milked there. I don't know. There's something about Chris Wokes that's been slightly off. I think he's been quite unfortunate at times. But I like where Sussex are after the way they've dug in these two.
John Thompson comes in to get us underway after tea, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays slightly in the air to backward point, and there is no run. I guess what it does do from an Ed Barnard point of view is he'll be thinking about not leaking too many runs. He's just got the one slip in place now. I mean, I guess that a couple of wickets changes everything, but if Sussex could... 32 overs to go tonight. Sussex have been cracking on at the best part of 5 and over. A bit less than that now. Well, about 4.7 and over. It's Thompson around the wicket bowls, and Hughes defends into the offside. There is no run.
No, it might be. I mean, look, the scoring rate isn't the key here for Sussex. It's about getting this ball older. And if these two bat another 20 overs, even if they only score at 3 and over, all of a sudden you've got a ball that's 50 overs old and isn't going to do it as much. And that's when you've been able to make runs here. Equally, we know that one wicket tends to lead to 2 or 3, and that's been the case throughout the game. But it's the only time in the match that the team batting has got to 120 without losing 5 wickets. So, it's a good start.
Thompson in bowls to Hughes, who eases that into the offside. They think about a single, but it isn't there, and there is no run. Mark in Cotteridge in Birmingham has been in touch. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. He says, are they scoring at 5 and over because they don't know how to grind out an innings over 2 days? Is it a case of playing 4-day cricket like a white ball match? He goes on to say, I had a lovely carvery lunch at the Cotteridge Village Inn today, and a couple of beers to boot. Is that somewhere you've frequented, Richard?
Frequented, no. Been to a couple of times, yes. Yeah.
Well, it's like you had a nice lunch. Thompson in bowls to Hughes, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run.
I can guarantee you it would have been very busy there today.
Oh, sorry, there's a good question. We were asking about Harry Brook in the IPL, and Robert's been in touch. Thank you, Robert. He says Brook withdrew from the IPL last season, which means he's banned for 3 years. Didn't realise that happened.
Oh, okay.
So if you pull out, presumably they don't let you back in.
There's an element of cutting off your nose to spite your face about that, isn't there?
Thompson, 4 dot balls to start after tea. Wheels round in front of us and runs up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. 56 not out, he's in and bowls, and Hughes is forward and shows the maker's name to Jordan Thompson as he plays out in the offside, and there is no run, and then rehearses the shot. Hughes was subject to a big LBW appeal. No, a big caught behind appeal, I apologise, which Warwickshire thought they'd got their man very early on off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. It was turned down. In terms of James Cole's dismissal, the feeling in the press box next door was he was plumb in front, but clearly thought he must have got an inside edge or something, but there's no question it was in front. Thompson in, bowls to Hughes, he plays into the offside. They need to scamper here, but they scamper well. And Hughes picks up a single, his first run after the break, and the end of the opening over after the break.
So he thought that he got an edge, but there's no...
Well,
the evidence of the replay wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, the feeling in the press box... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what James Coles thought, but the feeling in the press box was that he was right in front, so the only thing he could have had any real complaints about was whether he got a little nick on it. But certainly the feeling was he was right in front. And at that stage, Sussex was 68 for 3. They're now 135 for 3. And it's going to be...
It's with Chris Wokes.
Okay.
So 5 overs for 23 earlier. In the first innings, he took 1 for 52. So it hasn't been a hugely successful. I think he played his part in other wickets in terms of the pressure that was being built up, but he did get Tom Price trapped LBW in the first innings. So welcome listeners to Sport Extra, this intriguingly poised game. A target of 328 required in the final innings by Sussex, which is more than 60 than any of the previous totals. But with a big partnership on the go here between Jack Leaning and Daniel Hughes, and it's the Australian on 57 who's going to face the first ball of a new spell for Chris Wokes, and on the back foot he fends it out into the point area, picked up there, and there's no run. These two have added 67 since the loss of James Coles for 9, wicket for Michael Booth, and they've done it sensibly. They've not overextended their hand. They've punished the 4 balls, and Warwickshire trying to find a way to take wickets with just a single slip, a gully, and a lot of close infielders. I'm not expecting extravagant movement, that's for sure. Off the back foot, beautifully forced square for 4. Just got up tall there, Hughes. He goes to 61, 139 for 3. And the evidence is that this is a chaseable target.
Well, you were just making the point about Chris Wokes that you felt perhaps he'd been bowling for the wrong end here, Richard.
He's bowled a lot down the hill to left-handers who have hit him to the short boundary an awful lot, because of course he's going to pitch it up, he's going to look to probe, he's going to look for the outside edge, and it's been expensive. Produces a peach now though, which goes past the outside edge of Hughes, which is a reminder again that this track has produced competitive cricket throughout. There's been a bit of movement in the air for most of the game, and that's what's made it intriguing. It's been hard one to take your eyes off this week. Sussex with this massive carrot dangling in front of them, the prospect of starting the season with successive victories. That would be a huge feather in their cap. Wokes in again. Hughes covers up middle and off, picked up left-handed in his follow through by Wokes. Warwickshire after a respectable draw against Surrey last week. Struggled to take second innings wickets there, but that was on a very flat surface. Will they find the penetration this evening to see themselves over the line? Wokes hidden from in front of the sight screens. Hughes driving, doesn't time it, and it bounces twice before reaching mid-off. Feels like this session will go most of the way to deciding the game one way or the other, Adrian.
Yeah, I agree. Sussex leading another 189, 7 wickets, and we've got 30 overs to be bowled tonight. Sussex have been going along at the best part of 5 and over, but that hasn't been the crucial bit. It's just put a bit of pressure on the Warwickshire bowlers.
Wokes in, turned into the leg side, picked up by Bo Webster, fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run, just the boundary off that over. 138 for 3. Sussex. Again, for those of you joining us for the first time, or one of a couple of occasions today on Sport Extra, free admission today, and it's paid off. A good crowd for a Sunday at Hove. It's not particularly warm out by any stretch of the imagination, but we've seen plenty of blue sky, and the wind is still having the odd gust, but it's not as bad as it was yesterday.
Yeah, and as Richard said, free admittance today, and it's been the Brighton Marathon and the 10k as well, and I get the feeling a few people might have taken advantage of that and spend the afternoon at the cricket. Jordan Thompson running away from us up the hill here at Hove to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leaney, his first home game for the county, and he plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leaning on 37, he hasn't really made a score so far for Sussex, so he'll be pleased to have made a contribution today. These two coming together when James Coles was LBW for 9. At that stage, Sussex was 68 for 3, now 139 for 3. Earlier, Tom Haynes out for 12, Tom Clark for 10. But these two have more than steadied the Sussex ship. I'll try and get those words out. In comes Thompson, bowls, and then he hits on the pad. There's a loud appeal, which is turned down. It possibly a little high, possibly erring down the leg side. It was a big shout though from Jordan Thompson, leading sort of signals towards Daniel Hughes what he thought happened with that delivery, and Hughes wanders down, just has a chat to his partner.
I suspect it's come back in too much, would be my feeling, and I think once what was a vociferous and collective appeal had subsided, I think that's probably what Warwickshire think too.
Slip in a gully of the close fielders, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side as Thompson strides in, bowls to Leaning, who gets a good stride forward himself and plays defensively down the onside of the track. Warwickshire fielders with plenty to say, encouraging Jordan Thompson. Earlier on today, an excellent 90 from Rob Yates, who's been really the standout performer with the bat in this game. 36 in the first innings, 90 in the second. But really what almost turned the match was a partnership of 68 for the 9th wicket for Warwickshire between Michael Booth, who made a hard hit 48, and Jordan Thompson, who made 18. Just as Sussex thought they'd got through the Warwickshire side, there was some lower order resistance. Thompson in, bowls to Leaning forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Jordan Thompson stands with his hands on his head. He thought he'd breached Leaning's defences there. Richard said it's just been a terrific game of cricket. It's ebbed and flowed. We've seen periods of good partnerships, and then 2 or 3 wickets going down in a row. Sussex needing another 189. Warwickshire needing 7 wickets. The sun has disappeared now. There's lots of blue sky around, but in comes Thompson, bowls, leaning forward, clips this one away through mid-wicket. Doesn't really time it, but picks up a single, does Jack Leaning. That's his first run after tea. He goes to 38, and Sussex to 140 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford and Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team here at the county ground. As Thompson changes the angle of attack for the left-handed Daniel Hughes. He's coming around the wicket. He's just down in front of us. He just pauses and runs away from us. Number 44 on the back of his shirt. Runs in, bowls, and Hughes defends the ball. Well pitched up, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Good tidy over though from Jordan Thompson. 4 overs. He's only conceded the 6 runs at the end of the 32nd over of this Sussex innings. 140 for 3, Leaning on 38, Hughes is on 61, 29 overs left in the day. Sussex needing another 188 to win as the Sun makes a welcome reappearance.
Yeah, Thompson is at least cutting out the 4 ball, the loose ball, from the bowling of some of his teammates just at the moment. And there's not been really the capacity to build up pressure. And if you think at 3 and over, right now you'd be looking at a score of 96 for 3, and at the moment you'd feel very strongly Warwickshire on top. But that run rate will have them quite nervous quite quickly in this evening session. Single slip in a gully for Chris Wokes, bowling to Leaning. Point, cover and mid-off. Leaning comes forward and defends. There's a mid-on. There's quite a straight short mid-wicket. Man on the mid-wicket boundary. And long leg is almost a deep backward square leg, but that's partly the nature of the fact that it's a relatively short boundary in that corner. As the sun starts to cast some shadows.
Interesting game at the Oval, Richard. Leicestershire now 597 for 5, leading Surrey by 77 with a day to go.
And again, comes Wokes. Raps leaning on the pads. It's going to be a leg by as it goes down towards square leg, and that always again looked like it was angling in beyond leg stump. 141 for 3. It's just, I think time will make it very hard for Leicester to get enough runs in front to put any pressure on. And what I think we can reasonably assume is a fairly flat wicket.
Yeah, sounds it, doesn't it? Was it 507 that Surrey made?
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be a game tomorrow that they should bring in Wilford's Law. I'm still campaigning for it to be brought in for all championship games.
Go on.
Wokes bowls, pushed into the offside by Hughes, and there's no run. If any game can only be drawn by tea on the final day, that is the cut-off point and you go home.
Yes.
Let's get away from the charade of playing for 50 minutes or an hour after tea, depending on whether they can declare 10 minutes early or not. Can we get rid of that charade? We worry about cricketers playing too much cricket, and yet several times a season you'll see an hour of utterly meaningless, abject cricket played for absolutely no reason.
I agree with Wilford's Law.
Thank you very much. I've got another convert. Wokes in, covering up off stump once more is Hughes.
Does he have a bit to say, Chris Wokes, most of the time? He's following. He seems such a nice guy, Chris Wokes. But every delivery, when he's bowled to Daniel Hughes, he's made a point. He's 7/8 of the way down the track, and he's clearly got a lot to say to Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, he's
for one reason or another.
He's quite a placid character, as you might imagine, Chris Wokes. But he's also got the steeliness of a man who's played a lot of international cricket. So there is a little bit of an ongoing conversation. As he's driven here straight, it won't beat the fielder at mid-on. No good tumbling stop.
Who goes again? Oh no, he's had a word to his slip cord on this occasion.
Yeah, and I think Kai Smith as well. But whatever it was directed so that more than one person was going to hear it.
Yes.
And we don't know whether Hughes has had something to say as well.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, quite possibly.
It's a continuing saga. .141 for 3. Wokes in again to Hughes, who once more is just playing with soft hands and defends it out. That's a maiden, I think, from Chris Wokes. 141 for 3. And too small a sample size to suggest that Sussex are going to dig a little bit deeper in this session, but there is a lot of wisdom in it because there's so much time in the game. Just keep that ball being used, soften it up, keep your wickets in hand, and chase down 328, which is their target.
Well, certainly prior to tea, Sussex were rattling along at the best part of 5 and over, but since tea, Sussex began on 134 for 3, so they've added, 7 runs since tea. As those 4 overs, in comes Jordan Thompson from the CN, bowls to Leaning squirts this one out on the leg side, and there is no run.
I think they tried to come out more on their toes here, Warwickshire, as well. There was a very sort of noticeable warm-up and a bit of a chivying that was going on before they emerged. Not just the average stretch and throw down a few balls. It looked like there was a bit of a geeing up that was going. It's like the geeing up that Nicky gave us during the tea interval. I know that neither of us wanted to do the Pilates section of it, but the Zumba was good. She gave us a really good Zumba class.
Thompson in bowls to Leaning, who's forward. Good delivery by Thompson. Leaning has to play. This is county championship cricket at its best, really, Rich. I mean, it's compelling stuff. Good bowling, good batting, keen fielding. The crowd completely absorbed in the action. The sun is out. So it's not the warmest of afternoons, but it's just sort of inching their way along. Desperate not to lose a wicket here, as you say, trying to take some of the hardness out of this ball as Thompson wheels around in front of us. Runs in past umpire Lloyd. He's in and bowls, and Leaning plays this off the hip. I think that came off the thigh pad. They've taken 1. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. It is a leg by. So runs required down to 186. Sussex 142 for 3.
There are always going to be some vagaries about Division 2 cricket. There'll often be 3 or 4 counties in a real state of flux who are having to rebuild, having to blood players who maybe aren't ready yet but might be in the future. There's always going to be a bit of that, but Division 1 year in year delivers a very high level of cricket. and it has its detractors, and I just wonder how many of them watch a lot of cricket at Championship grounds during the season.
Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Hughes. Hughes cuts away. Firmly, that's a brilliant piece of fielding in the slips. Can't see who that is, Richard.
Rob Yates.
Well, brilliant bit of fielding. I mean, diving away, that prevented a certain boundary because there's no third man. Hughes scratches away at his crease.
Best slip that the Bears have had since Ricky Clark. Ricky Clark could catch pigeons.
Yes. Yeah, we had Ricky Clark a couple of years ago, actually. He came and commentated on match here against Leicestershire. Good to see him.
And then Ricky Clark was the best slipper that the Bears had since Dominic Osler. He was fantastic.
He took a few for Surrey as well, I think, Ricky Clark. Slip cordon. Sun is out brightly. Thompson around the wicket in. Bowls to Daniel Hughes, who cracks that one away through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. No need to chase that. He's been very patient since tea as Daniel Hughes. A little too short from Jordan Thompson. And Daniel Hughes waited and cracked the ball away through the covers. He goes to 65. Sussex to 146 for 3. Runs required down to 182.
Really rare loose ball from Jordan Thompson in this sort of two short spells. He had a couple just before tea, and then Rob Yates had one just to break it up, but he's bowled 3 since tea. It's very rare that we've seen him drop a ball short like that. But Hughes has punished the opportunities. And Alex Davis has got a lot of ground to scamper across out in the outfield there.
Yeah, that raced away for 4 runs. And Thompson again. In bowls to Hughes. Hughes is forward defensively. Plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex 146 for 3. Hughes on 65, leaning on 38. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. I'm going to leave you with Nicky Chowdhury, who's coming for commentary, and Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Adrian. Will be back very soon. It's been good having Nicky around for these first 3 days. We don't know yet whether we're going to get a 4th day. I think we might get a 4th morning. She's moving into her batting stance as Chris Wokes prepares to bowl. I didn't know you batted left-handed.
Nor did I.
I was just a guess.
It's a new skill I
It's
acquired.
just a guess. Got it wrong. But yes, Chris Wokes to continue. It was it looked in good rhythm in the previous over. Wokes, number 27 in this second innings, comes in to bowl to Leaning, who looks to flick it beyond mid-on, but can't. It's fielded comfortably up there. And there's no run. Do you know where you're off on your travels next for cricket? Where are you going to be watching next?
Nowhere next week, as in I've got the weekend away next week. I'm going away. And then the week after that I'm at Lord's.
Beautiful.
Where am I after that? Hang on. I lost track already.
Wokes in, defending is Leaning. Ends up again up at mid-on.
Got Lord's and then weekend of the 9th, 10th of May. I'm back here with Adrian. And then I'm at Beckenham the weekend after. And then, what am I doing? Then I'm back here for some work bits the weekend after because there's a Women's International.
Excellent. So I've been saying all week this ground always looks resplendent for the Women's Internationals.
And then I go to India.
In comes Wokes again, forward in defence is Leaning.
So yeah.
Picked up by Webster. Off to India.
Yep. Off to India for a couple of weeks. Got a tournament I did out there last year. I'll be going out to do that again for a couple of weeks. And then I come back and then I'm here. Lots of cricket going on. I can't see a free weekend until the end of September.
Other than next week.
Other than next week.
So you've got to make the most of next week.
Yes. I'm going to go into Nikki 2.0. No one's going to know who I am.
Excellent. Nice flick here by Leading round the corner down to long leg for a single. The ball that was angled into his pads a bit. He goes to 39, 147 for 3.
Basically, next week's going to be that week, you know, before you go back to school, that you have that 1 week and you'll just do everything that you possibly can. Like, that's going to be that week for me next week.
You always run out of time for it.
Well, it just jumps on you and then you're like, oh, crikey, it's already here. And then you realise that you've done nothing that you actually wanted to do. So live in the moment, I say.
Wokes in, pushing forward in defence is Hughes up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, we had a week away in March and found you've got to live in the moment, but a little bit of pre-planning helps as well. So a couple of little trips that we decided which days we were going to do them.
Where did you go?
We were in Seville for a week.
Oh, I love Seville.
Glorious place.
And the weather's always lovely down there.
Yeah, they had weeks of rain before we went, but it was lovely when we were there. As Wokes is again, short ball, pulled round the corner, and he's going to beat Davis on the inside. So well dispatched that by Hughes. He doesn't miss out on much, he really doesn't. And that has him on the 69. 151 for 3, the 150 is up, 177 more to win. That spoilt a respectable over from Chris Wokes. Jordan Thompson now will continue.
Yeah, it was put away and rightly so. Yeah, beautiful little town, Seville.
Or City.
City. I went in the summer a couple of years ago and I made the mistake of going bang in the middle of summer.
Very, very hot.
I was, let's just say, it was a very crispy trip.
Even you couldn't complain about the cold then.
Yeah, it was, but it's a lovely, lovely city. Very picturesque. Did you go to the cathedral?
We went to the cathedral, walked up the tower, up the 34 ramps to the top of the tower, regretted it.
And then treated yourself to some sangria as Jordan Thompson runs away from us. And this is a short ball and it climbs on Leaning as he drops it in front of him. It looks like it's actually hit him more towards the glove than on the bat itself.
It is ramps, not steps, to the top of La Giralda, because it was meant for horses to go up.
See, when I went, it was we weren't allowed to go through.
Okay.
So,
but when you get to the top, you think you've got these wonderful views. Oh, they'd be great for photographs. But recently they've put some chicken wire up. I think people must have been throwing things off.
Okay.
So as a result, you couldn't take a photo without there being chicken wire in it.
Oh.
So you were exhausted and then annoyed.
Thompson in. This one's defended by Leaning straight to mid-off from on the front foot. Nice. I really enjoyed my trip to.
But the cathedral was amazing.
It was nice, and next to the cathedral there was something else, which was an old palace. And I just remember that the guide told us that when President Obama visited, they made the whole place up again, and that's where they stayed.
That would be the Real Alcazar.
Now the Alcazar, yes.
Yeah.
See, I remember.
Beautiful, beautiful gardens. We had the Sunday morning there.
It was stunning. As Thompson runs away from us up the slope and Leaning a little bit confused and drops that into the offside, backward of point, and wanted to set off for a single, but then Daniel Hughes at the non-striker's end was firmly leaning on his bat handle.
He was going nowhere, and he was probably right.
Yeah, the Alcazar, they had peacocks there.
Yes, I've got some lovely photos of those peacocks. Show-offs they are.
Very beautiful. As is the view here at Hove. Thompson in, slip in the gully and plays this one short and clipped away off the hips, and that will run away fine for 4 runs. This partnership building solidly here now for Sussex as they move on to 155.
Well, they've added 87 now, and this has the potential to go on to be a match-winning partnership. You've got 2 batters who are set, and when that's happened in this match, scoring has got easier. We saw it with Wokes and Smith in Warwickshire's first innings. We even saw it really with Carson and Robinson at the end of the Sussex first innings. That stand for the 9th wicket of 66 is hugely important when you look at the situation in the game now. It turned what could have been a 3-figure first innings lead into something considerably smaller.
Thompson to Leaning, short ball. This is played on his toes. He just turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
Warwickshire need some inspiration from somebody. Ethan Bamber has been the most penetrative of their bowlers. But look at the field is quite well spread, isn't it?
It is. Thompson into Leaning forward in defence, plays back down the line of the wicket. Ball will trickle to mid-on, as that concludes the end of the over. Sussex 155 for 3, leading with 39. Hughes on 69. And Sussex require 173 runs to win, with 25 overs remaining in today's play.
Yeah, I mean, a Sussex win would now likely come tomorrow. That was always the case, but it's just they were scoring at 5 and over for a significant period. That run rate has come down now to about 4 and 4.3. Still, it has, as Adrian was pointing out, put real pressure on this Bears attack. It means they need wickets with a greater sense of urgency than they might have done. Had it been 3 and over, it would have been a very different picture. There's a leg slip in as well as a slip here for Hughes, as Chris Wokes comes in to bowl, and Hughes just covers up his stumps. Misfield by Wokes, but it'll roll safely through towards mid-off. It just looks at the moment, you look at the weather, you look at the beautiful blue skies, still breezy, but it just looks like a good time to be batting just now. And part of that is just how comfortable Hughes and Leaning look for the most part. It's just the odd ball, isn't it?
Yeah, just the odd one, but so far they've been looking pretty steady out there in the middle.
21 runs added since tea. So this one is going to beat the point fielder who was slipping on the wicket end there, and that's crashed away. Full ball outside off stump. 4 more for Hughes. He's into the 70s. 73 not out. 159 for 3.
That was a cracker of a shot, bit of width. He gets his hands through it so quickly, and it races away towards the short boundary.
We just need to find a way to break this partnership. Dan Mosley was whirling his arms. I don't think that necessarily means he's getting the call. But he will come in to do some fielding now as the ball is flicked off his pads by Hughes out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 160 for 3. Almost halfway there. Only 3 wickets down. Good long batting order. Confident side.
Are you trying to say more positive things just in the hope that Warwickshire get a breakthrough now?
Look,
Jinxing it.
We've been talking about how extraordinary the swingometer would be in this game, and at the moment it's going across towards the Sussex side. And the longer these two stay together, the further it'll go. Wokes into Leaning, nicely driven, and a diving attempt to stop, and a good stop at mid-on. She'll keep them down to a single. 161 for 3. People who've turned up today being rewarded with some really entertaining cricket. This is a good test for Ed Barnard in his first season as the Bears skipper for all formats. Wokes in, driven by Hughes, fielded at mid-off. No run there. He's got a brains trust he can lean on. Chris Wokes with all his international experience. Bo Webster you see quite often talking to Barnard. I think it's always difficult for the most immediate former captain, Alex Davis, particularly as he's not been able to field close at the moment, but he must feel a bit out of it because he's having to field on the boundary all the time, compared to the intensity of being skipper. Wokes again. Oh, now what did that touch? He's gone through the gloves of Kai Smith. It's going to be signalled a leg bye, I think. A bye. It struck nothing. Well, a few curious moments like that. 162 for 3 Sussex. They need 166 runs. Warwickshire needs 7 wickets. And this partnership has built nicely now to 94.
It has.
Adrian's doing exercises in the back of the box there. His knees have gone stiff. Now that he's the wrong side of his 30s, Adrian's knees just need to be kept supple.
Right, I've got 2 years then before I start doing those exercises. Jordan Thompson with ball in hand. I'm pretty sure he's not having to do those exercises because he's been bowling quite a bit today. In for his 7th over now. 6 overs, 1 made and 10 runs leaked so far as he's into the left-handed Hughes round the wicket. Hughes goes for the pull shot, and this one goes through, passes the bat. And he's eyed up the leg side boundary quite nicely, but did not make any contact with that delivery.
Yeah, I don't think it hit any bat. It certainly hit a great big thigh pad. He went quite quickly out to Sam Hain in the gully, bounced off his leg, and then had to chase it down to make sure it didn't hit the helmet behind Kai Smith. There's a lot happened for what will be just a dot in the scorebook.
No one would ever know, as Thompson is in now, and this one punched off the back foot through cover, and that will go all the way for 4. Just slowing down as it reaches the boundary line. It just jumps over the rope, and that's a powerful shot there from Daniel Hughes. He moves on to 78.
Dan Mosley is still doing some warming up as if he might have a bolt. I mean, we are looking at that point where Warwickshire will be considering the partnership breakers. Who might be the unexpected arm to turn to? Because at the moment the established acts are not creating much penetration. They aren't creating many close moments, maybe moments. Thompson has bowled as well as anybody today, though, for the Bears.
Thompson short ball again, punched by Hughes off the back foot, this time slightly more squarer. Ball has the legs on it, and it does go all the way. 2 men in pursuit, but in vain, unfortunately. Back-to-back boundaries here for Sussex.
Two terrific shots, 100 partnership as well. 140 balls, an hour and a half, just over an hour and a half.
Nice big round of applause from the ground with the spectators. It's a very important partnership between Leaning and Hughes.
$158 required. Field further dispersed. Warwickshire also now struggling to keep a lid on the runs again with 2 boundaries in this over.
Off the front foot, Hughes waits for it and opens the blade down towards deep point and will come through for a very casual single.
Right-hander means that what we're going to see is slip and a gully back in place. It looks like there's going to be a short leg as well. Dan Mosley, I think it is, who's lined up to field there this time. Long leg and a deep square leg. So I think they may test the willingness to pull the ball here for Jack Leaning.
Thompson in short, going for the pull, and this is run up and over. Leg slips, head and down towards the covers for 4. Completely lost sight of the ball.
Well, yeah, there's no leg slip. It was the wicketkeeper who was trying to grab it above his head, so he did get himself in trouble against the short ball theory.
Sorry, the wicketkeeper moved so far to his left that utterly confused there.
In the end, too high to be a chance, but when you're going well in a partnership, these are the moments that play out in your favour as well. They're scoring very quickly again now.
So a slip in a gully in place. Thompson has gone for 3 boundaries this over so far. Approaches, is in again, and this one clipped off. I believe this has come off Jack Leaning's thigh pad. It has, and they'll take the leg by, and it's on the end of the over as well. Sussex 176 for 3 after 38. 23 overs remain.
And Ed Barnard's going to turn to his own arm at this point. They haven't got the overseas bowler that they have had sometimes in recent years, Hassan Ali, amongst them. At the moment they are struggling to find somebody who's got that extra something that's going to knock a wicket over here. They can't keep a big slip cordon in place because the score has been ticking along so quickly. This is terrific effort from Sussex to put themselves in this position as Barnard moves in there from the far end and bowls to Leaning, who mistimes a drive there, checked it, and it half the way towards mid-on. It was in the air, but it was never actually going to reach.
Well, it's been the highest partnership of the match, the only century partnership of the match so far between these two, and it's certainly.
Yeah, there was one slightly bigger part. The Wokes-Smith
sorry,
was 115. Leaning is forward to defend the ball into the offside.
Why did I miss that one? Yes, it of course did, 115. I'm looking here, there was a 61, a 58, 66. I mean, there's been some good partnerships, and also wickets have fallen in clusters, and Sussex will be mindful of that, Richard, that, you know, throughout this game, one has leaded to two, has leaded to three, so, or led, I should say.
Yeah, they're scoring so freely, though, Adrian, at the moment. Barnard in, driven by Leaning. Again, he won't beat mid-on this occasion, although he bounces off his leg. And you sense that Warwickshire feel that they're second best in this game now. The confidence has gone. And they felt 328 was going to be big runs. They didn't get enough wickets with the new ball when it was fresh. Barnard is in, resolute in defence this time. Is Leaning, blocks it up towards the mid-on fielder, and there's no run. 22 more overs left today. I think we're going to have an hour's cricket potentially tomorrow morning, but
yeah, I think we are.
That would potentially be very good news for Sussex. This ball down the leg side, he may have got a bit of bat on that.
Yeah, sounded like it, Richard.
Taken down the leg side by Smith, but I think it's bounced probably a foot in front of him. Might have been a little bit of a bottom edge on that. .176 for 3. Barnard approaches, Leaning defends, maiden over from the Bears skipper. 176 for 3. I wouldn't be surprised if this turned out to be a double change. No, I think Thompson's going to continue. 3 boundaries in his last over, but that's not an indication of how well he's bowled. He had exerted some control prior to that.
You're listening to live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford, absorbing day's cricket here at Hove. Warwickshire bowled out for 264. An excellent 9th wicket partnership between Michael Booth and Jordan Thompson with 68. We thought might have put the game out of Sussex's reach. They might still have done, but Sussex is certainly making a real go of scoring these runs. Daniel Hughes has been there since the start. He's on 83. These two came together when Sussex was 68 for 3, with Haynes out for 12, Clark for 10, Coles for 9. And at that stage, Warwickshire were very much in the ascendancy, but these two have really got their heads down. They've picked off the loose deliveries. And Sussex batting themselves into a strong position here as Jordan Thompson wheels around in front of us, runs up the hill in bright sunshine here at Hove. He's in and bowls, and Hughes has played on! He's played on, he can't believe it. Jordan Thompson is very quick to run down and remind Daniel Hughes that he's got to go back to the pavilion. He was looking to cut that one away down to backward point, and Hughes has played on. He goes for 83. It's a super innings from Daniel Hughes. And you can hear what the very appreciative, decent-sized crowd here at Hove think about that knock. But this is a game that's been full of twists and turns throughout. Hughes has to drag himself away from the crease. Jordan Thompson picks up the wicket. And this game takes another turn. 83 off 112 balls in 160 minutes with 13 boundaries. It's been a super knock by Hughes. He's done his bit. Can the middle order see Sussex over the line?
Interesting instinct of Ed Barnard to keep Jordan Thompson in the attack there, and he gets a reward. He's bowled as well as anybody this afternoon for Warwickshire. Hasn't been as good a collective effort as I'm sure they would have hoped for. And I think conditions aren't doing as much. You predicted that would be the case today for both the tail end of the Warwickshire innings and subsequently Sussex's run chase. But just as it looked like it was being dragged away from the visitors, they've just given themselves a lifeline here. But it means that the next 15 minutes are really, really important. John Simpson comes in, who's played many a significant innings since arriving on the south coast from Middlesex, and the stage is set now for him to dig deep and support Jack Leaning, who on 44 is very much in.
He's been a little short of runs as John as I say, he's been in terrific form for Sussex the last 2 seasons, but this season, first innings at Leicestershire he made 17, second innings 5, and he only made 5 in the first innings here. Jack Leaning's had a similar start to the season. I mean, these are very experienced county players. But there's still a lot of work for Sussex to do. They still need another 152 as in comes Jordan Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who's up on his toes, plays it down the onside, and there is no run. Thompson follows in all the way down to where John Simpson is standing. And now Ed Barnard goes slightly more on the attack. He's got to slip a gully, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. It's amazing what a wicket does, isn't it, to buoy a fielding side.
Well, I think there was a mixture of surprise and excitement that wicket came because Hughes had looked so good. It was akin to the surprise when Rob Yates got out.
Yes, totally. Yep. Thompson, in bright sunshine, bowls to Simpson up on his toes and plays the ball down the offside of the track. Plenty of encouragement for Jordan Thompson. It's been a good spell, this. He's in his 8th over, figures of 1 for 23. He went for 13 in 1 over. But in the main, he's been very accurate. And he's one of these bowlers who's always at the batsman, Richard.
Yeah.
Very little respite from Jordan Thompson, very few loose deliveries. And he's certainly got an extra spring in his step now. The man who signed from Yorkshire the back end of last season runs away from us. In and bowls to Simpson, who's up on his toes and steers that down the onside. There is no run.
Certainly throws his entire body into his action, Jordan Thompson.
He does. He's a wholehearted cricketer.
I think he may be near the end of his spell. I mean, it's sort of 8 overs either side of tea, except Rob Yates had 1 just before the tea interval. But he'd bowled 2 before tea, and now he's bowled half a dozen since the interval, once this over's finished. 21 overs to come after this today.
Thompson wheels around in front of us. Comes into bowl to John Simpson. He's in and bowls. Simpson. What it did do was just a glance at the scoreboard, because Sussex runs were coming at the best part of 5 and over. It was just putting a little more pressure on the Warwickshire bowling. But it's a terrific game of cricket.
And significantly means there probably won't either way now be a second new ball because of the rate they've scored at.
Good point. In comes Thompson, bowls. Simpson plays firmly into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Davis at backward point. Wicket maiden from Jordan Thompson. Very well bowled indeed. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. Leading on 44. Simpson yet to score. 176 for 4. And over 1,000 people in the ground today. As the attendance comes up on the scoreboard. Most of those, or a lot of those, have come in for nothing. It's a free day down here at Hove today. We've had the Brighton Marathon, and my suspicion is that a few people who have been to watch the marathon have drifted up to watch the cricket, and they've picked a really good day to watch some cricket. It's been a super day, and it's been a good game. It's just a shame, actually, that one of the sides who loses this is going to get so few points, Richard.
Yeah, it's been an intense game. As Barnard bowls to Leaning, who has gone in quite resolute mode now. His 44 has come off 85 deliveries. It may just be that the pace of scoring is going to be somewhat less now with these two at the crease, but again, that means the ball gets older and they've got to keep the wickets in hand. They've got plenty of time left in the game. So we're 4 down or 5 down at close of play. Sussex will be in a good position. Barnard in, onto the back foot Leaning. stabs at it and forces it up to mid-off. It's quite an eye-catching score in Division 2. I note Lancashire, who are 23 behind Derbyshire on first innings, are 42 for 5 in their second innings. Zach Chappell has taken 3 wickets. Mohammed Abbas, obviously, is a devastating sign into playing in Division 2. He's taken 2. As forward comes leaning, kills the ball. Barnard liked that. And the other match that's moving towards a conclusion quite quickly in Division 2, Middlesex set 262 to beat Worcestershire, a 150 for 7.
Ooh.
A couple of wickets there for Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Oh, good to see.
6 in the match. Barnard approaches once more, leaning again, just getting into line and defending it down the surface.
Was he sort of deemed surplus to requirements at Edgbaston, Richard, or was it time to move on? Or?
No, I don't think either of those things. It's more at the moment there are a lot of pace bowlers fit and available, and they'd rather be, at his age at 36, he got cricket for these 2 weeks. It was initially a 2-week deal. As Barnard bowls, turn around the corner, fine, won't beat the man on the inside. Thompson picks up, single to leaning, 177 for 4. So it does him no harm taking a few more championship wickets for Worcestershire over the course of 2 games, and we'll see whether that gets extended, because Worcestershire, with their overseas player having so far been denied entry or a visa or permission, it's a complicated state of affairs. So they felt that they really would benefit from having an experienced seamer. Injury list can change very quickly, as Sussex have discovered they can grow. This ball left alone outside off stump by Simpson. And there's no runs. The other than the seam bowlers that the Bears have got today, you've got Nathan Gilchrist, who played last week. Keith Barker, who's not fit at the moment, but he's obviously part of the plans as well. You've got Shay Simmons, who's a very sharp young bowler. So they've got quite a good array of seam bowling options, as they're just announcing free admission for tomorrow. So, it could be an hour, it could be less, it could be more.
And it could be exciting.
If it goes in tomorrow, it probably is going to be exciting, as Michael Booth prepares to return to the attack.
Talking about scores elsewhere, I noticed Steve Eskenazi has made 100 for Leicestershire at the Oval. Ben Coxon allowed 145. Leicestershire 644 for 6 now at the Oval. There's an injury there, so I don't know if player's been halted. It looks like it might have been.
Yeah, there's an injury delay. Because you're going to have injury replacements this year.
Yes.
I know Yorkshire have already fielded 13 in their game.
The lead there for Leicestershire, 124. In comes up Booth to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leaney. He's in and bowls. Leaney pulls onto the onside. It's going to be fielded by Alex Davis in front of the Clock Tower scoreboard away to our right. Lots of blue sky around Hove at the minute. It really is a glorious evening. Sussex go to 178 for 4. It means they need exactly 150 to win, with 6 wickets remaining. And we've got another 19 overs and 5 balls remaining in the day.
So 4 and over, get them beyond 250. A pretty solid place to be.
Booth around the wicket, bowls to Simpson. Simpson takes the bat gloves high out of the way, lets the ball go through to Kai Smith, and there is no run. Over the last few years, this is exactly what Sussex haven't had, experience in the side. When Paul Farbrace came, the first thing he said, and his words were, "We need a few gnarled old pros in the side." Now, I'm not saying that John Simpson is gnarled, but you get my drift, and that's exactly what Sussex needed to get them out of Division 2. As in comes Booth, bowls to Simpson, who lets that go again through to Kai Smith. He's very sprightly behind the stumps, and there is no run.
You've got overseas who's done course and distance in Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just what Sussex needed. And in the past, in this sort of situation, no disrespect to some of the younger players who Sussex blooded in those formative years, but this is when you need your experience. Players who've been there, seen it, done it. As comes Booth, bowls, Simpson think that probably came off the pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal to see if it is a leg by, whether he got a bit of bat on it. No, he got a bit of bat on that, did John Simpson. So he's on his way with 179 for 4. I mean, young players have got to learn somehow about the pressure cooker of a game. But there is something from a Sussex point of view quite reassuring to see a bit of experience in the middle order. And I said, actually, I wrote a piece for the website and just said before that, you know, someone in the middle order needs to stand up for Sussex today, and certainly Jack Leaning has done that so far. But he's still got a lot of work to do.
He said that he'd be very keen to prove a point, and he's doing that today.
Yeah. Booth is in, bowls, short, Leaning sways out the way, plays that well through to keeper Smith. Absolutely, I mean, you've come from Kent, he's had 3 innings so far. He really, what did he score in the first innings here? He made 14, and at Leicester he didn't make runs. First innings 6, second innings he made 6, first innings he made 13. So, you know, he'd be wanting to show that he's worth his place in the side as in comes Booth. Bowls to Leaning, who pulls onto the leg side. The fielder didn't pick that up initially. He didn't get all of that, did Jack Leaning, but he's going to get a couple of runs over mid-wicket as he goes to 48. 181 for 4. Runs are required 147 at the end of that over from Booth. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23, and Sussex certainly needed some competition for places in the middle order. The one who's missed out in these first 2 games is Tom Alsop, but it's good to have those ready to come in. Sussex haven't really had that last season, despite a good finish 4th in the table. But Leaning keen to show what he can do.
Nobody wants to think too deeply about what might happen next year in terms of contracts.
Well, that's for sure. That's the big cloud hanging over the club at the moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate as Barnard comes into bowl to Simpson, turns him towards the leg side, picked up at mid wicket. What you got is a good strength in depth, some real quality performers. Those young players who've progressed with the club over the last 5 or 6 years, the ones who have been good enough to stick, are now, you know, much more rounded players than they were, and making contributions. Simpson squats and waits and guides the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Ethan Bamber is the man who's being very vocal, who you can pick up on our FX microphone at the moment. He's down at long leg. There he goes again.
Yeah.
I mean, Barnard's about 95 yards away from him there, as he comes into bowl to Simpson, who once again guides it up towards mid-on. And our third voice for this final hour is Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say for himself. Well, you know, why not? This game is in the balance.
So who else is going to be chipping in as well? Barnard wraps his man on the pad here. It's a concerted appeal, but really only from the bowler. And a leg bye is given.
I thought
181 for 4.
Sorry, Richard. I thought for a moment the umpire's finger was being raised. There's going to be a few more twists and turns, you know, before we get to the end of this game. The run rate has slowed considerably, hasn't it? It was 134 for 3. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was at T.
Yeah, they've scored 48 in just over 13 overs. It's still nearly 4 and over. It's certainly quietened down since Hughes' departure.
Yes.
As Leaning clips the ball off his pads behind square for a single. Down to Thompson. 183 for 4. 49 to Leaning. We have 18 overs to go after this, so we're looking at the finish at around 6:35 if the light holds.
I think it's going to.
It looks like it will at the moment. Just some clouds over on the left-hand side that might drag a few more with them, as this is pushed into the offside end of the over. 183 for 4. Sussex, they require a further 145.
Ed Barnard has bowled can't quite see. Is that 8 overs, Richard?
Eight overs, one
well.
maiden, none for 16.
Yeah, and he's brought an element of control to this Warwickshire attack. I keep wanting to say Worcestershire, but of course he moved counties. Is this his third season at Warwickshire? Or second?
It's at least 3.
Is it? Right.
It's at least 3, yeah.
Right, okay. Fine cricketer, Ed Barnard, who's got the extra responsibility of captaincy this season. Michael Booth is going to carry on from the sea end of the ground. For those of you who don't know Hove, it means he's running up the hill, away from the sea. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23 for Michael Booth. He's bowling just the one slip, and he's making his way in to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leading. He's in and bowls, leading pulls onto the leg side. He picks up a single that takes him through to a half-century for Jack Leading. And he gets a good round of applause. He raises his back to the dressing room. 50 coming in 94 balls in 117 minutes with 7 boundaries for Jack Leading. John Simpson comes down and shakes his hand, and he'll be really pleased, not least that he's helping Sussex potentially towards a victory, but the fact that he's made a real contribution, having missed out in his previous 3 innings. But from Sussex point of view, he's got a lot more work to do. Booth around the wicket, in bowls to Simpson, who's struck with the pad. That looks tight. He's given out. It's John Simpson. He's gone, and Michael Booth gets the breakthrough. And even from this angle, it did look very out. John Simpson hit low down, and he takes his gloves off and wanders off John Simpson. He'll be bitterly disappointed. He has gone for a single, and all of a sudden the pendulum swings again as Michael Booth picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings. He accounted for James Coles, that also was LBW. He's now accounted for John Simpson, and even from where we are, Richard, we're looking here over mid-off. That did look a very good shout.
It's one of those, you know how when you're covering a football match and your instinct is to look for a flag? That on that occasion, everything looked right, and you're expecting a decision in the affirmative for the bowler.
Well, I would agree.
And I think John Simpson was amongst those expecting the affirmative decision. He's just got turned by a straight one and been wrapped in front.
But suddenly 2 wickets have gone down in the space of 8 runs, and suddenly this 144 looks quite a long way away for Sussex. They do bat very deep. Tom Price will be the new man in, who made a very good 73 at Leicester last week. And still then Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, they could all bat, but well, this is right back in the melting pot now, Richard.
It is, yeah, and another one would probably really make it a 50-50. And I still, with one established batter in, I like the position that Sussex are in, because we're not seeing as many near misses, we're not seeing as many oohs and ahs. Just that extra bit of pace of Michael Booth is a short, powerful man. It's done for him there.
He's had a good game as Michael Booth, and he's coming in now to bowl to Tom Price. He was halfway in, but then I don't know if he lost his run or felt that everybody wasn't quite ready. Either way, he's turning round again, back to his mark. Those 48 runs that he made could be absolutely crucial in this game. As Booth runs away from us, coming in to bowl to Tom Price. He's in and bowls, and Price is forward and plays firmly into the offside. There is no run. I feel that Sussex need to be positive here. They were very positive when Daniel Hughes and Jack Leading were batting. They were putting the pressure back onto the Gloucestershire attack. I'm thinking of Tom Price and Gloucestershire. The Warwickshire attack. The run rate has slowed considerably. Ed Barnard has done a good job, hasn't he? He's blocked up an end. But Sussex must be positive. Booth again in bright sunshine, in and bowls, ducked underneath that does Jack Leading. Does Tom Price rather, goes through to keeper Kai Smith, and there is no run.
It's a strong man, Michael Booth, as we saw with some of the sturdy hits that he made in his 48, his 2nd highest first-class score. So he will be able to bowl a good bouncer, a troubling bouncer. Short leg can come into play. But it's when he gets the ball up full. All 3 wickets he's taken in the match have been LBW.
Booth again, in and bowls. Price is 4, drills a ball down the ground. This could well be 4 runs. It's racing down the hill, fielders in hot pursuit. It's just going to be pulled up probably 5 or 6 yards inside the boundary. Price is on his way with a nice shot. Runs required to 142. Price is on his way. 88 for 5. Every run now being cheered by the Sussex supporters. Booth wheels around again. He's in and bowls to Price, and Price is forward and plays onto the onside. They've taken one, they'll think about two. There's definitely a second in place. The throw could be a run out here. The throw comes in, or is he given out? No, he's not. There was hesitation. It was a good bit of fielding, but he just hesitated, did Tom Price. Jack Leaning was definitely coming back for the second run. He recognised there was two there. Price was a little slow to go back for the second. He just about got in, but a brilliant piece of fielding. Throw came in. It was just to the feet of Kai Smith, who whipped off the bails, but Tom Price was home. But hearts in bails there for Sussex.
Yeah, I think the fielder would disagree with your description of the fielding, in that he knows that a better throw and it's out. Because really he's missed the stumps by about 6 feet, and then Smith has had to throw it back onto the stumps. If he gets it any more accurate, he's still absolutely chiding himself. I'm not entirely sure who that is, actually.
He got there for... Is it George Garton?
I think it is George Garton.
Well, in that case, he will be disappointed, because George
because
Garton,
he's got an absolute gun of an arm.
Yeah, he has.
I think it is George Garton, on as a 12th man. As Barnard continues, and felt he almost got through Leaning there, who was walking into a defensive shot, but gets enough on the ball.
But he got to the ball really quickly. That's what impressed me with the... He got to the ball, he picked it up.
You can see the number 7 on the shirt underneath his jumper now. It is George.
Yeah, I think it is.
Absolute gentleman of the game, as you will well know down here.
Yeah.
Well, that was a proper chance. It really was. Price would not have made a more accurate throw. And now an edge for 4. So 4 more to Leaning. And the score moves up to 192 for 5. Leaning on 54. Alex Davis again having to hurdle the advertising hoardings.
Well, he's got to try and find the ball now. Oh, he's found it. Well done. There's a trailer down here that's full of tyres that the groundsman use to put on the covers at the end of day, but he's found it.
There was a shout of, "Oh yeah," when he noticed where the ball was. I think somebody was trying to tell him where it had dropped. So whoever the helpful member of the crowd was, thank you. Barnard moving in again to bowl to Leaning. That's on the pad. The man a bit of a bat on that, and then it's a quick single. Leaning will get home.
Dear, oh dear.
So a lot happening there. I think that was one where it would have been a really good LBW shout, only I think he's got a nick on the ball. And certainly the fact that Leaning is now on 55 suggests that's also the case. It was one of those of if only appeals, because they knew that it wasn't out. Meanwhile, Price is herring down from the non-striker's end. Leaning is making sure that the umpire knows he got a nick on the ball, and then a direct hit would have been tight. So all of that crammed in means a single added to the total, 193 for 5.
You can't take your eyes off this game for a moment.
As the tension has risen again, hasn't it? As all that angled in towards Price, who chops down on it a bit hurriedly. Out to the offside, picked up by Alex Davis, who's for once in and around the action. He's now in as a short cover. So there's a slip, a point, short mid-wicket, cover, mid-off. There's actually a deep point as well. Couple on the leg side boundary in the shadows of the pavilion. And Barnard comes into Price, who's up tall on the back foot to defend back to the bowler. He has 2 touches, one with either foot, and then can't catch it with his left hand. And it drops to the deck. $193 for 5. Could hardly be better poised this game. Barnard in once more. Price defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Substitute fielders are, I think, being waved back off the ground now. There's 2 players march back on. Although actually George Garton stayed out there because Alex Davis is now taking a break.
Yes.
We haven't seen that much in this game, sort of substitution rotation. Been a bit of it, but
Well, a very good afternoon if you're joining us for the first time here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Richard Wilford, Adrian Harms. We've had the pleasure on commentating on 3 days of tremendous cricket here at Hove. We've got another 16 overs to get through tonight. Sussex need 135 to win. Warwickshire need 5 wickets. A game that's ebbed and flowed. I just feel that the pendulum has just swung back in the Warwickshire way. They picked up a couple of wickets. Daniel Hughes out for 83 and John Simpson for a single. As in comes Michael Booth running in from the C end of the ground into bowl to Leaning, who's on 55, his first half century in Sussex colours. And Sussex will need, well, Leaning is the man in, and you know, a big responsibility here on Jack Leaning.
Do I need to raise the spectre of a potential extra 8 overs tonight?
Well,
either team could claim it by the time we get to, potentially, either team could claim it by the time we get to the 96 for the day.
Booth on his way with a slip, and a short leg in bowls, played down the ground by Jack Leaning, and he's going to go for 4 runs. Well, that was a curious shot. Is he going to go for 4? It's running towards the boundary. It may not get there, you know. It's running towards the boundary edge. Just stopped in front of us. Oh, they're going to come back for the 3rd. And he's going to move on. Willie Ground is batted. Well, that was extraordinary, wasn't it? It was a strange shot by... They ran 4. They ran 4. Do you know, I don't think I've seen an all-run 4 here at Hove. I can't remember the last time.
The thing is, where the ball ended up, there was no fielder within 50 yards of it.
And the fielder thought it was going for 4 because he was just jogging after the ball.
It was a tennis forehand smash that he played.
Booth in again, bowls to Leany, who lets that go down the leg side. It was, and the ball was dribbling towards the boundary. The fielder suddenly realised, I don't know who that is, realised
I think it's Chris Wokes.
Realised he could they haven't got their names on the back of their jumpers, the Warwickshire lads, and he suddenly realised the ball wasn't going for 4, but to run 4 here is quite going some. Leading to 59, runs required 131. In comes Booth again, bowls to Leaning, who looks to clip that one down to fine leg. Puff of dust as the ball went through to keeper Smith, and the umpire is looking at something down at this end of the ground. Is it people who are walking behind the bowler's arm, or either way, it looks okay now, does umpire Lloyd. But it's riveting cricket. Booth wheels around again. 2 more balls to go in his 7th over. He's in over the wicket. Bowls short, pulled away by Leaning, but he didn't get it at all. The ball very nearly spooned into the hands of the short leg fielder. Jack Leaning didn't time that at all. He was lucky in a sense that the ball just dribbled off the bat.
Yeah. He clothed it in such a clothy way that it only made half of the distance of the probably 7 yards between him and Dan Mosley.
Yes.
And Mosley would have had time to sort of react to it as well, having initially gone onto the back foot when he saw the ball being hit towards him.
Booth in, bowls. Pulled again does Leaning, only as far as square leg, and then there is no run. So end of the over, an eventful over. Every over seems to be eventful here. So to summarise, Sussex 197 for 5. Leaning is on 59. Tom Price is on 4. Sussex needing another 131 to win. Warwickshire clearly needing just 5 wickets. And we have another 15 overs of drama left in the day in the sunshine here at Hove, and I suspect there's every chance of getting those overs in because the light is very good. There's blue sky, well, there's a bit of cloud up towards the downs, but that's away in the distance. I think that's gone, and we'll get 15 more overs tonight.
Oh, that's definitely gone. Very low cloud that over there.
It is, isn't it?
It's going to be very down over the downs.
Yes. Big debate now going on. Is that the sort of the Warwickshire Brains Trust at the far end? There's 3 of them there.
But Bo Webster certainly, with his experience. Ed Barnard, the captain, is bowling, and I presume that's Chris Wokes. He's there with him. It's hard to tell from here. Barnard to bowl his 10th over. He's none for 21 from 9 so far. They're wanting to keep a lid on things as much as they can, but they want wickets as well. Price on strike, just defends it out into the offside. He's coming not looking like he's in a hurry. Leading is quite ambitious in that last over with Booth, but it's going to happen because Booth is drawing you into a contest. He's bowling very, very fast. And digging it in and trying to test your bottle, and Leaning's going to stand up to that and show what he's about. That one false shot could have cost him in that previous over. But Barnard in again to Price, turns it very neatly past mid-wicket for a single. And over hit the ball, just nudges it to the right of Bo Webster. 198 for 5, 130 required.
What Sussex were doing earlier on was picking up the ones and the twos, and all the time the scoreboard was rattling along. It just gives their Barnard something else to think about. Sussex don't want to get bogged down here. They don't want to give away wickets, but they want to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
So this next ball is defending to the offside. And it's a single. Worcestershire, another team that have brought in a injury replacement during the game this week. It's bowler for bowler. Finch, he took 3 wickets in the first innings. Not fit to play in the second innings and being replaced by Ben Gibbon. It's going to take a bit of getting used to this new ruling.
It is.
Barnard in, forward in defence is Leaning. There's no run. Not sure what I make of it, really. It relies on an awful lot of honesty from
Totally. I think that's
from medical practitioners as much as anything.
Yeah, I was with Johnny Bairstow in place last week as well. You have to get quite a lot of agreement from the two sides as well that this is bona fide.
This one just lifts a bit from Barnard up onto his toes. I think he was probably off his feet when he played it leading. Guides it out into the covers. It was picked up by Sam Hain, or was it Michael Booth? We seem to have we gone down to a single floppy cap on the field, floppy hat. That's confusing. Barnard again, and once more forward in defence leading. He remains on 59, 198 for 5, 14 overs left in the day. 130 required for Sussex to win, 5 wickets required for Warwickshire to win. And anything could happen from here on in. As I say, Booth has switched to a cap. I see.
He may not have any wickets in this innings, Ed Barnard, but I think he's just done a tremendous job for his county here. Just when the runs were starting to flow, he needed to hold an end, and he's done that. Well, look at those figures: 10 overs, 1 made 0 for 22. Considering Sussex were going along at the best part of 5 and over, he's come on, he's kept it tight, he's enabled him to build pressure from the other end. I just think he's such a good cricketer, Ed Barnard. He made runs as well in the second innings. 42 just when Warwickshire were in desperate straits. Let's not remember, Warwickshire were 25 for 4 in their second innings. As Booth is in, bowls to Price, who plays through the offside. There's a good shot by Tom Price. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. From a Sussex point of view, I'm glad to see a positive shot, because Sussex don't want to get themselves completely bogged down here.
So the gamble at this end is that with Booth, you've got a bit of fire and brimstone in terms of the way that he bowls, but he will bowl some 4 balls. And his figures reflect that. He's going effectively at 5 and over, but he has taken 2 important wickets in this innings.
It's coming in again. Bowls to Price, who clips this one down towards fine leg. That could be 4 more. It's racing towards the fine leg boundary. Brilliant piece of fielding. The standard of fielding has been excellent. That's really very good indeed. You know, I think even 5 years ago, I'm not sure you'd have seen that quality of fielding. It was clipped away down to fine leg. The fine leg chases round, stops the boundary, prevents 4, 2 they pick up. Brilliant bit of fielding, way down in the distance.
I mean, they're trained these days not just to fling themselves around the boundary, but to do it in a way that lessens the risk of injury as well.
I'm not sure who that is all the way down there, but it's a brilliant piece of fielding. Booth in again, bowls, dug out by Tom Price. 2 players here for Sussex making their home debuts. Price and Leaning.
So where does Barnard turn next? 13 overs to go in the day after this. Ethan Bamber will be due a go at some point. Chris Wokes without a wicket, but he's had 2 spells.
Booth in again, bowls to Price, who, well, I think to give Tom Price, I think at the very last minute he might have just pulled the bat inside the line, but it was he was going to have a little nibble at that, you know.
peach of a delivery, just got a bit of extra bounce there. Did Booth, who is the quickest of the bowlers for the Bears. He and Nathan Gilchrist, who played last week, are the sort of impact pace bowlers.
Booth again in and bowls. Price plays onto the onside. He picks up a single, does Tom Price. He moves to 12. Sussex to 205 for 5. They need 123 to win.
They've surpassed their first innings score. They've got to make the biggest score of the match to win the game.
Ed Barnard again juggles with his field. He's moved a fielder out now too. There's 3 men on the leg side. There's a fine leg, a deep backwards square leg, and a deep mid wicket, about probably 20 yards in from the boundary edge. So we're going to see the short delivery. There's also a short leg and a square leg. Yeah, there we are. Booth bowls a short delivery, and Jack Leaney is not to be tempted.
Yeah, there was no prize for disguise there.
No.
That's for sure. But Ed Barnard looks like he's going to continue. Chris Wokes is starting to swirl the arms a little bit. Keep an eye out who else fancies a go. It's 13 overs to go in the day. Free entry if you want to come down to see the conclusion tomorrow morning.
Why not? It's going to be a nice day.
Do you know what? I'm going to come.
I think someone was saying as well, although the school holidays are finished, I think it might be an inset day in some schools tomorrow. So.
Okay. Barnard in to begin a new over. Oh, and that's another one, not for the first time today, where it looks like the batter might chop on Price. It ends up bouncing up and down about 1.5 foot outside his off stump, and he just looks at it, make sure it isn't rolling back towards.
Yes, I heard a parent on the radio this morning saying, "Oh, we've just had 2 weeks of Easter holidays, and now it's an inset day."
Well, to be fair, it is utterly inconvenient for a parent. If you've just had to have time off work, explain that one to your boss. Barnard short, pulled towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder there who takes it rather uncomfortably. And there'll be a single to Price. He's 13, 206 for 5. Yeah, it's just beyond the having a child at school, albeit once they get deeper into secondary school it becomes less of an issue. But sometimes you're trying to work out how on earth you're going to cope with childcare. Barnard pushed into the offside by Leaning. Comfortable single through the gap in the covers.
I know we've said this a few times during this match, Richard. We said, oh, this is an important session, this is important, this could go a long way to deciding the game. But you do get the feeling that these next 12 overs will go a long way to deciding this game. If these two can stay together, Sussex maybe could get to the close, needing, I don't know, maybe 90 to win tomorrow. But if they lose a couple of wickets here, it's a long haul.
Barnard in, defended by Price. I mean, it would probably be a little bit less than 90 if they get to that point. My prediction would be this. If Sussex are still 5 down at the close of play, they win tomorrow morning. If they're 6 down, up in the air. If it's 7 down, it favours Warwickshire. But it's a good long batting order.
It is.
It's about holding their nerve. Barnard in to Price, who just covers up. It was the sound on the bat was not great there, but he's got in behind it. He's nice and low, gets his hands nice and low as well, and defends Barnard.
For those who enjoy watching Premier League football, you see Manchester City are winning 2-0, which will keep the Premier League title race very open.
Is it Chelsea they're playing?
Yes,
today?
they are. Yeah. So it's exciting in the football, but it's riveting in the cricket.
And the Masters draws to its conclusion tonight.
Yes,
That's
I know.
going to be something to.
It's been a great weekend of sport.
There's a very short mid on now as Barnard comes in to bowl to Price, who again jabs at that, and it falls only a few feet from where his bat strikes it out in the offside, picked up by Sam Hain. End of the over, 12 to go on the day, 207 for 5 as Sussex. Chris Wokes has been warming up quite vigorously. Is it now? Michael Booth is having his sweaters back. And I'm going to see The attack taken up by Chris Wokes, who's going to come to the C end for the first time.
Yes,
and
that's interesting.
I've been wanting him at the C end, Adrian.
You have indeed. You've been calling for it. There we go. If you just joined us, well, stay with us for the next 12 overs, about the next 3/4 of an hour, because this is absorbing cricket. We've got beautiful weather here at Hove today, and we've got a game of cricket, which is why we all love the county games. Sussex needing 121, Warwickshire needing 5 wickets. It's a game that's ebbed and flowed throughout. It's just been a pleasure to be here over the last 3 days, and it is just too tight to call. Jack Leaning is there on 60. Tom Price is on 12. 2 debutants for Sussex, or home debuts for these 2 Sussex players. Jack Leaning signing from Kent, and Tom Price from Gloucestershire. And Chris Wokes, who's been there, seen it, done it really, is the man that Ed Barnard is going to entrust to bowl this next over from the C end of the ground. He's bowling up the hill with a slip and a gully. Sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men set back on the leg side as Wokes is in from the C end. Bowls to Tom Price, who's back and just steers that, to Jack Leaning, who just steers the ball beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. It was too short and too wide from Chris Wokes, and Jack Leaning just swung his arms and hammered the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. That wasn't a great delivery, a bit of a loosener from Wokes. Leaning goes to 64.
There's been quite a lot of that from Wokes. His standards, of course, are set very, very high, but he's not found it easy at all. 4 wickets at over 50 apiece so far in the Championship this season for Wokes.
He's in again. Bowls to Leaning. Leaning defends away. Offside. There is no run. Just elsewhere very briefly in the Championship. A win for Somerset today against Essex by 10 wickets. At Trent Bridge they've been off and on for rain. Glamorgan now 112 for 2, needing another 366 to win. Asa Tribe going on nicely. He's 70 not out. At the Oval, Leicestershire 660 for 6, leading Surrey by 140. Here comes Wokes. Bowls, Leaning, defends to mid-wicket. There is no run. Ben Cox 153 not out. Steve Eskenazi made exactly 100. And Rishi Patel 164. At Headingley, Yorkshire in all sorts of trouble. Hampshire making 351 for 5. A century there for the former Sussex skipper Ben Brown, who finished 103 not out. So Hampshire declaring, and Yorkshire in reply 19 for 2, needing another 407 to win. Wokes in, bowls, forward comes in. That was a good delivery by Chris Wokes, and Jack Leaning was right up to the task forward defensively. Plays into the offside. There is no run. Looks like there could be a result at Bristol tonight, where Gloucestershire 196 for 8, still trailing Durham by 234. At Canterbury, another poor day for Zach Crawley. He was out cheaply, but Kent now 109 for 1, still trailing Northants by 397. Lancashire 71 for 5 at Old Trafford against Derbyshire, leading by 48 as Wokes is in and bowls, and good delivery again, right on middle and off, and Jack Leaning just pushes forward, plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. And at Lords, Middlesex 182 for 8, still needing 80 runs to beat Worcestershire. Good cricket all around the country today, Richard.
I think Toby Rowland-Jones is trying to counter-attack there. Ian Westwood, the Bears head coach, is on another one of his circuits around the ground, and it must weigh heavily on him in this situation because there's not a lot he can do to affect it.
Wokes is in, bowls, forward comes Leaning, bat and pad close together. Well, after that poor opening delivery from Chris Wokes, then 5 excellent deliveries, which Jack Leaning had to play every single one. End of the over. Sussex need 117 to win. There are 11 overs remaining today. Leaning is on 64. Price is on 13. Chris Wokes has bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42, which backs up Richard's summary of Chris Wokes. He's been a little expensive. One man who hasn't is Ed Barnard, who's bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 24.
Yeah, Wokes hasn't had the control that you associate with him these past couple of weeks. And partly, he's got to get into the rhythm of playing a lot of cricket compared to what he's been used to. It's one of the challenges you get when you've been a part of the England group for so long. Barnard comes into Price nicely in behind that one. Fancy that into the offside. Alex Davis comes in to do the fielding. And there's no run. Shadows lengthening across Hove. If there is to be an extra half hour claimed, it's going to require wickets to go down, and even then I'm not sure how keen they'd be to play the extra half hour. Warwickshire, with the weather forecast good for tomorrow, they might want to be fresh. This one is again defended by Price. Very enthusiastic ooh. Where is that? But Ethan Bamber's nowhere near a microphone. Was it him? Wonder whether we'll see another burst from Ethan before the end of the day. Plenty of people have stayed around for the closing stages of the day. Barnard again off the back foot. Price trying to force it through the offside, gets it too straight, picked up by Wokes at mid-off. Few people drifting off from the seated bar area away to our right. Barnard approaches once more, and that one angling in towards middle and off. Price just pushes it out into the offside to Alex Davis.
I think one thing is for sure, Richard, that no side is going to claim the extra half hour here. Certainly Sussex won't tonight. The only way there might be an extra half hour if there's a clatter of wickets.
Oh yeah, no, that would be it. I mean, that would be... I mean, they could at 7 down. I doubt they would. At 8 down, they'd think about it. Don't necessarily see that coming to pass.
No.
Barnard into Price, drives it into the offside, and Alex Davis picks up again.
I think he's been impressive on his first 2 appearances for Sussex. Tom Price, he made runs at Leicestershire last week, made 73 in the first innings, and then chipped in with 73 in the second innings and 43 in the first. There's a whole pile of pressure here.
Barnard in once more and defended up towards mid-on. It won't reach him because it's intercepted on its way through. Another maiden over that from Ed Barnard. 211 for 5. 10 overs left on the day. Well, a seam bowling all-rounder there, worth their weight in gold. You can see Warwickshire wanted to bring Jordan Thompson in. They've been looking for somebody to replace Tim Bresnan for the last couple of years. You get the bonus that Chris Wokes is back as well, so that just increases the number of all-rounders available to them. Frontline spinner is not quite so obvious. You've got the youngster Taz Ali, and you've got the leg spinner Jacob Lintott, who hasn't played a whole lot of red ball cricket. It's probably one area where they're short in the squad.
Chris Wokes is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's running up the hill to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leading. He's in and bowls, and Leading is right in behind this. Punches the ball to mid-off. There is no run. Just the one slip in place. Gully. Cover point fielder right on the boundary. The Spenkarma Pavilion, which was fairly well full, certainly on the lower tier this morning, is now completely in shade, and people tend to find other parts of the ground in which to watch, and I think quite a few people have drifted away. Perhaps they've got other things to do, but the cricket is absorbing as Wokes is in, bowls, and Leading clips this down to fine leg. Now that could go all the way for 4 runs. Just erring in length there in direction was Chris Wokes, and Jack Leading was able just to tuck inside the line and help the ball on its way down to fine leg. He picks up another boundary and goes to 68. Chris Wokes cups his hands over his face as if to say, that wasn't a great delivery.
It just it doesn't look like he's in rhythm. There's the odd ball that looks like Chris Wokes, but he's not quite there at this point in the season. I just think that's understandable. He feels like he's been lightly raced for about 4 years now.
Wokes again. In and bowls. Leading defends into the offside. There is no run. That shoulder that he dislocated in the Test series against India, was that his bowling arm or his other arm?
It was his
left arm, yeah. It was good to see him back playing, because that was a very, very painful injury last summer. Wanders back to his mark. Sussex needing another 113 to win. Warwickshire needing these 5 wickets. In comes Wokes running in over the wicket bowls. Leading drives nicely into the offside. Picks up another single, does Leading. He goes to 69.
I'll be doing myself a disservice on a day when it's been very quiet in terms of balcony news, Adrian, not to point out that there's been a fresh wash.
Yes.
And there are now some items of clothing out on the balcony, not on the rails today, they're all up on the line. But yeah, within the last hour or so, there has been a fresh wash come out of the machine.
Couple of towels, do you reckon?
Yeah, there may
Was that
be
a
a t-shirt.
Wokes in bowls to Tom Price, who hammers this one away on the offside. That's 4 runs. That's a good shot by Tom Price. And again, Chris Wokes just erring there outside the off stump, and Price was very quick to latch onto that and smash the ball through the covers. Second boundary of the over. Sussex needing 108 to win. Price goes to 17. Too much width there from Chris Wokes.
Yep, 2 loose balls in this over, and Price has punished them both without having to. In fact, well, leading punished the first, without taking any risk. That's the thing. It's the lack of risk, and we saw how well. I mean, Daniel Hughes, Robbie Yates took so few risks in their innings. Leading's had 1 or 2 moments, but generally has also adopted the same policy.
Wokes in bowls to Price, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. That's the end of Chris Wokes' over. An over that cost 9 runs. 220 for 5 are 230 for 5. I'm sorry. No, 220. I'm right. 220 for 5. Sussex needing another 108 to win. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, 108 to win. The sun is shining on the scoreboard, and I do apologise that sometimes it's a little difficult to make out the numbers, or at least it is for me. Perhaps I need to get my eyes tested again.
We have a similar issue with a similar style of scoreboard at Edgbaston at times. That and the number, I still like to see. It's a good scoreboard. There's plenty of information on it. I would love to see the actual score bigger. As Ed Barnard continues his 13th over of this innings, and they've been very watchful against Barnard. He has kept the right length and line, and that's why he's bowling such a long spell here. He's trusting himself to try and keep the lid on, with 53 deliveries left in the day. Warwickshire, I think, desperately need at least 1 more wicket to put themselves back in with a strong chance. I think Sussex will be delighted with the position they find themselves in on another topsy-turvy day. This is angled into the pads, and it'll be a comfortable single towards the square leg boundary. 221 for 5.
Someone's warming up out here. Is that Dan Mosley?
Dan Mosley has
Has he been doing it for a while? Or?
On a few occasions today has tried to suggest that he might be fancying a bowl. Barnard driven into the offside. Mosley will come in to do the fielding. Should only be 1. They think about 2, but he's onto it. Price to 18, 222 for 5. So they can get the target somewhere below 100. They could get it quite a bit below 100 yet before the close. So here comes again Barnard, pushed into the offside by Leaning, picked up by Hayne in the covers, and there's no run. Worcestershire 1 wicket away from victory against Middlesex. Ethan Brooks, a former Warwickshire player, has run out Roland Jones for 16. So 186 for 9 at Middlesex, needing 76 to win with 1 wicket remaining.
Ooh.
That would be
very
welcome for Worcestershire.
I like Worcestershire. I love going on a new road.
So hard in, and he liked the shape of it, but Leaning's just in behind and kills it down the surface, and there's no run.
I also see Lancashire, Richard, 78 for 6 now against Derbyshire. And in that innings, Marcus Harris is 40 not out.
Wow. It's gone a bit one-man band there, isn't it?
just a tad. 3 ducks in the innings so far.
Hard in again, full face of the bat from Leaning. 2 singles off that over. We have 8 overs left in the day, so about half an hour's cricket remaining. And however keen Dan Mosley is to have a bowl, I know once the over change is upon us, he doesn't move from his spot. He knows where he needs to be.
So we have, as Richard says, 8 overs remaining in the day. Sussex need 106 to win. They've got 5 wickets. Are we going to get some Bo Webster, are we? Or is it still going to be Chris Wokes?
No, still Chris Wokes. Bo Webster is
taller
in the covers area at the moment.
There he is. I can see him.
Trying to cast as long a shadow as he can.
So he's giving Wokes another chance. He went for 9 in his previous over, so we'll have to see. 11 overs, 1 made 0 for 51 for Chris Wokes. He's running away from us. Comes into bowl to Tom Price, who plays this one firmly through mid-wicket, picks up a single. Price goes to 19. Good partnership between these two now. Was it 2-2-3? 2-2-3. They came together when it was 184, so what's that? 39. When John Simpson was out, LBW to Michael Booth. Booth looks to me like one of these bowlers who just has the knack of coming into attack and picking up a couple of wickets. But the minute it's Chris Wokes who's entrusted with the attack, comes in and bowls, and forward comes leaning, who plays defensively down the offside of the track. There is no run.
I like the fact that they're still being pretty chirpy out there.
No, very much so.
Warwickshire.
Yeah, they've given plenty of encouragement. I mean, Sussex has still got to get, it's still 104 runs. It's 105 runs. It's a lot of runs.
The classic old adage of add 2 wickets to it, it would be an entirely different game.
Oh, totally.
It's still fascinatingly poised.
Wokes in, bowls, forward comes, leaning, plays into the offside, no run. Oh, totally. I mean, it's, for me now, it's probably 50-50. I don't think... I think
60-40 Sussex.
Do you?
We've got two batters in, established. They've got a ball that's now in its 54th over. They didn't do as much damage with the new ball as happened in the 3 previous innings in the match.
Wokes again. Bowls to leaning forward, placed to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, that analogy is a really good one, actually, Richard. You know, you had 2 wickets to the score, and you're suddenly thinking, that's a lot of runs to get. But
and it would switch it right round to being 60-40 the other way at least. So yeah,
it's just fascinatingly poised. One thing you said before, and you were talking about, you know, a new ball maybe coming into play. That maybe might not come into play now, because there would be 26 overs after this until a new ball. Wokes is in, bowls, leaning forward, plays to back ball point. If Sussex are still batting when a new ball becomes available, you would imagine they'd be pretty close to winning the game. But you know, the way this has gone, I think there are twists to come in this. You know, you might fall a new ball with sort of 1 wicket remaining or something, and Sussex needing 10.
Well, every time throughout the last 3 days when you think this match is heading in a specific direction, it does something to change your mind.
It's been great to watch. Wokes runs away from us, lengthening shadows, comes in and bowls. He drives firmly into the covers, but he can't beat the field. Much better over from Chris Wokes, just conceding the 1 run, 13 overs, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 52. Sussex needing another 105 to win. 2-3 for 5. Price on 19, leaning on 70. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Wilford with 7 overs to go tonight. 105 needed for Sussex. Warwickshire needing those 5 wickets.
And in the quest for that, the bowling change comes after a long, tight spell from Ed Barnard. He makes way to Ethan Bamber, the man who's taken the most wickets in the match for the Bears, with 5 so far. 2 of those have come in the second innings. 2 for 37. In the second innings, in the first innings, he was 3 for 47.
I think that's probably good captaincy, actually, because undoubtedly now Sussex will have half an eye here on the close. You know, he's got Bamber fresh. He can give him 4 overs here up until the close.
Massive period of this game, these next 7 overs. As Ethan Bamber prepares to come in to bowl to Price, who guides him towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The intensity of this game has continued. Durham have beaten Gloucestershire by an innings and 225 runs in Bristol. 205 all out in their second innings with Gloucestershire. 3 wickets each for Parkinson and Potts, 2 for Kamar Roach. So a good win for Durham. Price comes forward and pushes Ethan Bamber's next delivery out into the offside. No run. Don't know whether it's a bad omen. Leicestershire 666 for 6 against Surrey. Cox 154, Ben Green 14. Lead of 146. Can they put some unexpected pressure on Surrey tomorrow? We will see. And again comes Bamber, defended out into the offside by Price. So wins today in Division 1 for Somerset, in Division 2 for Durham. And Worcestershire very, very close against Middlesex, just needing 1 more wicket. The Sussex Sharks women have been beaten by 5 wickets in a rain-reduced match by the Leicestershire Foxes at Grace Road in their opening competitive game of the season. Bamber in, clipped into the leg side by Price, but getting plenty of encouragement, Bamber, from his teammates in this over. The shadows from the floodlights are almost going entirely across the playing surface there.
Yeah, runs have just dried up a little bit here for Sussex. I know there's lots of time to go in the match, but it sort of suits Warwickshire here because they can put the pressure on without feeling that the scoreboard is ticking down towards that 328.
Bamber again, outside off stump. He moves across and gets into position well here, Price.
He does.
He remains on 19. Stretch and pick up my errant pen in a minute.
Oh,
It's gone flying.
you got it.
Triumph. It's the small victories. Trust me, that was a very small victory. Sam Haynes off the field again at the moment. Don't know what's troubling him. It's this final ball of the over that was trying something a bit more extravagant, ended up with one hand off the bat. I'm not quite sure what he was doing there, but a maiden over from Ethan Bamber. We have 6 to go. 105 runs needed by Sussex, 5 wickets needed by Warwickshire, who will fancy the breakthrough needs to come fairly imminently. And with Sussex playing within themselves a little bit, this is the moment that they're going to turn to spin for only the second time today. Rob Yates, who had a single over which cost him 6 runs earlier, is going to come on with 6 overs left in the day. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it is. Again, I think good captaincy by Ed Barnard, because these two will be desperate to be there tomorrow morning, but the spinner comes on as their opportunity to break the shackles, or so it just gets the batters thinking. So I think if the opportunity is there to score the runs, you've got to take them. Sussex must stay positive here. 105 needed to win, 5 wickets remaining, 6 overs left in the day. Hove looking a picture in the early evening sunlight as the clock ticks round to 6:10. A slip and a short leg are keeping Jack Leading company. There's a shortish mid-wicket as well. 2 men set back on the leg side as Yates is in. Bowls, and Leading is forward, bat and pad close together, plays onto the onside, no run.
I think Leading probably isn't going to look to do anything extravagant, because he knows what is at stake here.
Yates forces Leading back onto his stumps, plays down the onside, and again there is no run. Rubs the ball on his trousers, does Yates, as he makes his way back to his mark. Turns and in again, bowls. Leading drives firmly through the covers, picks up a single. Takes him to 71. The runs required to 104. Yates just has to shield his eyes against the sun as the ball is retrieved from in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. And he's going to bowl now to Tom Price. Yates in bowls. Price defends. Slightly dig that out, did Tom Price. Nonetheless, plays it to mid-wicket and there is no run.
Look, he might have gripped a little bit there as a quicker ball, but just rushed him a little bit.
Yates again, bowls, forward comes Price, plays to mid-wicket again, there is no run. You can almost feel the tension here in the commentary box in these final few overs of the day. Yates off 3 or 4 paces is in bowls, gives that pitch it there. Ooh, Price is forward and the ball squirts away to short leg, just the one run off the over. Price is still there, 225 for 5, 104 needed to win.
Well, that over explained, by the way, why Sam Hain had left the field the over before, in that he was getting himself fully kitted up for being short leg.
Right.
And he captured that ball nicely. Price just a little bit over eager to try and get to the pitch of the ball. Leading more comfortable to play it late. 5 overs to go.
5 tenths overs, I think. I think we could have some tenths overs tomorrow, Richard.
It depends where the wickets come. Bamber into bowl to leaning, solid forward defensive shot. It has been his most played shot, I fancy, in this innings. Getting in behind the ball, showing the full face of the bat, and that's earned him 71 runs. And the plaudits, I'm sure, of the home crowd. His first significant contribution for the county. It could go on to be a very significant one as he awaits Bamber once more, and that one just whipped down the leg side. He tried to flick it on, well taken by Kai Smith.
Amazing, they've been off for rain at the Oval.
Oh, again.
It's incredible. Just, you know, when you think here, it's we do in between the sort of rain in northern France and the rest of it's going across the country. We've been very lucky. Just to say, Gloucestershire have lost to Durham by an innings and 225 runs. That's a bit of a morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's comfortable win for them. Bamber pushed it into the offside, fielded by Sam Hain. I was mulling that over when you had a brief moment out of the room, and see a couple of wickets there for Kamar Roach. I mean, Roach, if you can keep him fit for the time that he's up at Durham, is a bit of a cheat code in Division 2, a bit like Mohammed Abbas being at Derbyshire. You know, it's really interesting to see players of that quality, veterans of course, but playing at that level. Bamber in again, pretty full, driven as he sort of leant into it by leaning up towards mid-on, no run. Couple of balls left in this over. It's going to be left hanging, isn't it? It's going to be left hanging going into tomorrow.
Definitely is.
I didn't know whether it was going to be a day where I had to sheepishly go back to the hotel and leave early. Well, that's not going to be the case. So they call it a trunk slammer day on the American golf circuit. It's pushing forward the defences, leaning again up towards mid-off. That's when you unceremoniously bundled out of a tournament at the halfway stage. You failed to make the cut.
Trunk slammer.
It's a trunk slammer.
Right, I like that.
So you bung your golf clubs back in. I remember that from John Feinstein's magnificent book, A Good Walk Spoiled. Sadly passed away about 18 months ago, but one of the great sports authors in the States. Lots of books about golf and about basketball. Once more in Bamber, in behind it and driving is leaning, and that's another maiden. Back-to-back maidens for Ethan Bamber. 224 for 5. We have a mere 24 deliveries left in the day. Warwickshire need at least one of those to be productive.
It's good cricket though, isn't it? It's good over from Bamber. He's doing everything he can. He's making Leaning play absolutely everything. And Jack Leaning making sure he's getting forward and defending stoutly. It's been terrific stuff. It really has.
Thinking cricket. Nobody's done anything daft for quite a while. In the first day and a half, we probably saw one or two batters do things that they'd love to not do. But today we've seen both teams bat very sensibly.
It's going to be Rob Yates who's going to come in over the wicket to bowl to Tom Price, who's forward, smothers the spin, plays onto the onside, no run. I still think if there's a bad ball that Price and Leaning will certainly not hit the over. They won't want to defend for the next few overs, as in comes Yates again bowls and Price again just plays to mid-off. There is no run. What this has done is sort of sped up the over rate a bit actually, which we could well be done by sort of 6:30.
Nice. And into the Sussex night.
In comes Yates again, bowls, and Price turns on the bounce to short leg. Again, there is no run. This game on a knife edge. 104 more runs Sussex need. 5 wickets, Warwickshire. Yates again. Bowls, quicker delivery, and Price just dabs that away onto the offside. Yates wanders round to field. Again, there is no run. Again, bowls. Price plays that firmly on this occasion to mid-wicket, but there is no run.
He's not loving this little test, Tom Price.
No, he's not. He's not. I'm sure he's absolutely itching to get down the track and smash him over the log on for 6. But again,
he's right to curb his instinct.
Yates in again, bowls. Forward comes Price, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Maiden over, bowled by Rob Yates. But you have to say, it's good captaincy by Barnard. He knows when to bring on his spinner. Just a few tempters. Free admission tomorrow. Richard said that a little while ago, but Sussex reiterating. I suspect the way that cricket is, there won't be that many here tomorrow, which will be a shame. You know, if you've got a couple of hours to spare tomorrow, maybe you could work from the ground. I saw that at the Oval this week with people working with laptops. They're trying to encourage people to come in. That's all well and good if you're not customer facing, isn't it? You know, if you've got if you're at the cricket and you're on a work business call or something, well, it's not great. But who knows which way this is going to go, John. The weather forecast is good.
If you need me, come to the county ground. Yeah, you might get into a bit of trouble for that.
Yeah.
This spell has also increased the likelihood of the second new ball getting taken, which is interesting. This relatively becalmed spell, as leaning again, he's just in behind the first ball over from Ethan Bamber. Just looking in this session, Team's taken 134 for 3, so it's been 90 for 2. And there have been 29 overs, so it's just over 3 and over, but that's been dragged back significantly in the last half an hour, 40 minutes.
No, it absolutely has. Yeah, the new ball is 21 overs away after this one.
Bamber in, pushed into the offside once again by leaning. And I think, I think Sussex have played it the right way. They happened to get off to a pretty quick start, which made a distinct possibility that the match just wouldn't reach the second new ball in this innings. Somebody needs a silencer on their motorbike, by the way. Send a message. I reckon they probably know as well. Bamber scurries in once more. Oh, that's a good leave from leaning outside off stump. No need to get involved with that one. Middlesex clinging on against Worcestershire. They now need 63 to win, 199 for 9. Joe Cracknell, the wicket-keeper, is trying to keep it at bay. He's 39 not out. This wicket stand has actually reached the 5-over mark. I'm sure if it's not already in play, then the extra half hour you would think would be very much welcomed there. Don't need to open up Lords tomorrow then. Bamber in, outside off stump, pushing forward. Again, good encouragement from his teammates, and because leaning was coming out of his crease to defend, Ethan Bamber immediately pointed to the helmets.
He did.
And Kai Smith will dutifully come up to stand behind the stumps.
You have to say, he's making Jack Leaning play every deliver here. There's no gimmies, is there? He's not able to let one go through to the keeper. He's absolutely at Jack Leaning here. Every delivery. He's always putting it on a sixpence here.
Fine cricketer Ethan Bamber, settled in very well. His first season and a bit at Edgbaston. And forward in defence is Leaning, who is playing the signature innings so far of his first season as a Sussex batter. Getting far more used to players moving from county to county now, including loan spells. It's a different game. One ball left in the 59th over. 2 more to come after that. Bamber Once more in. Oh, and he's beaten the bat. It hits the pad of Kai Smith. It's just missed off stump. Leading holds his pose. His thought will be, oh, thank goodness for that. Ethan Bamber so close to a crucial breakthrough.
Well, I thought for a minute he was gone, Jack Leaning, but he survived. And Ethan Bamber, that was a terrific over. Excellent figures as well, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. Robbie Yates is going to bowl the penultimate over of the day. He's going to be bowling to Tom Price. I don't think Sussex have scored a run. Well, or maybe a run in the last
I think
it's
2 runs in 5 overs.
Right, there you go.
The last 3 have been maidens. 4 of the last 5 have been maidens.
Yeah. Sussex, at one stage we were saying, maybe 90 to win, something like that by the close. That's still 104. I mean, the Sussex lads that we're saying, we don't care. We're still 5. So the great thing is Sussex haven't lost any wickets. So the runs have slightly become immaterial, well, to a certain extent, provided they don't lose a wicket here. It'll vindicate the way that Price and Leaning have gone about this. Yates in, bowls to Price, who turns it on the leg side, firmly, fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
There's good anticipation there at mid-wicket, because that deflected off the short leg, and there could have been a single, but he was already on the move.
In comes Yates, bowls to Price, who plays into the offside. Yates runs round to extra cover to field of his own bowling, and there is no run. And both sides will go to bed tonight thinking they've got a chance of winning this game. Tomorrow, Tom Price just waits. And comes Yates again. Bowls, Price is back and across and steers this one to mid-wicket. I'm sure there's a few things. Go on, Tom, he fancies only Rob Yates. Stick him over long on for 6. I'm sure he's being tempted by the Warwickshire lads to do that.
It would be some statement, although Yates isn't giving the ball a lot of flight, and he's a tall man. So it would be... it'd be kill or cure in terms of how you'd be received in the changing room.
Not well. Yates in bowls. Price drives firmly. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, he breaks the shackles, does Tom Price. Well, that's a lovely shot. His feet drilled the ball through the covers for 4. He goes to 23. Sussex 226 for 5.
I mean, don't dance down the wicket.
However,
However,
5, sorry.
if somebody gives you a long half volley, strike it along the deck to the boundary for 4. Beautifully played by Price.
Exactly 100 to win for Sussex. Yates again. Bowls, Price is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. 1 ball remaining in this over, and I'm sure there'll be another over from Ethan Bamber. Is there a final sting in the tail on day 3 at Hove? Yates waits. In and bowls, forward comes Price, kills the spin, drops the ball down in front of him. I'm sure that Tom Price is probably thinking, you just take the next 6 balls, Jack.
Yeah.
I think he's done a bit. 23 or 50. It's been a good partnership between these two, coming together when Sussex were 184 for 5. So they've only added 42, but what they have done is to make sure they haven't lost a wicket. I'm just looking what over that wicket went down of John Simpson. The wicket went down in the... I'll find it in a minute. John Simpson was out in the 43rd over. So these two have been together for 17 overs.
Ethan Bamber. 6 more balls to try and make a breakthrough, and Leaning calls his man through for a quick single, and Tom Price must be wondering about that. 229 for 5. I'm not convinced of the wisdom.
If I was Tom Price, I'd be saying, what are you playing at? I thought I'd done my bit.
If you're Tom Price and you get out in this over now,
Oh, don't.
you're chasing him back to the pavilion.
Yeah. Jack Leaning thinks I've done my bit.
Yeah.
He's taking his guard again.
Leaning will have Price running after him in one direction and Paul Farbrace gaining on one in the other. Price will face Bamber, and it's onto his pads, and he flicks it fine for 4. Rare loose ball in this spell from Bamber, but 27 to Price. 233 for 5. We may be very close to our prediction of 90 left on the final day. And I do think the fact that they haven't lost that 6th wicket will give Sussex favouritism. Be interesting to see what the bookmakers' read of it would be. But enough people put, I suppose not many people in this country put a bet on, but there is a lucrative betting market on cricket matches, for sure. So, Bamber approaches Price once more, and he flicks him towards mid-wicket for a single and says, over to you, Jack. 234 for 5.
The cheer you heard audibly there was Brenda, who sits over just under the betting sign over there in the Spain Car Pavilion. She's a wonderful supporter of Sussex, first in the queue every morning. Absolutely loves the club, and the club love her. The applause is for the 50 partnership.
Ah, there it is.
She'll be willing every run, will Brenda.
3 balls scheduled on the day. Leaning meets this one and turns it towards mid-wicket. Every ball successfully played now elicits its own round of applause.
Yes.
Well, Sussex have held things together really well today. There have been times that the game was going away from them, but they've battled back. And then exit innings of 83 by Daniel Hughes, followed up with Jack Leaning 72. Give them a great chance of a run chase being successful tomorrow morning, as Leaning pushes the ball out into the covers to Sam Hain, and there's no run. Tom Price resists the temptation to take his batting gloves off at this juncture. Stands there with his hand on his hip. We're going to get through it. Bob on 6:30 by the time this final ball is delivered. As Bamber comes into bowl now to Leaning, who is forward in much the same way as he's been for a lot of his innings. He will be unbeaten on 72, Price on 28, and needing 328 for victory. Sussex closed day 3 on 234 for 5. They require 94 runs. Warwickshire require 5 wickets. And Adrian and I will dutifully be here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning to see how it all unfolds.
We certainly will. It's been a terrific day's cricket. Well done to both sides, because it's just been wonderfully entertaining. Wouldn't want to call this tomorrow. We were saying who's going to be here tomorrow. 2 people who will be here, God willing, are Richard and myself, to describe what's going to be a very exciting morning tomorrow. So well done to the teams. Great cricket. Thank you, Richard. It's been great fun as ever. Thank you to Nikki Chowdhury as well. But to everybody here at home, listening across wherever you're listening to, thank you for being with us throughout the day, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, and of course reactions come online from both camps as well.